they were showing the actual theaters, you would have thought you were at a concert venue. People were up and dancing.
I love it.
Yeah.
That's good stuff.
Well,
Yeah, man.
Also, it breathes more life into the theaters.
Yeah, and the fact that people are that excited about going to see a movie about a new album, that's pretty impressive. So one battle after another continued to hold strong. It fell to number 2 this week with a haul of $11 million. The Rock's film, The Smashing Machine, not so good.
Took a smash at the box office.
We're just $6 million in third place.
Yeah.
After its first week opening. The kids' movie, Gabby's Dollhouse, the movie, took 4th place. And then rounding out the top 5 was The Conjuring Last Rites, and that made $4.1 million. We are going to start with the Keith Urban, Nicole Kidman, while the surprising news of the disintegration of their marriage is still ringing in fans' ears. The internet's attention is turned to Urban's 25-year-old guitarist, Maggie Baugh, who we've talked about a couple times.
Baugh?
Many fans believe Baugh to be, if not the cause of the split, at least the first person Urban went to as things went south. And it didn't help that Keith changed up some of the lyrics originally inspired by Kidman to now be aimed at Baugh and performances last month. Also not helping, she went MIA as Urban's band performed a show Thursday after the divorce news broke. So while all of this paints a pretty sus picture of the young instrumentalist, there is news that all may not be as it appears. Mm-hmm. The Daily Mail reports that perhaps Baugh missed the show because she's not an official member of Urban's band. While she has appeared throughout the summer on Urban's tour, she's reportedly a hired gun. And her not appearing on stage is not considered unusual. Also, the Mail reports that Baugh seems to be in a long-term relationship and was known to be living with a man named Cameron Coley. Pictures of the couple appear on both of their socials, appearing very much in love.
So as you well know, there are rumors that he has been involved with someone for a while. And if it's not Baugh, then who am it?
Don't know.
Yeah.
Do you know? Any idea? Have you heard any rumors?
I'm flummoxed.
Additionally, as the news of Keith and Nicole's split broke and attention turned to Baugh, reporters staked out her home in Nashville. And while she wasn't seen, neighbors said that her house has had frequent visitors in the last few months, though they never saw Urban.
How do you treat when you, like, at your home, when you go out to get the mail or you're taking out the garbage and the TMZ folks are out there? How do you handle that?
I give them a little wave, little wink, nod.
Yeah. Gotta play along, man.
Hey, sometimes I'll
boys.
I'll send some Dunkin' out to them.
No, that's it. That's how you do it.
While nothing has been confirmed as far as Baugh's possible relationship with the country superstar, the internet has already weighed in, peppering her Instagram account with comments like "homewrecker." Oh my God. Homewrecker. Whore. So
liar, whore.
Yeah.
And she
liar,
knows
whore, and you know it.
That's what they're calling her. Blake Lively gave a quiet show of support to Taylor Swift with a simple Instagram like. She hit the heart on Swift's post celebrating the Life of a Showgirl, the 12 studio album, and she said, I think Swift had written, "I can't tell you how proud I am to share this with you, an album that just feels so right," while thanking, quote, "my mentors and friends, Max Martin and Shellback," while teasing fans to take a look behind the curtain. So Lively's digital nod comes as rumors swirl that Swift's track Ruin the Friendship is about their alleged fallout, but Blake's most recent gesture suggests that there's nothing but love.
Well, the rumor was for the longest time that they are besties. Her and Selena Gomez and Blake Lively. That's the trio.
But this whole Justin Baldoni thing, it was
a misstep.
Yeah, well, we had talked about this, involving Taylor. Like Taylor's like, this isn't my fight to fight.
Yeah,
like, I don't want to get involved in this. Like,
Yeah. I think it'll
blow over.
Yeah, I think so. Swift's lawyers have denied they have since denied that she had agreed to testify, noting her album release timing, and Blake's lawyers continue to block Baldoni from trying to involve Taylor in their legal battle further.
Do you know, I think calmed the waters a bit? Us talking to Ryan Reynolds.
Yeah,
I think
I agree
that
with you,
put Blake in a good place and made her able to quasi-apologize to Taylor Swift. Maybe I'm putting too much on that.
It couldn't have hurt.
Yeah.
Well, there is a little more. Sabrina Carpenter is notoriously Team Justin. and Sabrina is featured all over Taylor's new album.
Yeah.
Yeah.
true.
So there's kind of like a lot of more going on behind the scenes.
Wait, so she's Team Baldoni, but she's still on Taylor's album?
That's why they're saying Taylor may be switching over to another side. And Taylor's kind of removed herself
I didn't
from
hear
it.
that Sabrina Carpenter was Team Justin Baldoni.
I'm so surprised that she would, if that were the case, that she would keep her.
I just peed a little.
Yeah. But like, why would she keep her on any of the tracks?
Yeah.
Like the last track of the album definitely has Sabrina on it. I listened to the album a few different times on Friday, by the way. Yeah, so if you
That's
guys
what
have
makes-
any questions,
All right.
I can probably answer them for you.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. What did you think about it?
I enjoyed it.
Yeah.
Listen, I don't want to say nothing bad about Taylor because I'm afraid of her legion. But there's no denying her talent, and she is a prolific songwriter. I think her sound can be redundant.
Yes.
But listen, she had a really, really nice song about Travis that I thought was really sweet.
About his manhood, too, right?
Well,
Wood?
that was a song about. Then she had another song about. But it wasn't about his wood.
Oh.
It was about his love that opened up her thighs. It wasn't the redwood that opened up her thighs. It was his love.
that opened up her thighs.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I would not have known that.
I mean,
would've
the
thought-
redwood doesn't hurt.
Yeah. The huge
What,
hole.
what's the redwood? I don't.
That's the lyric. So the song is called Wood. And then she goes, something like, I can see the redwood that died, but it was your love that opened my thighs.
Okay.
All
right.
E-I-E-I-O.
Okay. I'll take your word for it.
Yeah.
Thank you. Appreciate it. All right, so we're going to move on to another story. Eric Dame says that the real reason he missed his Grey's Anatomy reunion with Jesse Williams at the Emmys was far from glamorous because he was in the hospital. And he had said, so I was in the hospital during the Emmys getting stitches put in my head. He explained he took a serious fall. Dane, who revealed his ALS diagnosis in April, admitted that he was really upset to miss what would have been a big reunion moment with Williams. He said, I missed an opportunity that I was really looking forward to. There was nothing I could do about it. And he later called his friend solid and said that he's keeping a perfect balance despite the challenges.
I feel so bad for that guy because it looks like it's a pretty precipitous slide. There was footage of him just recently, and he's the ability to speak is starting to slip away.
The appearance would have been Eric's first major award show since he revealed his diagnosis, but Dane has stayed positive since his diagnosis, focusing on on gratitude and joy. Source told the Daily Mail that he wants to enjoy what he has now and always surrounding himself with positivity. In June, he had on Good Morning America, they had released Eric's interview with Diane Sawyer, where he revealed that he was losing strength in the right side of his body and was recently seen transporting himself in a wheelchair. So, man, oh man, that's got to be tough. Just under 2 years after meeting, marrying, and eventually divorcing Teresa Nist from the first season of The Golden Bachelor, Jerry Turner is ready to walk down the aisle again. Breaking the news on his Instagram, Turner said, "We've got big news. The Golden Bachelor is off the market." He said, I found my perfect match, and she said yes.
Didn't even need a TV show to find her.
Not at all.
Yeah.
He said, I love this woman. And this woman is Lana Sutton, who slid into Turner's DMs earlier this year.
There you go.
And who Turner went public about in April. So they're married.
Let's collab.
Or they're going to get married.
Yeah.
Let's collab.
Why not?
Let's collab on love.
Last week, it was announced that Lori Loughlin and husband Massimo Giannulli were splitting up after nearly 28 years of marriage. Just hours after the news broke, Giannulli was spotted on a shopping trip with fashion stylist Hannah Harrison.
Oh, that has to be fun.
While the rumor mill was cranking up, Harrison was quick to shoot down romance allegations.
Hang on. Is John Stamos with anybody right now?
He actually is. Yeah, but I know exactly what you're thinking because John Stamos is very candid and says Lori Loughlin was absolutely the one that got away.
Yeah. Speaking to Us Weekly, Harrison explained the meetup was professional and said, I feel like it was bad timing. I went to the store not knowing that his separation had been announced. I was going there to meet him. He was introduced to me, to the guys there so I could pull clothes.
John Stamos.
She continued adding that we did not drive together. We drove separately. She then addressed the situation more directly, saying we were not there together. We are not dating. We are good friends. He was just meeting me at the store.
Giannulli did reveal what non-porn magazine he most liked to pleasure himself to.
what was that?
Guess what it was?
Good housekeeping.
Nice.
They must be best friends.
Yeah. It's amazing.
Casey McIntosh from Love is Blind. And I know you follow closely,
Absolutely.
Steve. Well, season 9 is what she's
Well,
from.
that's where it really hit its stride.
But she spoke out after receiving fan backlash and death threats.
No.
Casey ended her engagement to Patrick Suzuki shortly after meeting him in person, citing a lack of physical attraction, which has led to some intense backlash online.
Isn't the whole gist of the series to prove that the superficial isn't really what it's all about?
It's supposed to work out
Right.
way. Yeah.
Oh, you don't look good.
Yeah.
It's over. I find you unattractive.
So she wrote, "Please stop with the death threats. My cat Chardonnay needs a mom." This is on Instagram. She said, "I understand I have made mistakes during my time on Love is Blind. However, there is far more to the heavily edited story than what is being aired.
You need to know that I'm really annoying.
And I hope that I can share my side soon," she wrote. She's expressed support for Casey on his own Instagram stories, or Patrick has, I'm sorry, saying, "I'm blown away by all the love and support. Thank you. I'll do my best to get back to everyone. Please remember we're all human," he wrote to his followers, adding that he wanted people to take it easy on Casey.
There was a guy that I would occasionally encounter who was like a contestant on season 4 of, what is it? They run up the physical challenge, Mount Namori or whatever.
American Ninja Warrior?
American Ninja Warrior.
Yeah.
I'm
Okay.
like, I think he thought he had achieved Leonardo DiCaprio status. I'm like, you were one of the contestants of like 50 on a, I think the presumption was I was going to go, oh my God. But I was trying to be nice, but I didn't watch the series.
Yeah.
And B, I don't think I would have remembered one of like 50 contestants on that show.
See,
but he had this thing.
It wasn't towards the end of your story there, Preston. I thought these people were blind. And so when you were talking about like there was no physical attraction, I was like, okay, how does that work?
Yeah, no.
Like, does he smell
That's
bad?
why I always joke about them being
No.
blinded so that they could participate.
So the concept is they spend X amount of days communicating with each other, but not seeing each other.
Gotcha.
They're separated by a wall,
Okay.
or they talk to each other that way.
And
They're-
then she saw him and she was like,
No.
"You! Okay, ow! Hey!
but they're not actually blind.
Okay.
Yeah. So.
I'd watch that.
Love can't hear.
Yeah.
All right, Netflix is honoring our friend, the late Jane Goodall, with a powerful tribute. Her final on-camera interview has debuted as the first episode of the docuseries Famous Last Words. The episode, filmed earlier this year, captures a pioneering primatologist and environmental icon reflecting on her life, legacy, and even her own mortality. Executive producer Brad Falchuk said, Jane Goodall was fearless in all things. She deeply loved humanity and the natural world. And he added that she faced her final adventure with the same fearlessness, hope, humor, and joy that she brought to everything else. In one moving moment, Goodall looked straight into the camera to deliver an unedited final message to humanity. And that is now available on Netflix. You can stream that. I saw the teaser for it.
It looks good. I'm questioning their decision to have Carol Baskin host it. But
That was weird, yeah.
Yeah.
It makes no sense.
Vin Diesel's claim that the next Fast and Furious movie would arrive in April 2027 may have been premature. The film reportedly doesn't yet have an approved script or release date, and Universal won't move forward unless it can be made way cheaper than Fast X, which cost a staggering $340 million
Yeah.
and struggled to turn a profit.
Is this the one that's about family?
I think so.
Yeah.
The studio is targeting a roughly $200 million budget, forcing the team to consider cutting back on stunts, globetrotting, and even cast appearances.
Less trips into space.
Diesel's talk of bringing back Paul Walker's character back is also uncertain, and it could also add costs. To make all this worry about budgets, release dates, and finished scripts even more fun, Fast X, which came out in 2023, ended on a cliffhanger. So,
Yeah.
I don't know.
I wonder what his net worth is at this point. I mean,
Vin Diesel?
He's certainly off that series, made as producer. He's, and then as star. The money's been coming in fast and furiously.
Has it not? I'm sure that he is doing just fine.
What was actually surprisingly good was the ride at Universal, the Fast and Furious.
I didn't ride it.
Did I ride that?
Yeah, yeah. It was good.
Was it?
Yeah.
Okay,
We
cool.
should go back there.
Yeah, we do need to go back there, especially since they opened up that whole other park.
You know, it's all about family.
All right, and then finally, one more story. Shailene Woodley says stepping into Janis Joplin's world has her feeling vulnerable. The actress is not only starring in Janis Joplin, Get It While You Can, but also tackling the vocals herself.
Well, that's a tall order.
It is. As she admits, singing is very scary. So she's teaming up with Four Non Blondes member Linda Perry, who the actress calls an incredible songwriter, singer, and music producer. To capture Joplin's iconic sound, the California Film Commission has backed the project with $2.49 million, which Woodley told Jimmy Fallon last year feels fitting since California meant so much to Joplin. As she put it, she said, I have a feeling Janis would be smiling ear to ear, zipping down the PCH in her psychedelic Porsche. The project currently has no release date, but is the only Janis Joplin project that has made it this far, actually.
I'm thinking of that scene in The Man with Two Brains. If you have any reason why you don't want me to do this, send me a sign. You remember the picture starts turning and no!
I haven't seen it in so
it's
long.
great,
The
yeah.
picture starts turning?
Yeah, he's talking to the picture of his dead wife before he marries, this obvious gold digger.
Yeah.
And he says, if you have any, please tell me, give me any sign. And the curtains start blowing and the picture's spinning and you're hearing screaming of no. He says, I'm going to keep waiting for that sign.
So I'm curious as to whether Shailene can pull this off.
That's a tough
Yeah.
vocal.
Yeah.
I mean, for anybody. I mean, and so if you're going to, you have to be in a little bit in the ballpark. The way Timothy Chalamet, he was definitely doing a solid job. And I haven't seen Jeremy Allen White's Springsteen, but you have to be somewhere in the realm.
Yeah, we'll see. All right, we're ready for clips now. In Bone Lake, a romantic lakeside getaway turns tense when a couple's weekend nightmarish maze of sex, lies, and manipulation. Here, director Mercedes Bryce Morgan talks about filming the perfect ending. Here we go.
And just knowing this is the end of our movie, and there is so much pressure because I'm like, I need to have time to build up this moment. There's a moment at the end of the movie where they turn towards each other and we have a lot of looks and glances, and I just wanted to be able to have time to get that right. And there's actually lots of alts that exist of that ending.
Bone Lake is in theaters now. Here's our next clip. Sorry. All right, so maintenance required follows a determined auto shop owner whose world is turned upside down when an online confidant turns out to be his real-life business rival. And here, Madeline Pesh expresses how the role sparked a new interest.
It has given me a newfound appreciation for vehicles in general because everything is held together by nuts and bolts and screws, and it's all done with hand. Really figured that out and was able to take it apart and then put it back together, and they were trusting me to then drive that same car. I was like, wow, this really is like a tangible, real, like man-made thing. It's really insane.
Maintenance required streaming Wednesday on Prime. And there you go. It's the last story for you. It's your entertainment report for today. If you're just joining us, welcome, friend. Monday morning, certainly is underway. We have a few guests who are going to be joining us today. Not a good sports weekend for Philadelphia.
No, it was not.
For the Eagles and the Phils, obviously. But we got hockey on the way, so we can kind of turn to that for a moment as we get ready for tonight's game. Phils hopefully bouncing back. But Jim Jackson and Gritty are stopping by. It's opening. The season opens for the Flyers on Thursday. They're away. They're in Florida. We'll talk to JJ. We'll talk to Gritty as much as we can talk to him. He does have a squeaks,
yeah.
So he can respond a little bit, but you'll have to tune in on YouTube for sure. And then later on, that'll be in the 8 o'clock hour. And then the 9 o'clock hour, we're going to talk to comedian Matt McCusker. He's actually got his new Netflix special premiering tomorrow. So those things are underway. We'll take a quick break. We'll come back in a second, and we'll keep moving forward because that's what you do on a Monday morning. We'll be right back. Stay put. All night or all weekend grading papers. My weekend was totally gray.
There's a big nod to Snoop Dogg with this.
Right?
Yeah.
All right. Another slang term might be IBH. Inappropriate but hilarious. One of my students said something so IBH today, I couldn't stop myself from laughing out loud in class. As a teacher, that's got to be tough, man. When a kid says something that's technically not supposed to be, is off board, and you find it hilarious.
I used to get that all the time. I would be the deliverer of stuff that would fall into that realm. And if you could get the teacher to laugh, It was always a good sign.
I didn't know what the word douche was when I was in school.
Right.
But I was using it like because I had heard it before.
Right.
And so I didn't get in trouble for it, but the teacher was like, dude. And I was like, what? I'm like, I didn't know what I was saying, but it was almost like Batman. Bam, pow. I was going like douche, and I had no clue.
Douche. I know what you mean.
Yeah.
That's like a punch sound.
It actually is. Douche. Yeah, that would work. I would believe you if you told me you had no idea.
But I was purposely saying the word douche. I wasn't making a
menstrual
sound.
Menstrual cup.
Pad.
Yeah, condom.
Go checks. Diaphragm.
Oh my God! Here's some text coming in. Somebody this says someone who is always in the ER is known as a frequent flyer.
A frequent flyer.
That's funny.
I'd heard the term Gomer back in the day, which was short for "get out of my ER." Gomer. There's a
Interesting.
Gomer out there.
Or it could literally be Jim Neighbors.
Nick, there was one on here, and I can't say. Scroll down a little bit. Yeah. So a carpenter or framer. All right, I can't say the word, but you can.
See you next Tuesday.
Yeah, a see you next Tuesday hair is 1/32 of an inch.
If you're a carpenter,
I love that.
You know
It's just it's
so
an
a
actual,
C hair is 1/32 of an inch.
It's an actual measurement.
Wow.
I love that.
What's a D hair then?
What's the other one you were gonna highlight, Nick? HVAC.
Yeah.
All right, rotten cotton means insulation.
Yeah.
Okay, I can
like
see that. A pookie is a duct sealant, and that's from Tom from Sheridan P&H.
I like
so
that.
HVAC. Those are some of the terms that they use. Okay, like I said, I like the C hair thing.
Well, you know where you find a lot of these too? You'll find them in restaurants, Preston. Or people who are working the counter at restaurants, they'll build up a second language so they can assess pain-in-the-ass customers kind of in front of them.
Here's one for you, Steve. Campers. This is exactly from a restaurant thing. Campers are people who will not leave the restaurant. They take up the table for hours and hours.
So on this issue, I say go in, do your talking, do your whole thing, do your socializing. But when the meal is done and you're surrounded by the refuse of your meal, I want to leave. I don't want to sit there for another hour and a half.
I know.
Am I a lunatic?
No, you're not. But also, like, what people also need to understand is, like, a lot of people are not aware of their surroundings. If you're at a restaurant and you notice that there's like a wait, for people to get in and sit down, and then you finish your meal and then you just hang out. And
you don't have to be slamming everything. Finish it.
No, we're not trying. I'm not trying to rush you or anything like that. But like, if you know that there's a half hour, like this happens down the shore all the time, right?
So a lot of campers, as they would say.
Yeah, but also they don't accept reservations at a lot of places down the shore,
right?
And so there's a lot of waiting. So for me personally, I'm like, okay, let's get out of here. We can go sit on the front porch.
Right.
All right, here's some other ones coming in. So somebody who's, I guess, works in a liquor store says people who go into the liquor store right when they open are called the Breakfast Club.
That's great.
You know what? What's another one? One of our favorite phrases forever has been an occupational phrase. The lot lizard.
Yep. I got a couple of texts about the lot lizard.
Yeah.
Somebody said in the auto industry, a BFH is short for Big Effin' Hammer. This is police officer says, okay, a badge bunny.
Oh, yeah.
Sleeps with officers?
Yeah, there's women, I'm sure men too, that dig a uniform, right?
Oh, yeah.
But a badge bunny, I haven't heard that one before.
Women who are turned on by police uniforms. Yeah.
Yep.
I might have been a badge bunny in my day.
Oh, yeah? Really now?
Oh, yeah, you've admitted that. You like that.
Yeah.
All right, let me go to some calls. 215-263-WMMR if you want to call in with your work speak, something we may not know. I'm going to go to Will. Hang on, I'll come back to that, Nick.
Okay.
Hi, Will, you're on the air. Good morning.
Good morning. You guys rock.
Thanks, bud. What's up, my man?
So I wanted to talk about the IBH teacher thing because I'm a music teacher in Montgomery County, and so a couple years ago I had a student. I teach orchestra, and you would never think this from orchestra kids, but it happened. A couple years ago, student came in, sat down, and he says, "I have a question. What do you think the worst note on the violin is? Which is the one that is the worst note?" And I said, without hesitation, I said, "It's the high F on the E string." I said, because when it's out of tune, it's horrible. It makes me cringe and all that. And without hesitation, and he actually dropped the F-bomb, he goes, so would you say it's effed up? And the class starts laughing, and all I could do was turn around because I started laughing.
Oh, no.
Okay. And I looked at the kid, and I said, I'm supposed to be angry with you for dropping. I said, but that's pretty funny.
That's IBH.
And cool. I mean, good for you for, just kind of letting it slide. It was, I mean, it wasn't like, it wasn't kindergarten. They were.
Yep.
I just pulled the old major league. Great catch. Don't ever let that happen again.
Nice.
Yeah.
All right, thanks.
But you do it again, you're suspended.
Appreciate it, man. All right, so Nick has this one, and this is these are guys working on a construction site, and they call out, and I've mentioned something like this before. They'll yell out "caulk gun" when a sexy woman walks by.
Oh, okay.
So that's just a phrase. That's just
code.
Code.
Yeah.
So my uncle was a chef, and it was like table 23.
Okay.
Was the code when a hot girl would come in. Table 23, because they didn't have a table 23.
Oh, okay.
So
Table 23.
And they would say that. And,
So if you're-
and they would look out into the restaurant.
This is another one along those lines. This is for a restaurant industry.
Soup table 4, which means hot chick table 4.
Soup
Okay.
table. So you do these
Soup
things.
table.
This has replaced, of course, the much and rightfully maligned wolf whistle.
Right, exactly. And it's not for them to know. The wolf whistle would be whistling at
Right, exactly.
the person and get a reaction. This is just amongst the workers there, just to take note.
A discreet assessment. So what is the what was your
like table 23?
Table 23.
There was whatever table didn't exist. It was
Right.
like one number above the actual amount of tables they had there. And that would cause the cooking staff to all look up and see an attractive woman walking in. All right, let me go to Dan. Hey, Dan, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. How are you?
Good, buddy. What's up, man?
Hey, so I worked on golf courses my whole life, and used to be a summertime disease called brown patch that would really destroy the grass. So we would have whenever there was a hot girl playing, we'd name it Pink Patch. So we don't have radios. We say Pink Patch.
Pink Patch.
On number 2 fairway. You might want to go check it out.
Wow.
All right.
Well,
there you
look, this seems to be a common topic here.
Having a code.
Yeah.
Yep.
Pink patch.
All right. Thanks. And I wonder if ladies have that for a hot guy that walks in, if there's a code phrase that they will use as well. What does this one say?
Do they have one at Floral and Hardy, Kathy?
All right, here's one in the military. Somebody who screws everyone over is known as a blue falcon in the military, which means buddy effer.
Oh.
So he screws your pal over. All right. We'll go over to Jen. Hi, Jen. Good morning. Hi, Jen. You're on the air. Good morning. Is your name Jen? Are you a special ed teacher?
This one is a little.
All right. This one is a little. Okay.
Yeah, you're reading the description there.
Okay, we're skipping that one?
Yeah, I would skip that one.
Oh, my God. Okay, yeah, we don't want to do that.
Maybe it was better.
Spanking it in school. I will go next to, let's see, I have Dan on the line. Hi, Dan. Good morning.
Dan R?
Yes. Dan R. What's up, buddy?
We have a whole list of terminology we use at work. And if you got to take a notch out of something, I'm a carpenter. It needs Ralph Macchio.
That's great.
Back to the sea hare thing. We had a guy on site that didn't realize it was a sea hare and thought it was a sea hare like the ocean. We laughed for like a day. And every time somebody needed a sea hare off, we'd all just start talking like pirates.
Well, Dan, you have a couple others that are listed up here. Give us some more in the Ralph Macchio vein.
If you got to move it a little bit, it's a smidge Pinciotti. A little shout to that 70s show.
All right.
You got Flib Tyler, John Travolta. If you got a bolt.
Oh, my
John
God.
Travolta.
I love John Travolta.
That is great. I love it.
Pack out. You need a pack out. It's a Manny Pacquiao. The list goes on.
It makes it fun. Yeah.
And do they come up, just off the cuff a lot of times?
Oh, all the time. All the time.
I love it. All right. Thanks, Dan. Appreciate it, man.
You guys rock. Have a great day.
You too, man.
There's a lot of code for hot women walking into certain places.
Apparently.
All right. So here's one for this person works at Primo's Hoagies. It says, we used to say, can you check the chicken? when a good-looking woman would walk in.
I wonder how many times people actually checked the chicken before they realized what was going on. There's no chicken.
Let's see. I will go to, let's go to Rob next. Hey, Rob, good morning.
Good morning, bitches.
Good morning, bitch. What's up, man?
Hey, so I do tree work. Just Rob from Bucks County, do tree work, and if climbing the tree, if you need to get out on the limb, so you got to walk away from the trunk. So you're tied in. You got to walk all the way out on the limb to prune something, but somebody's too scared to walk out on the limb or inexperienced. They stay really close to the trunk, and we call them a crotch cricket.
A crotch cricket.
So
Yeah,
explain.
crotch cricket. Because the union of the branch that comes off of the tree is called a crotch or a union, so we call it a crotch a lot of times.
Okay.
So if you're too scared, your knees are shaking, I don't have experience, I can't walk out the limb. Like, get out on the limb, you crotch cricket.
I'd laugh so much. I think I would go out just because it was so pleasant. Yeah,
that's great.
Crotch cricket.
Awesome,
I love it. Thanks, Rob. Come on, you crotch cricket, move it. All right, we need to go to Sharon because here's when a hot guy comes in. We have something at a restaurant. Hi, Sharon. Good morning.
Hi.
Hi, Sharon. Okay, what type of work do you do?
Well, this is when I was working at a deli, and me and my friends, when a hot guy would walk in, we would say, "That's a Bob."
That's a Bob.
And then one guy would come in all the time, and my girlfriend would say, "That's a Bob," and I would be like, "No, no way." Well, she ended up marrying him.
Wow.
And she always said, "I never had to worry about you, like you're my husband, because you didn't like him from the beginning."
That's fun. Yeah,
That's a Bob.
and it's it's fun having that second language. I'm sure you share a language with your wife, Preston, correct?
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm trying
It's
to
the same thing.
And I can't think of any terminology right now, but we definitely have some things that we will say that are, some sort of code speak.
We back in my Pasta Monkey days.
Before we get into anything, when I went into the city this weekend to go to a stage show. Shell and I, and we took our youngest and friend, and we went to see this great musical called Six. And we went to the Academy of Music, and it was a blast. It was a great time. But getting into the city on Saturday night, the show was at doors open at 7. So it took an hour and a half.
Oh my God!
From Harleysville, an hour and a half to get there. On the way home, 45 minutes.
Doesn't make you feel great. But listen, if you're going to get the short travel time, the return time.
I agree, 100%.
Yeah.
Now, so we're heading, westbound on Schuylkill Expressway.
Right. Yeah.
Eastbound, and I don't know where it started. Maybe it was past Belmont, but it was full-on shutdown. The entire highway completely shut down.
You won.
We saw a bunch of emergency vehicles. I don't know exactly what happened, but for miles behind that. Miles, just absolute dead stop, not moving anywhere traffic. And I felt horrible for those people because it was already like 10:30 or something like that. And it was stacking up and showed no signs. There were still more emergency vehicles that were cutting through traffic to get there. And I'm like, oh man, I've been there before.
It's
That's
nightmarish. I actually had a weird, and not to go off on this, and we might talk about something tangential to this later on, but going to the Mutt Strut on Saturday, I'm going, 676. So I'm heading in that route. A solid line of like white transport vehicles come screaming, but like led by a police caravan.
Yeah.
And then a couple of buses.
Oh, it's probably the Dodgers.
Could it have been?
Yeah, I mean, usually when you have that, they get like some sort of a police escort. At what point was this on?
So, case it would have been. Yeah, it would have been around 10:30 in the morning.
That's a little early for the Dodgers.
10 o'clock in the morning.
Because the game didn't start until 6:30.
Yeah,
right.
And also, they wouldn't be coming through on Vine Street Expressway.
Well, I mean, unless they were staying at, like, let's say the Four Seasons.
Oh, I was thinking maybe they just got in town. They were heading right over. Okay, yeah. No, that's
but
true.
I'd never seen one exactly like that. Usually you can kind of pick up what's going on,
Right.
But I'm like, what in the F?
Yeah.
A lot of weird stuff. I told you when we were going to do the Mike Jerrick's show, the late night show, I got on 676 again. They were transporting a steel girder.
Oh, yeah.
Like, this mother effing thing was enormous.
Yeah.
I mean, you're seeing a lot of weird stuff on the roads these days with all the construction.
Yep, most definitely. But it was, hour and a half to get in the city. It just blows me away.
But
hour and a half.
Did you were you in buffer mode? Were you said, okay, we know it's going to take a long time?
Oh, yeah. So I before we even left, I plugged in Waze.
Right.
I knew what I was getting into. It
it.
wasn't like there's a mystery where all of a sudden there's like traffic and I don't know what's going on. Now, at least with these apps, you know what you're dealing with, and that makes it a little bit easier. And I just watch the time tick away, and I know that we're getting a little bit closer. And you know.
Here's something that I struggle with, Preston, and it's like a mindfulness thing, but especially when there's an accident involved or I see emergency vehicles or whatever, I try to, not always successfully, but I try to think, all right, well, at least I'm not the person that was in the accident, or I'm not being transported away in that emergency vehicle. It doesn't make the sitting in the traffic process a little bit easier. And there was bad traffic getting to the Phil's game on Saturday, and I struggle. Like Saturday, for whatever reason, I was fine, but I've sat in that traffic on the Blue Route before and on 95 or whatever, and it just drives me nuts.
You know, traffic's bad when you see the ambulance passing by you and you go, lucky.
Yeah. I tried. I know what you're saying. Think about it. It could be way worse. This is not that big of a deal. It works for about 5 minutes.
Yes. Yeah. The breathing thing.
Yeah. Speaking of that, I noticed something.
Oh, you did?
I did. And
there's a lot of noticing that can take place in the world. You don't have time for it all. That's why we have the Noticer.
My head's on a swivel.
Always on a swivel.
Yep, I'm noticing like nobody notices before.
Across an empty field.
So
down a lonely alleyway.
Okay.
All right.
So there was an article that leads directly to this, Nick, that I found was quite interesting, and it has to do with meditation techniques.
Yes.
And the idea that meditating takes a quiet room, and you need to be by yourself, and you need to have enough time, and all of that.
Very contemplative.
Yes. And however, there are different meditation techniques, and some of them can be done in a short amount of time. You can get like these mini meditation breaks if you want to.
Like microdosing.
And so being in the car and traffic would be a good spot for something like this.
So close your eyes.
Yeah. Well,
No.
Although in the backup I saw, you could sit back for a half hour and go to sleep if you wanted
Hop in
to.
the back seat.
Yep. So they actually recommend, per this article that I read, meditating before or at work. It might help you maintain focus and reduce some stress. But you're like, how am I ever going to do that? I need to be by myself. I need to be in an environment where nobody is. But there are some techniques that you can use to do it in smaller doses.
High stress job that we have. We're always like dancing on the head of a pin
with other people around. Yeah.
I've meditated in the past, and when you do yoga, you'll meditate, and they tell you like when you hear outside noises that essentially like invite that into your meditation, and notice that and stuff like that. I was in this group exercise on Wednesday night, and the beginning of this exercise is a minute of mindful meditation, and everybody in this group knows that it's mindful meditation. Somebody decided that we needed to pass around the Jolly Ranchers at this point. And I was like, it's 1 minute. Your freaking Jolly Ranchers can wait 1 minute. Because it was like, and then so somebody grabbed, and then somebody else was like, oh, I'll take those things. I'm like, no, it's 1 minute. We're going to be here for an hour.
Yeah.
So you got centered.
I'm not centered now. In the moment, Nick, I had invited that sound into my meditation, and I was
Come
fine.
into my brain, Jolly Ranchers.
But now, a half a week later, I'm like, you freaking clowns.
You a-holes.
No, I'm not that bad. But like, you clowns. Like, it's 1 minute. They even say, we're going to take 1 minute of mindful meditation.
Right. Okay. Enjoy the Jolly Ranchers.
On a side note, what's your favorite flavor of Jolly Rancher?
Oh, man. You know what's funny?
Yeah.
Clowns. Clowns are funny.
Yeah, they're hilarious.
No, I maybe green apple.
That's my favorite.
Yeah.
Is there watermelon?
There is.
That's mine.
Yep. Nick?
Cherry.
Marissa, you have a favorite flavor?
Blue.
Blue. Blue is not a flavor.
Blueberry?
When people say blue,
I think
that's like Gatorade.
I know.
Well, that's my favorite color, Gatorade, too. I think it's blue raspberry.
Okay, blue raspberry. All right. Thank you. Well, meditate on that. Focus on that. Right. You need to have
Jolly Ranchers.
You need to have a mantra. So if you feel pressed for time, try fitting meditation sessions into breaks. You can set a timer and focus on breathing while sitting at a desk and or in a restroom, inside a vehicle or outside. Now, here are some easy mini meditations to try out on the job.
All right, on the job.
A pre-work pause. Commuters can consider getting to work just a little bit early and taking a pause in their cars or at a quiet location to decompress from getting out of the door and to your destination. This is according to Catherine Ramadi, who is a meditation teacher and author of Befriend Yourself.
I don't want to go in. I don't want to go in.
If you only have a quick
I want to go home.
minute or two, that's still enough time to try the instructions for a quick reset. Close your eyes. Take a long, slow, deep breath in to fill your tummy and lungs with air. She says.
Jolly Rancher's really good.
Hold in your breath for a second and then slowly breathe out like you're blowing out a candle. You'll immediately feel a shift and you'll feel like a human again, she says. The deep breath
it does work.
Do something.
It regulates your body. I mean, that process.
You get more oxygen.
Yeah,
you get a hit of oxygen. And I have found taking slow deep breaths can make a big difference.
Also,
So-
you're focusing on that during that time.
Yeah.
You're not, in essence, not only are you getting some more oxygen in your body and into your lungs, but you are paying attention to you doing that. And normally, when you're breathing, you're just not paying attention to that process at all.
Right.
So it forces you to shift your mind.
While repeating that process, consider setting a positive intention or goal for the day. Instead of focusing on a to-do list.
I'm going to kill the guy who handed out the Jolly Ranchers.
You know, the problem with Jolly Ranchers is, though, sometimes they get sharp and they cut your tongue.
Yeah, that can happen.
Yeah.
Did you know that Jolly Ranchers are made by Hershey?
Yes, I did know
Yes.
that.
I didn't know that.
Because you can find them in the Hershey
In the store?
Store, yeah.
And also at the park, they're part of the system that will allow you on certain rides depending on your height. So
You must be taller than a Jolly
and I
Rancher.
think Jolly Rancher is the tallest. I think,
no kidding.
I think so. Yeah, yeah. When you walk in the park, they've got all the measuring sticks.
I never noticed.
And they're related to Hershey products. And then when you go stand, well, it's because you're tall enough to ride all the rides.
Yeah, I guess
you
so.
don't need to know about that.
Look at me. I'm dismissing an entire part of the population.
There are 4 different red flavors of Jolly Ranchers. There's cherry, watermelon, pomegranate, and strawberry.
I do like pomegranate.
I do too.
Yeah.
So anyway, back to meditation. So some intention examples. So you want to think about
Snatch the Jolly Rancher from my hand.
instead of focusing on a to-do list, think about how you want to behave towards others. Some intention examples might be, today I'm going to be productive, but I'm also going to be a good listener. Or I want to have a positive attitude. So that's like something you can repeat.
I know it
Mantra.
seems stupid to some people, but it actually can work if you do talk to yourself. It's like I talk about the watcher, the person who's me that's kind of watching me. And it seems like, it's just hokum and nonsense. But if you try it, take it out for a spin, you might get a good result.
Sometimes it doesn't work, though.
Sometimes it doesn't.
Sometimes you just aren't in the right frame of mind to
And
do
that's
it.
fine.
And you
But
need
you
to
take a swing
understand
at
that.
it, right? Yeah.
All right, you can also picture your bliss. Visualization is another technique that experienced meditators use. Picture yourself succeeding at the challenges you'll encounter that day. If there's an upcoming deadline, envision yourself finishing the task 10 minutes early. Jump for joy, it says.
In the car?
I guess so.
You'll hit your head on the roof.
Get specific like a movie director and imagine the colors in the room or the feeling of wind on your face, Ramadi says. Throughout the day, you can bring up that image.
I'm very successful! Oh, my God!
You can bring up that image anytime you need it to refocus.
I don't think in terms of, I think in terms of what I'm going to do. Creative visualization is a big part of how I go through life.
Yeah.
I see the end result.
Okay.
And I just assume I paid someone else to do it.
All right. That's good.
You do it.
Yeah. And so here's another thing, technique. So you can also use visualization to reframe your perspective on colleagues or clients. A technique recommended is putting into practice before meetings. It may seem a little quirky. Envision a white light over the meeting room's doorway that showers the people entering with brightness. Ramadi says it may help you imagine them under a better light. And you can even put some sort of pink bubble around people if you want to. She came down in a crown and a bubble.
Grow up, Doug.
Do your research. Educate yourself. That's what it is.
Get educated, bro.
Get educated, bro.
I was talking with a friend recently who has a client. It's not here at the radio station. And this friend was just talking about how important the client is to the business and how much they cannot stand dealing with a client. And it's just it's a good spender. And I felt so bad for this person because I have to deal with them at least on a weekly basis, sometimes on a daily basis. And you're beholden to that client sometimes because they spend a decent amount of money. It was a real struggle.
If you've got, if there's somebody regularly that you have to encounter that is, negative or a pain in the ass or something you just don't like, but there's no getting around it. You've got to do it. I would imagine stuff like this
could help.
Yes, to some extent, to cushion it at least a little bit.
Yeah.
Leading into that encounter, have a little discussion with yourself, do the deep breathing. And maybe, even though it's not going to fix the problem, it might soften it a little bit.
Well, because you can only handle how you respond. You can't handle how they're going to behave. So, that's your control over the situation is what you can do.
All right, here's another meditation at work, little mini meditation you can do. And it says a body scan. And I don't get this one, okay? So this is mindful meditation. I tried this. It didn't work for me, but that doesn't mean that it doesn't work for everybody.
Right.
So it involves breathing deeply and mentally scanning your body for sensations, a technique that was popularized in the U.S. by mindfulness practitioner John Kabat-Zinn. Depending on your location and your comfort level, you can keep your eyes open or closed, initiate through the nose and, inhale through the nose and out through the mouth. Start with your feet and work your way up, noticing any areas with pain, tightness, tingling, warmth, or other sensations. Think about relaxing the muscles on any of those spots where there's tension. I
do this in yoga too. I think it's easier. Yeah, it's easier when your yoga instructor is kind of instructing you to, so you're just following along with what they're saying.
Dr. Rosenpenis did a meditation for me that I use. Casey, it's about 20 minutes. You spend 25 minutes. And the beginning process is that him telling you as you move up your body what you're relaxing does help.
I guess it's a way, like Nick was saying, just to get you focused.
Yeah.
What is this?
Oh, it's the phones. Hey, that's me.
How did this happen?
Your phones are up right now.
Okay.
Oh, there we go.
That was really weird.
Yeah, they're working on things remotely. Our engineers are.
Did your microphone was connected through to the phones?
I think all of our microphones were.
Hang on, let me turn that on again. Hello? Hello?
It doesn't sound like you, though.
Hi. Hey, dip. Okay. And then it stopped. Okay, I don't know what that
Ask yourself a question. See if you can win a prize.
Hi. No, stop doing it.
Son of a bitch. Keep doing it. Yeah. Okay, keep doing it.
Why?
Stop. Okay, keep doing it. Yeah. Oh my God.
Sorry, I was meditating.
Yes. Mindful meditation.
All right, here's another thing. It's called finger and thumb.
That was that.
That was that technique right there.
Both the
Two fingers and a thumb.
One knuckle deep.
I've done this one.
Finger bang?
That too.
I think
Finger banging.
So this one, Nick, you know
Finger
this?
and thumb. Yeah, and you go down the length of your hand with each finger touching both thumbs on both hands.
Okay.
And it's also just another mindful thing. And the way that I do it, Casey, I've done it in yoga, but I've done it outside of yoga as well. Is like I put my hands out on either side of me, and I will close my eyes to do it. And it's just a really silly little practice, but it also gets you out of your head.
It's very Middle Eastern in its. I like it. You're talking about techniques that have been around for thousands of years.
Yeah. So this is the thing. Yeah, it says you breathe deeply and join your pointer finger to your thumb and form a circle.
Finger banging.
You can do this if you feel your stress level rising, and you say to yourself, whenever I put my finger and thumb together, I will be able to be peaceful and open-minded.
Whenever I put
it's like a trigger. So
right.
You have to remind yourself of that.
You know, so there's a technique that I taught myself that I feel like works. It is don't let your teeth touch. All right, so I think, go ahead, giggle all you want.
I can't wait to hear this.
Well,
Don't let your teeth touch.
Meaning, when your teeth are touching, you can tend to clinch, which then kind of tightens things up. So if you mindfully keep your not your mouth open necessarily, but your teeth not touching.
Can you keep your teeth from touching by putting your fingers in your mouth?
I wouldn't do that.
Okay.
I would not do that.
I see what you're saying. So if you find yourself getting tense, remind yourself not to clench your jaw. Yeah.
Think about it. When you're getting wound up, you feel it a lot immediately in your jaw.
Totally.
Yep. You get that arch sort of thing going on.
So it says here, if you're in a meeting and you start to feel resentful or left out,
hate you.
You can do the finger and
Here's
thumb
my fingers
under the table, and no one will know.
Did you feel that?
And it says here that some people notice they become, if they're becoming judgmental or short-tempered, you just do this, take a deep breath, and that can help out.
I think I'm becoming overly judgmental of you, Roy. Would you mind if I put my finger in your butt? Ooh, finger banging.
Well, sure.
If you think it'll help the meeting.
All right, how about this one? And this is a classic one, Steve. And these are meditation techniques that you can do. This one you may want to do when nobody's around. It says here, truck drivers can do this in traffic. You inhale. It's the inhaling and humming out technique. You inhale, and then when you're breathing out, you hum with your lips closed.
So that's very
TM,
right?
So it's going to
Oklahoma where the wind comes.
It's going to immediately take down stress levels in the body and even in the mind. When you inhale and focus on humming, then your brain is focused on that, not the what ifs or the worries that like to take over our mind when we feel stressed. These are diversion techniques.
They really are, but they are many of them are tried and true. I've always been fascinated with the concept of transcendental meditation. I've attempted it a few times. I get distracted too easily, and I find it hard to get into that place. And I don't know if I would know if I was successfully doing it.
I've never even looked into transcendental meditation. I've only done the mindful meditation, but transcendent. What are we transcending from? I mean, are you supposed to detach?
It's supposed to be transcendent, yeah. So you're supposed to detach and enter. Basically, you morph into a primitive man. You become a crow. Yeah,
okay.
It's altered states, Preston.
Okay, all right. I'll look into it someday. Here's another one. Two more quick ones, and we'll move on to something else. Casey, this ties into you. Shoulder and jaw release. It may help relax the body of people who are stuck in a spot. You're a train passenger, a driver, you're in traffic, whatever. To start, inhale through the nose, exhale through the mouth. Repeat that, and then on the third exhale, roll your shoulders back. Inhale a fourth time, and then on the next exhale, relax your tongue and jaw.
Roll.
Finally, inhale again. Bring your attention to your hands and just let them hang heavy. So that's, and then you breathe in and out a sixth time, and then you're done. So you're good.
Calm.
And then finally, mantras and affirmations.
Yes.
And so this is when you say something, a positive statement or slogan that you repeat to yourself. You can write them down. You can say them in your head out loud while breathing deeply before a meeting or at any point throughout the day. Some phrases you might say are, I am calm. I am confident. And then you take a deep breath in between.
I am woman.
I am ready for success.
I am Groot.
I speak my truth. I am Groot. I am patient. I am here for the highest good of all.
Will I am.
Yeah, so these are things that you can try out.
I think that they all, listen, you could take something from, you could do, if it works for you, no sad, bro. No sad. You could. And if you repeat it and it puts a context and a point of reference to something that makes you feel better and more relaxed, use it.
The bottom line is these are things you could do in a handful of minutes as opposed to half hour, whatever, doing a full session.
A few people were texting in, Preston. What was the source on that article again?
This was a very good question, Nick.
Beaver Magazine.
I don't know who wrote this article, but I will give you a couple of names that they cited.
All right.
A woman named Michelle Beyer, who owns a gym called Alana Life and Fitness.
How do you spell Beyer?
Beyer. Okay. And then, hang on a second here. Who Who was the other gal we were talking about? I don't remember.
I Googled her, and so I found it on abcnews.com. So I'll share the article, and if people want to access this, email me, and I'll send it to you.
So people are interested. Good.
Yeah, that's good. Listen, we're all looking for ways to cut stress.
Yes.
And that doesn't involve the use of Jolly Ranchers.
All right, I did note that wasn't the only thing I noticed.
That wasn't all the noticer noticed.
No, here's a short one that I noticed. A beloved TV doctor by the name of Dr. Amir Khan has issued a Halloween PSA that's got people rethinking their porch decor. He warns that the stretchy fake spider webs that we love to drape on bushes and trees can actually trap and kill birds, bugs, and small animals. And he urges fans to ditch the webs in favor of safer, wildlife-friendly touches like pumpkins and autumn wreaths.
We got rid of it years ago when we came out on our front porch and found a dead elk.
Shut up.
Oh, man.
Entwined. And no, I've never used that stuff.
I did for a little bit.
Yeah, yeah.
It's tough to make it look good, I think.
Yeah.
I'm talking about the stuff that comes bunched up and then you have to like rip it apart.
It's a pain in the ass.
And cleaning it up is a bitch. But I thought initially when I first read this article that it was the large spider web that people do with like string and ropes.
Right.
And I thought maybe like kids were getting caught up in that or something, but no.
I could see maybe like a very small bird maybe getting caught in the stuff you're mentioning, but it's really not sturdy stuff.
No, but also bugs might get caught up in it, but if you're a bug fan.
Fly away, ladybug.
You don't want that to happen.
Thank you. I was afraid I was going to die.
Several people responded on the internet, flooding his post with thanks and eco-friendly ideas. But unfortunately, he doesn't have any real substitutions for that. But maybe you could do real spider webs.
Come into my house.
I don't really know. All right, so I wanted to pass that along real quick. That was one thing that I noticed. Let's see. There was another. Yes.
The noticer noticed something else.
This one is a new study that reveals that Florida and Nevada are the top states whose residents are most likely to marry for money.
Florida? One more time?
Florida and Nevada.
Wow.
The Sunshine and Silver States both earned a gold digger score of 8.24 out of 10. And Texas trailed close behind, followed by California and New York.
Okay.
This is a divorce coaching app called Split Up. They looked at factors such as concentration of millionaire and billionaires, population, average annual income, hourly wage, and cost of living in each state in compiling the data.
Yeah.
Dating app behaviors and online searches for phrases such as sugar daddy, sugar mommy, sugar baby, and marry rich were also tallied.
Well, to do that, you have to be where the money is so that the locations make sense. Yeah. Remember what do they call the sugar daddy? There was that whole, they uncovered that it was kind of a formal network of, it was a company or at least an informal company that would place college co-eds
with sugar daddies. Yeah.
And sort of would oversee the process.
Yeah. I think our phones might be working now. Marissa just came in. It looks like things have cleared up, so we may be able to take phone calls if you want to jump in and
That was always a wild thing, you know?
What's that?
That whole process.
Yeah, sugar daddies.
And they had sort of, like there was quote unquote no sex. It was really to be seen, to go out, to socialize. And that was the thing.
Yeah.
I wonder how long that stayed intact that way. I think probably OnlyFans has killed a lot of that.
Do you ever know anyone who married rich just for the money?
I mean, not just for the money, but the money definitely helped. I mean, like when you have that level of comfort, you can look the other way on a lot of other things.
I mean, a buddy of mine's son stumbled into a really rich girl, came from a really rich family, and like didn't go looking for that. It just happened, and it's like, dude is on top of the world, man.
So was it? And it was the real thing,
man.
real love.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
They're way in love, but he doesn't work anymore.
Oh wow,
he doesn't have to work anymore.
Wow,
she works, and he's just kind of figuring out what he wants to do.
That's why I don't know.
Pretty awesome.
Yeah. It's yeah.
I mean, we're talking hundreds of millions.
Hundreds of millions of dollars.
I want some.
I know, right?
Look at Anna Nicole Smith and
well, that's full on gold
digging. Yeah,
that is that's clearly going after that.
I think though, Nick, you're probably right. That may not be the main impetus, but it helps you ignore a lot.
Yeah, I mean, I have a friend, and like it was clear that was important to her in life, and I'm not saying this in a judgy way. Like she just didn't want to ever have to deal with being poor or having to work really, really hard all the time. And she came from some money, and she married a guy that had a lot more money and had the potential for even more money. And I was just like, all right, well, I know what her priorities are, and she's lived a comfortable life ever since.
Yeah, happy.
Many days.
Okay.
You know what? I found, Preston, there ain't no way to hide them lion eyes.
Yeah.
So the bottom 5 states, which are least likely to be populated with gold diggers, are Maine, Wyoming, Montana, Nebraska, and Vermont. Emily Loves, a dating and relationship expert who co-founded M Loves, said it wasn't surprising that states like California, which has the most billionaires in the U.S., followed by New York, Texas, and Florida, top the list. She said they combine high concentrations of wealth with lifestyle-driven dating cultures, so the pursuit of love and luxury often goes hand in hand, she said.
This is an interesting text, Preston, along these lines. I've not heard of this before.
It says, knew a girl we called a bronze digger because she used working-class guys to buy her beer and pay her rent.
Yeah, I've never heard of a bronze digger before.
No, never heard of that term, a bronze digger.
Okay.
Or somebody who is friendly or friends with a person who is handy that will do things around the house for you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. But
are we talking about for sex?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, maybe.
Because then they're just attributes that you're drawn to in someone.
I mean, it isn't all just a bartering system anyway.
There you go. It's all just bartering.
What do you think the going rate is for male prostitutes these days? For female?
For females to hire a male prostitute?
Does that happen?
Right?
Yeah. I mean, you don't think about it. Midnight Cowboys about that. And who was that? Who was the character that Dan Aykroyd used to play the male prostitute?
Fred Jarman. Yeah. Fred Jarman, male prostitute. Yeah.
I don't know. I wonder if it's competitive with the other side of the coin.
So anyhow, those are the states where you're going to find the most gold diggers according to this particular study. But that's not all that crazy surprising.
Gold digger is a term that would apply. We routinely think women, but it applies equally as to men.
Absolutely. Yeah, especially going after just a gigolo.
Yeah, the wealthy, socialite or the absolutely, yeah.
Yep. So it definitely, you see that. I would imagine you see that quite a bit.
Yeah.
So, All right. Well, anyhow, I thought it was kind of interesting and worth passing along to you. That's why I noticed it.
Right. You noticed that?
Yeah.
Did you notice where Philly fell in that list, or was Philadelphia not even on the list?
They didn't have. No, it was a state by state list.
State by state.
It didn't have Pennsylvania.
I hear you.
At least I didn't find it. So, all right. Anyhow, I think that's enough. We need to take a break. We got some stuff coming up. We have some guests joining us. Gritty is going to be in our studio this morning, and we are also. Oh wait, hang on. We need to test our phones. Marissa wants me to test the phone line, see if this works at all. So let me go. Marissa, am I talking to you?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, phones work. Yay!
It works! Yay! Excellent. We are good to go. Thank you, Marissa. Let's take a quick break. Come back in a second, and we will get to the bizarre file when we return. Stay with us.
My kids are listening, whatever. I don't smoke pot anymore. We would...
just to be clear.
But when we were like on the phone, we'd be like, "Yo, is Bob coming over?" And Bob was the... hey, you hanging out with Bob tonight? Are you bringing Bob with you?
Oh.
Yeah.
So, but pot you probably shouldn't smoke, right?
Yeah.
The more you know. The more you know.
See, I stepped in with that PSA.
But dude, I did have a friend who was like totally not even discreet about it. He'd be like, because you would just try and use it and hey, is Bob coming over? Hey, bring Bob with you. Like, hey. But he'd be like, hey, is Bob going to be
you're
there?
making it sound suspicious anyway.
And when I say Bob, I mean pot.
Yeah.
If you're young, best to stay away from that stuff.
I was an adult.
All right, here's text says, at summer camp, we'd call hot sisters or moms Stanley, and hot brothers or dads were Stacy's.
Wow, that's complex.
Yeah, it says, yo, did you see that Stanley at archery as an example? So I think wouldn't it be the other way around? The hot
Yeah, maybe they meant
moms and sisters would be Stacy.
Maybe being sneaky.
Or maybe they were being sneaky. Yeah.
Do you know what's funny? And it hasn't aged well, Preston. In the movie Clueless, they refer to hot guys as a Baldwin.
A Baldwin.
And right now, that would not really hold up.
Here's another one that says, we work with cars. There's a viral TikTok of workers making monkey noises when management is coming.
That's not discreet.
We work with cars. Explorers are exploders. Toyotas are Toy Yoda. Well, it's the same. Tacomas are tacos, and Ford Escapes are escapee. Dory from Finding Nemo. Okay, so they use little phrases for different products. I'm going to go to Matt. We're talking about at work jargon. Matt, good morning.
9 times.
9 times.
Yes.
9 times?
9
wow.
times.
9 times.
9 times.
Matt, what's up, man?
All right, so I'm a union electrician, right? And when we're on a job, if we got a foreman that'll spend like every second of every work day just staring at you while we work, we call him a bird dog.
A bird dog.
Yeah.
That's great.
Yep. And would a bird dog know what that means, or is that just your group of guys' language?
Oh, no, they know what it means.
They know what it means. All right,
They
gotcha.
absolutely know.
It's a standard industry term. All right, thanks, Matt.
Matter of fact, a lot of us have stickers on our hard hats that have like a pointer hound with the circle and the line through it.
With a line.
No bird
through it.
dogs.
All right. Thanks, Matt. Appreciate it. Let me go over to I don't know who this is. Hi, you're on the air. I have no name for you. You work in a restaurant? Good morning.
Good morning.
Yes, that's you. Hi, what is your...
I'm sorry, I said Amanda, but it's fine.
There we go.
Yeah, so I used to work in a restaurant, as most young kids did before my big girl job, and we used to track mullets that walked in.
Okay, and how would you indicate that?
So if you make like an L with your hand, an upside down L was a man mullet, because it's got your fingers pointing down like the back of the mullet.
Right.
But a regular L was a lady mullet.
Okay.
And so we would put it up on our chest and say 23. And you'd walk by and be like, oh, that's a good, so whenever we saw a mullet, it was like.
So to explain what you're talking about, if you were to do like a hand pistol and point the barrel to the ground, that would be a man mullet.
That's a man mullet.
Okay.
I love it. And then the number was
almost like a loser symbol.
Right.
Gotcha.
And so you would do that and then give a number, and would that coincide with a table?
With the table.
There you go. I love that. I love that. Thank you, Amanda.
And frankly, I'm always happy not knowing, obviously this is being carried on away from your knowledge, and that's probably best.
Okay, let me go to Michelle. Hi, Michelle. Good morning. Gadzooks, Michelle.
I worked overnight at a CVS, and my supervisor and I, we would, I'd be in the front and he'd be in the back, and I would announce a code Q when a hot guy came in, and we would have a game. He would have to go around the store and find who I was talking about. Find the code Q.
Oh, that's great. And
Especially in overnight.
So you would do that on the intercom in the store?
Yeah.
That's great.
My supervisor was, gay, and he was always looking for people, and I would just announce, code Q. That was for cutie, and he would have to walk around and find who I was talking about.
Love it.
That's excellent.
I love it.
That's great. All right, thank you, Michelle. All right, Casey, which line?
2, David.
All right, let me go to him. Hi, David, good morning.
Good morning, folks.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
I'm a juvenile probation officer, and I work in the house arrest with the devices on the ankles.
Okay.
And we get a lot of recidivists. That's the terminology. But usually they like you, and they're being very friendly because they like that somebody's treating them with respect and talking to them and paying attention.
Right.
Or they really hate you and they're angry at you. So we'll call them your boyfriend or your girlfriend or your son or your daughter. Like if it's a female probation officer going out there, oh, your boyfriend's here. Repeat offender.
That's
they keep coming back.
Okay.
That's the standard. Yeah,
So
I've
boyfriend
actually
or
heard that. Yeah.
girlfriend. would be a term for a repeat offender. I gotcha. Makes sense. Nice. All right. Thanks, David. Appreciate it. Let's go to Kenny. Hey, Kenny. Good morning. That's what we do when an attractive person comes into the office.
We're really discreet.
Yeah, very discreet about it. What's up, Kenny?
How's everybody? Yeah,
Good.
I used to work at a big logistics plant, warehouse type of deal. It was a 100,000 square foot building.
Wow.
And a lot of guys working, packing boxes. And the bosses were tough. They wanted to make sure you're working 1,000,000 miles a minute. And they would walk around at each department. And we had a code. It was 10, like the number 10 when they were coming.
All right.
And we were getting close because the head manager was a tall, slender guy. And the owner was a short, fat guy. So next to each other, they looked like the number 10. So that was our code.
That's excellent.
That's excellent, yes.
Oh, my God.
It's like hot dog and hamburger, right?
Totally. And you call it out, and they would know they'd be on the way. Nice. All right. How about military jargon? We're going to go to Jeremy. Hey, Jeremy, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Gadzooks.
Gadzooks, buddy.
I'm listener, first-time caller.
Excellent. Appreciate it, man. All right. You were military, Jeremy?
Yeah, so I was in the military for 6 years, and whenever we did guard duty, we would, somebody who just didn't have any of their stuff together, we'd be like, oh, that's an ID-10 Tango right there.
ID-10 Tango, and what does that mean?
So that's idiots in the phonetical alphabet.
Yeah, because when you write it out.
Yeah, ID-10 Tango.
Yeah, I got it.
I think I might use that one.
That's great. Sounds so official.
Yeah.
ID-10 Tango. Nice. All right. Thanks,
That's
Jeremy.
great.
Appreciate it, man. Let's go over here to Justin. Hi, Justin. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, Gadzooks.
Gadzooks, buddy. All right. So we're talking about at work speak jargon, and what would you guys use, and what did you do?
Well, basically, whenever any good-looking girl or whatever came in, we'd say, so-and-so, whatever the name is that was working next to me.
Yep.
We'd say line 6.
Line 6.
Line 6.
We didn't have a line 6 on the phone or anything, so we kind of knew, you know what I mean?
Yep.
Yeah, so and where was this you were working, Justin?
I'm
What
an
type
auto
of work?
technician. Auto technician.
Auto technician?
Auto
Okay,
technician.
all right, I got you.
So,
Yep.
So line 6, and that was the phrase, and everybody knew it.
Yes, sir.
That seems to generate, obviously, identifying attractive people is definitely a large part of code speak.
Yep. We'll go over to Don next. Hey, Don, good morning.
Good morning.
What's up, buddy?
Hey, so I used to work at Victoria's Secret, and around the holiday time, we would have a lot of people trying to steal stuff. So the code word, if someone was trying to steal something, was, I think we got a Susie.
A Susie.
A Susie. Now, what was that based on? Just a random selection of a name, or does it have any meaning beyond that?
Just a Susie is just like someone that's probably going to steal something. Like around the holiday time, it's really big. Like a lot of people steal the perfumes and bras. I don't know.
You're right. So in malls, if you ever had a mall job or a store job, where there's a lot of inventory, a lot of people coming in and out, there are a lot of code words for people they believe are shoplifting. So yeah, that makes sense.
Yep, I like Susie. Thank you very much. Let me get one more. This is Dave. This should be interesting. Hey, Dave.
I want to take his out back and punch his. All he is. Right now, I'll take his physically.
That's very well done.
Get away from me.
So, I used to work at a theme park, Sesame Place in the area.
All right.
And I was in the parks department where we would clean up all the spills, and bathroom accidents. Well, any incident that had a correlation to one of the characters, we use that color. So if there was a blood incident, you have a code Elmo.
Oh, my God.
If there was a pee incident, it'd be a code Big Bird. And the greatest one that I still use to this day is if there was a brown incident, it would be called a code Snuffy.
Snuffy.
Snuffleupagus.
Was this like all the employees knew this, or this was just you and the guys you worked with?
This was the actual codes that would go over the radio.
Oh, my God, that's really funny.
My Aunt Chris, who works at a hospital in the area, actually found them so hilarious that she took the codes into her hospital, and her staff now use those throughout the hospital.
So P Big
Chris, I love you very much.
P is Big Bird, blood is Elmo, and Snuffleupagus is poop crap. Yeah.
Yeah. I love
And
that,
if there was
Dave.
a throw up would be Oscar.
Oscar, I knew it. Yep. Well done. Excellent.
Oh,
All
it's
right,
so
thanks,
magical
Dave.
here. They keep making announcements.
By myself, I'll take you physically.
I got to go to this one. Okay, so I don't know what Ben did, where he worked, but this is interesting. Hey, Ben, good morning. Hi, Ben, you're on the air, bud. Is your name Ben?
I'm Tim.
Ken. It's Ken.
Oh.
Tim.
Or Tim?
Tim.
All right, Tim. All right, so what kind of work did you do, Tim?
So I have a construction company, and it's a small company. It's me and two guys, and we're working on this house on a park. And there's tons of women walking by. So if a woman walked by and had big breasts, we're always playing the radio. So we'll put on, play the John Mellencamp song.
Okay. Melons.
And then if a woman with a large butt will yell out, Wayne Gretzky, because he's number 99. 99 can look like a nice butt with two legs.
See, it's
Wayne.
It's thought out there.
Yep.
Mellencamp and Wayne Gretzky. It makes sense.
All right, thanks, Tim. I appreciate it. All right, so if you're in an establishment and you're a customer and you hear something that doesn't make any sense at all to you,
right?
They might be talking about you for all you know. You
It's
never
possible.
know. There's a secret language. All right, thank you for sharing, gang. We appreciate that. All the calls, all the texts, but we got to take a break. We'll come back in a second. We have Bizarre File stories, and after that, we have Impact Wrestlers stopping in. We have Ali Sheedy on the show as well. Hang in there. Be back shortly.
Preston and Steve.
Rochelle, my wife, watches shows that I don't watch. She watches like 90 Day Fiance and Love is Blind and things like this. So she started watching this show over the weekend on Netflix, and it's called The Circle. And apparently it's been out. It's had several seasons. It's the third season. And in the first season, there's a couple people. There's a dude from Conchi.
Oh, yeah.
That's on the show.
Really?
Yeah. A guy from Conchi and his mom. And
yes.
I ran into his mom a couple of times. I believe she's a realtor in...
she's a character.
In Conshohocken. Yes, and she was also a character when I saw her in person. But she listens to the show, and she was like... Yes.
And there's a gal from Delco on it.
What's the premise of the show?
She went to Cabrini. Okay, so it's... They put these people in this... I don't know, apartments or whatever. They give them a place to stay. Everybody's sequestered. They're on their own. You have no outside sources. You don't have a phone or anything like that, okay? And you communicate via text only. There's like a message board of sorts.
Okay, so you never see each other.
You never see each other. You have a picture of you, or you might be catfishing. You might be pretending to be someone else.
All right.
Now, listen, I don't watch this, so I've been told that this is how the show goes. So anyhow, they all communicate via text or sending messages back and forth to each other. I don't know what the nature of these conversations are or how they get started, but nonetheless, there's a voting system. The people that are considered, you get to vote for other people who you think is your favorite, I guess, or something like that. And whoever later on this morning, comedian Matt McCusker is going to be joining us, and Jim Jackson and Gritty stopping by. We do have flyers to think about.
Listen, that's hope remains eternal. You
Yes,
know?
it does. We've got opening season on. The season opens on Thursday against Panthers. All right, but before any of that, we're going to do Bizarre File right now.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Okay.
Wait a second. What hat? Oh, here we go. Wait, hold it. I'm going to do it again.
There it
we
is.
go.
Brought to you by Worldwide Stereo. Luxury meets innovation at Worldwide Stereo's all-new Experience Center in Wayne. Explore statement audio, framed art TVs, and cinematic tech in a stunning space. WorldWideStereo.com/Wayne. An FBI raid revealed 57 victims of forced labor living in cramped quarters at a lavish Florida mansion that was connected to the leaders of a church, federal officials say. The raid, which targeted a Tampa mansion where one of the leaders lived, was carried out in August, but recently filed court records brought new details to light, including the scale of the organization's alleged illegal operations. You hear about these every now and then.
Yes.
This is one of those. David Taylor and Michelle Brannon are accused of running a forced labor and money laundering scheme through their church called Kingdom of God Global Church. It's headquartered in Michigan. Taylor, who calls himself Apostle, and Brannon, his executive director, established call centers across the country staffed by followers working long hours and no pay, tasked with collecting donations. Officials said they compelled their victims to work at their call centers and to work for Taylor as his, quote, armor bearers. Armor bearers were Taylor's personal servants who fulfilled Taylor's demands around the clock. Taylor and Brandon controlled every aspect of the daily living of their victims. They are not allowed to go anywhere without permission. They sleep in the facilities where they work or in a ministry house. Taylor and Brandon's scheme was expansive, according to officials, operating in Michigan, Texas, Florida, and Missouri. Taylor was arrested in North Carolina and Brandon in Florida. Brandon was living in Tampa in the mansion raided by the FBI, while she was living in spacious comfort surrounded by luxurious amenities. The 57 victims at the home lived in cramped, often makeshift quarters. The call centers earned $50 million.
Wow.
Kingdom of God Global Church over the last 10 years. Taylor set unobtainable donation goals for victims working in the call centers. If victims disobeyed an order or failed to reach his monetary goals, Taylor and Brandon punished the victims with public humiliation, psychological abuse, forced repentance, sleep deprivation, physical assaults, threats of divine judgment in the form of sickness, accidents, and eternal damnation.
Well, listen, at the beginning of this, I thought this was all reprehensible, but $50 million, couldn't we get by with just one call center?
At the mansion, authorities say they found multiple recently delivered life-sized expensive stone statues and decorative pillars for landscape installations on the property grounds, 7 Mercedes-Benz sedans,
that's about
and 2
right.
Bentley sedans, as well as $500,000 in gold bars in Brandon's bedroom.
I have sinned.
But money and free labor weren't the only objectives. According to officials, Taylor demanded that his armor bearers transport women from ministry houses, airports, and other locations to Taylor's location and ensure the women transported to Taylor took Plan B emergency contraceptives. Taylor claimed to have had multiple face-to-face encounters with God and said that he was Jesus' best friend.
This guy took like a Whitman sampler of every one of these other guys and put it into one big ball.
He often demanded sexually explicit videos and photos from women within the organization. Investigators say they found thousands of such videos. Taylor made it clear to workers that disobeying him or in any way failing to meet his demands was tantamount to failing God and that they would be punished here on earth and in the afterlife.
Don't put this on me.
On Brandon's phone, investigators found an explicit video sent to Taylor by a woman who was crying, apologizing for the delay in finishing her assignment. They are now facing charges including forced labor, conspiracy to commit forced labor, and conspiracy to commit money laundering. They will both face trial in a Michigan courtroom. Sorry about the long story, but
that's sprawling.
There was a lot there, and it just...
I'm going to wait for the documentary on that one.
Blows me away that happens as often as it does. Okay, moving on. Law enforcement arrested a 48-year-old man in connection with arson at 2 adult novelty shops over the course of 2 hours on Wednesday in Snohomish County. Around 7:44 p.m., Sheriff's Office responded to a report of a fire at the front entrance of Adult Airport Video.
Yeah, we got a dildo fire.
The reporting party told the deputy that they were near the sales register when they heard the sound of footsteps walking up to the store and liquid being poured before the fire broke out. Security footage showed a man with a ponytail wearing a jacket, blue jeans, tan boots, and a backpack carrying a gasoline can up to the front of the business. The suspect entered the front door, tipped the container over, dumped a large portion of liquid on the floor. After the cam was out of the footage's frame, flames engulfed the area. The suspect could be seen running away with flames igniting the bottom of his boots, by the way.
That's always kind of funny when that happens.
At the time of the fire, there were several customers in the adult theater section of the building. Now, police responded to reports at 9:50 of a man matching the suspect's description setting fire to the door of the Love Zone.
Oh, yeah.
When contacted by law enforcement at a nearby parking lot, the suspect allegedly threw a metal stick at a deputy and attempted to run away.
Was this guy waging war against sin?
Pornography, I guess. So, but they ended up getting him on 2 counts of arson. All right, this is a messed up story. I will lead with that. A Texas congressional staffer doused herself in gasoline before she caught fire and died, according to investigators. Regina Santos Aviles was found engulfed in flames at her Uvalde home on September 13th, and she died from her injuries the next morning. Santos Aviles served as the regional district director for Republican U.S. Representative Tony Gonzalez since 2021. Police officers said she had doused herself in gasoline and was ignited into flames. The Department of Public Safety determined that she was alone at the time of the blaze after viewing home surveillance video. The police chief, Homer Delgado, said there was no indication of foul play, but the Texas Rangers were helping complete their investigation. Police said they were called to her home around 9:30 p.m. and the fire department as well. By the time they got there, the fire was out and she was burned and she had to be taken to the hospital and did not make it.
So looking at this story, there's no apparent impetus for doing this. Like there was nothing.
Yeah, and I don't know why some people choose that method, but
not me, man.
Man, no. All right. Yeah, one more story.
Yeah.
We have to end on a better one than that. So a Colorado man was stunned this week when he was charged nearly $20,000 at a Denver International Airport parking garage. The second such case reported in the past 2 months at one of the nation's busiest airports. Jim Boyd said he parked at the airport on Thursday to drop off his wife who was flying to Germany. He spent 27 minutes in the garage, which means the fee should have been $7. As he drove through the exit gate, his credit card notification played out loud through his truck audio system. He said, I heard the Chase Bank notification that $19,824 have been charged to Denver parking.
Well, he was parked in the $1,000 a minute lot.
He said, my immediate thought was, oh no, this is like what I had just heard on a TV news report a month ago. Boyd, so last month, a Denver woman had parked for 14 hours and was billed more than $2,300. Her ticket showed that she had supposedly been parked from June 25th to August 29th.
Man.
Denver International Airport issued a statement saying that our review indicates this is not a widespread issue, attributing the mistake to an entry ticket that had not been closed out in the system. Boyd's receipt told a similar story, but with even higher stakes. It showed that his card entered the garage on June 6th, charging him for more than 169,000 minutes.
That's crazy.
Or more than 4 months.
Could you imagine?
And he said, I went back and I looked at my calendar.
I believe there's an error.
He said, I was not there on June 6th. They acknowledged there was an error, and the system confused his license plate with another car's. The two plates were nearly identical, differing by only a single character, a B in place of an 8.
That should be enough.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
And that's apparently what ended up happening. So it was nearly $20,000. So there had been 4 incidents since June 1st that have happened like this at Denver International. So, but the guy got it straightened out, thankfully, and he's not paying $20,000 for a 27-minute parking job.
No matter how secure it is.
All right, and that is what I have in the bizarre file for you this morning. Gritty, be here. I see him on the other side of the glass with our buddy Jim Jackson. So we're going to take a quick break. We'll get those guys in here. We'll chat. We'll see what's up in their world. Stay put. We'll be right back. Votes are then able to vote people out, but they keep rotating like this. If they vote you out, then they bring new people in.
Hence the circle.
And it keeps going. I don't know what the point of the show is. I don't know if there's a prize. All I know is that my wife and daughter are now on board, and I hear them laughing hysterically while they're watching the show, and they're talking about so-and-so and this person and that person and doing this and this, and they find it hilarious. But the dude from Conchi, his accent is so Delco.
Yeah.
Really?
Oh my God. It is. Yeah, it's definitely all over it. And the girl is also, who's from Delaware County. I just know sketches of information, but I thought it was pretty funny when the guy, I did see his indoctrination into the show, and he's like, yeah, from Conshohocken. I'm like, did he just say Conshohocken? Like, when do you ever hear the town of Conshohocken mentioned on a syndicated television show?
Isn't it hilarious, though, how giddy you get? Like, in a show, listen, with all that's going on in the world, if I see something I recognize, like our skyline in a movie,
I know, totally.
And it's just something that you can't help it. So when you hear a contestant, I don't care how bad the show is, and we're looking at the trailer for the show, and it looks pretty bad, but, hey, it's cool.
I can't help but think, though, people who know nothing about this area who actually just hear the word Conshohocken and say, what in the hell is that?
Well, I told you, I've bemoaned the fact for years that anytime someone is from Long Island, New York, which is where I spent most of my earlier formative years, they're a raving moron. And that's the way it's constantly the way it is. Yeah, this kind of guy. And so there's a lot more people on Long Island, but that's the impression you would get all the time.
Okay, so the guy's name is Ed. Somebody's texting in about him, and he was on The Challenge I guess, which was on MTV.
It used to be the Road Rules versus Real World Challenge, and now it's just called The Challenge.
Oh, really?
So does this have a vibe like that, like an MTV Real World?
Not. I didn't get Real World from
Well,
it.
you're not watching it.
But it's definitely got that MTV sensibility. And
All
they're
right.
really playing it up for the camera and
I
everything.
got ya.
But all I know is Rochelle and Caroline are laughing their asses off while watching the show. So good for them. I'm glad they found the show.
Sure.
Now, there's another show on Netflix, and I have not seen this. Steve has, though, that has a tie to our area. And it's on Netflix, and it's The Worst Roommate Ever.
Casey had mentioned it last week as well. You watched one of the episodes. I think this might have been the premiere. I watched that one as well with an older woman. So this is, as you would imagine, these are sociopaths who end up being, living in proximity to you or whatever. And then this story arose, Preston, that you're going to talk about.
Yeah, some dude who ended up... the people ended up dead in this particular story.
That's kind of an underlying theme to all of these, Preston.
Yeah, the first two episodes I watched, and people were dead.
So this was in Montco. So in 2017, it's the saga of a serial squatter, and it ended in 2 shocking deaths in Montgomery County. The story is available for streaming on the Netflix series, and it's based on New York Magazine's viral 2018 article, The Worst Roommate Ever. The series of the same title tells the story of Jameson Bachman, or as his Chestnut Hill roommate Alex Miller came to know him as Jed Creek. So his name is Jameson Bachman, but he went by Jed Creek, a name that he had used to respond to a fateful Craigslist ad that Miller had posted seeking a roommate. And that exchange would serve as the beginning of an increasingly nightmarish string of events. So you can watch this episode, but I'm gonna reveal what happened here if you don't mind.
Spoiler alert.
Yeah, so as Jed Bachman contacted Miller about the room, saying that he was a lawyer from New York who had grown up outside of Philly and that he needed a place to stay in the area to deal with some family issues. And after meeting up, the two became roommates. Bachman wrote a check for Miller immediately and then moved in the same evening. And it started to get weird almost immediately, according to this article. Bachman showed up with 6 plastic bins, which contained all of his worldly possessions, as well as a cat, which Miller was allergic to and unaware that Bachman had. Bachman removed light bulbs from shared living spaces, took kitchen chairs to build a desk in his room, moved Miller's personal items around, and then refused to pay his portion of the utility bills. And after finding a cigarette butt in the toilet bowl, Bachman refused to pay the next month's rent, insinuating that Miller had broken the, quote, warranty of habitability. There you go. Yeah. A warranty of habitability and covenant of quiet enjoyment. That's what he called these. He said, according to Miller, he said, we agreed that he would share the cost of paying the bills. And he said later, Jed would laugh at me when I asked him to pay the bills.
It's not a good sign.
And he said when he laughed at me, it was sinister. It was demeaning. It was patronizing, like I was stupid. Miller's mother ran a search on Bachman's phone number, revealing that he wasn't Jed Creek at all. Instead, they found out that his true identity was Bachman and that he was a serial squatter who had terrorized roommates up and down the East Coast.
When you're locked into an effing nightmare like that, it just seems like there's no way out.
Bachman, Miller found out, knew just enough about tenancy laws to take advantage of roommates by not paying rent, refusing to leave, and eventually forcing them to move out of their own houses. Primarily, he'd accomplished that through weird domestic torture, like clogging toilets with cat litter. But at least one former roommate, a woman named Arlene Herbiden, had physical altercations with Bachman that resulted in restraining orders. Bachman even took 2 of her cats to area kill shelters after taking over her apartment.
Oh, my God.
Another former roommate, someone named Sonia Acevedo, found that he regularly behaved violently. Acevedo came to block herself in her own room with a chair, worried that he might snap at any time, and booby-trapped the door when she wasn't home to see if he was entering her space. By the way, Bachman was from Elkins Park. He graduated from Cheltenham High School in 1974.
Yay.
Friends interviewed in the series described him as smart, charming, and good-looking, and said most people thought that he had a bright future despite a tumultuous family background. He attended Tulane University in New Orleans, but it was there that one friend, identified as Bob F., says Bachman witnessed a brutal murder and that changed him forever. So a guy named Ken Gutziet a friend of Bachman's, was murdered at a frat house following an argument at the school's library. Gutzeit bled to death from a slashed neck. And after witnessing that, Bob F. says that that changed Bachman's outlook from upbeat and positive to very dark and very paranoid.
This is the nightmare, I think, of, and I know people who do it will enter into living situations, with basic strangers, with a very little bit of vetting.
Right.
And I think, like, in this series kind of focuses in on a number of these situations that go horribly wrong.
I had to live with somebody for a couple months that I didn't know.
Right.
I'll tell you about that in a second. I'm going to get you a little bit more on this. And if you have a roommate that went nutty on you story, feel free to give us a call, 215-263-WMMR. So after learning Bachman's true identity, Miller threw a lengthy party at her home with drinking, smoking, and rap music, 3 of Bachman's apparent pet peeves, as a way to get him to want to leave. Well, that escalated into assault. Bachman choked Miller, slamming her leg in a door, slashing at her with a knife. He was arrested, and Miller filed for a protection from abuse order that included Bachman's eviction. Bachman's brother, Harry, ended up bailing him out of jail twice, which ultimately would result in both of their deaths. So in November 2017, and I don't remember seeing this story, but Bachman killed Harry in his brother's Elkins Park home. Killed his own brother. In his home.
Yes.
With the district attorney's office saying that Harry suffered blunt force trauma to the head and body. After the murder, Bachman fled in his brother's car and used his credit card to check into a hotel in Upper Moreland Township. And there, a SWAT team served an arrest warrant on Bachman, but not without a struggle. As the series points out, Bachman swung a camp-style axe at officers.
I do remember this.
Striking one in the face and another one in the arm before being taken to custody. However, he would never go to trial for Harry's murder. He hanged himself in his cell at Montgomery County Correctional Facility.
So he ends up killing his own brother.
60 years old.
He's got his list of things. He tortures his roommates. Kitty litter in the, to back up the toilet.
Yeah. And he was doing that regularly.
Yeah,
He would live with people and drive them crazy.
And then chase them out.
And what are you getting out of that?
That's the question. Is it because you just feel this need to exert control over people? Is that it? Is that the big thing?
I don't know. But you talked about people not knowing each other, having to cohabitate, and it happens regularly.
They do it all the time. Yeah,
happens at college. You get a dorm roommate, and you don't know who they are. I had when I first started getting into radio, I entered into this internship program that was kind of a move away and live there type of thing. And the guy who owned the radio station owned an apartment complex, so he would put you together with the other intern that was being a part of this program.
Right.
And so I lived with this other dude for a couple of months, and after, it was fine. The first few weeks are always fine, right?
Yeah.
And then after a while, he started getting a little weird. Nothing, I don't have any really good stories for you, but I just know that after a while, I was like, yeah, this is why you don't just join up with people and start living together, because after a while, you're going to find out something about them. If you know somebody for a series of months, at least you got a pretty good idea at who they are and what their quirks are. And it's not so unexpected if they are acting strange.
You're exactly right. That's why it always caught me as incredibly bizarre when you'd see, like it used to be years ago, classified ads looking for a roommate. I'm like, really?
Right.
Really?
Yeah.
No, I'll live alone.
Yeah.
I'll work harder. I'll work around the clock to pay my rent, but there's no way I'm just out of the blue going to live with someone.
See, in Canada, a lot of times people will turn their basements into apartments that they will rent out to people. And I know this from HGTV shows. There is no way I could possibly ever rent out my apartment living above.
My parents
I had
have
two
done
basement
it.
apartments.
Yeah, my parents have done it. My dad has always put something either in the basement or off of the side of the house, and they've always had a rental.
No kidding.
On their house, yeah.
Ever have any
crazies?
Yeah.
Any people go a little loopy?
No, not real. No, I don't think so. I mean, they my mom was always trying to help people. So it was always like, you knew the person through, 3 lines down. It was like a friend of a friend of a friend or whatever.
Okay.
So they didn't really I don't think they ever put it out there to say room for rent and just random people came in. It was sort of word of mouth.
Word of mouth, but a lot of times is the case. I told you guys some of this story. In fact, one of those basement apartments was in Brentwood, Long Island, and then the people who lived upstairs rented the top part of the house to this jackass. And so this guy was on the run from all sorts of bill collectors.
Oh, wow.
So I was constantly dealing with people who would come around to the door in the basement, the other apartment, looking for him, all the time. And I'm like, come on. And then eventually he was supposed to be the one who was making sure the bills, good call on the landlord, paying for the water and all that stuff. That all got shut off. So eventually I told you one night I switched all the locks in the house so that they face my direction. And I'm like, no, this is not going to happen. I had to put my foot down. And then after a while, you're like, why am I fighting for this turf? There are other apartments. Let me get out of here.
Right.
Why is this my battle?
Yeah. Let me go to some calls. I have Laura standing by. Hey, Laura, good morning.
Hi, good morning.
Hey, what's up, Laura?
Hi. So my neighbor and I were just talking about this because we were just talking about the show. When I was 19, I made a very bad decision to go on Craigslist and try to rent a room from a stranger.
Oh,
yeah.
I went to Temple and I didn't like my dorm situation, so.
Thank you very much, Marissa. Not a whole lot to cheer about sports-wise over the weekend. However, I'm not overlooking that the Union had a great week.
Yes, they did.
But the Eagles and the Phils came up short, unfortunately. So let's turn our attention elsewhere for the time being.
Yeah.
We got hockey season on the way. Yes. The Flyers have their season opener Thursday in Florida against the Panthers, and we got two fellas here in our studio to talk about all of it. First and foremost, let's welcome our good friend, Mr. Jim Jackson.
Hey, how are you guys?
Good, JJ. How you doing?
Doing great. Ready for the season.
And in tow, the big, hairy, orange fella himself, Gritty, is here in our studio. And
already broken a mic.
And I know he was already ripping the windscreen off and he threw it at me.
Yeah.
He hit me in the face. That was pretty good, Gritty. Not
I
bad
hope
at
the
all.
Flyers' aim is as good.
Right, exactly. But no, Gritty is here as well, and you can hear him squeaking in the interview process.
Oh, his headphones fell off.
Oh, how's he going to hear anything?
Yeah, they're not made for a head that big.
By the way, I need to. I want to be in Gritty's Chaos Corner at some point. That looks like a lot of fun.
It is a lot of fun. I mean, he's so big, he has to have his own part of the building.
Yeah.
Right? And you've got, you never know what you're going to get. Silly string, flying cakes.
Cakes.
You're missing. He's actually stapling his headphones to his head.
That's just great.
You got to improvise.
Yeah.
The cake thing happens a few times through the season,
Oh, yes,
right? Yeah.
it does.
I
Yes.
love it.
And it's legit. You got to be ready for it.
Yeah. You've got great aim, Gritty. You've really come a long way. So kudos to
He
you.
just hit
sir.
you with the windscreen. That's how good his aim is.
So you can get tickets in the Gritty Chaos
Yeah, it's
Corner.
a dedicated session, and it's for Grittisons.
Grittisons.
And just like every game is different on the ice, always a different surprise. There's what we talked about that. There's trick shots, right? Gritty's got all kinds of trick shots. And find that bald guy.
Oh, what's that about?
Just look at me. I'm a contender right up.
I think you're the winner. Yeah.
What's find the bald guy?
I don't know all the details of
Okay,
that.
all
But
right.
find the bald guy is. I'm sure they're going to find somebody in the crowd.
Yeah.
The odds are pretty good. Yeah.
Yes.
Awesome. So what?
Tickets are available at Gritty's Chaos Corner at PhiladelphiaFlyers.com. So yes, you can actually get tickets. It's a great way to take in the game. You obviously see the game, but you also see all of what this guy has to offer, which is a lot.
Yes, and one of the absolute finest mascots in the business, without question.
He is.
Definitely in the NHL.
The NHL
By far.
tops, he and the Fanatic, right
Yeah.
at the top. Those are the two.
Often referenced, and pop culture wise, referenced quite a bit. Like
absolutely.
Gritty gets mentioned a lot.
He does.
Yeah.
Completely out of the sports world.
Yeah, and even out of this area. Countrywide, you'll hear Gritty mentioned more than any other mascot.
No question. You are famous.
And by
Gritty
the
is
way,
famous.
so I was reading up a little bit on Gritty, and I didn't know the origin of you, Gritty. I know he's leaning in very close to me now, but there was a secret hideout, and he during construction was disturbed by.
Well, apparently, he was living in the building the whole time, and nobody knew. And they had opened up a door, and
like
he
a
was
Phantom of the Opera.
It was in the sort of he was in the bowels.
There he was
of the building, and lo and behold, they crack open a door, and this guy was back there the whole time.
The whole time.
Yeah,
we could have had Gritty all those years.
Wow, we needed him.
By the way, I don't know if this is true or not, but Preston, it seems like there's been an upscale in Gritty's eye condition.
Yes, I was thinking so
a lot
too.
more responsive in the googly eye department. Yes.
As he was
He's had some work done. What can you do?
as he was getting closer to me, it looks like he had a little
Little cataract surgery?
Yeah. It happens as well. Oh my God, he's staring me down. It happens as we age, Gritty. Sometimes we need a little touch up. Oh my God. I love the eyes. That's the best. May I? Can I touch your eye?
Oh, wow.
Sure enough.
That's
This is real bonding going on
Getting a second
here.
base of Gritty.
Yeah. What? Oh, I got to pay him.
It's a little transaction.
Put it on my tab. So, what's been happening in the world of the Flyers during the offseason as far as training camp and all that stuff?
We're really excited. They picked up Trevor Zegras, Christian Dvorak, a couple of nice pickups for veteran guys. Zegras in particular, people are excited about him. He's tremendous. Do you know he's 13 of 21 all time in shootout shots?
Jeez.
That's the best all time.
Zegras?
Yes.
Wow.
13 of 21. In the preseason game the other day, he went in and just, it was like so nonchalant, score. So, I think the Flyers are going to finally be very good at shootouts with Sam Harrison, who's really good in goal, and Zegras.
That's a frustrating.
Good young core. It's really brick by brick they're building this. The new era of Orange we talked about, but now it's brick by brick. The leadership group, we're putting the young players in place, adding some veterans. Fans have been very patient because it takes time to build this team to where they want to get to.
Well, so that leads me to my question, because I do think that the Flyers fan base is the most, and this is my opinion, the most loyal of all the Philadelphia fan bases. And so I wanted to, and you probably don't know the answer to this question right off the bat, but do you know how many full season ticket holders there are?
I do not know that. So I do know that I'm blanking on the word now. The renewal rate was very good this year, coming off a fifth straight year out of the playoffs. So that shows that loyalty. I also know, and just going around town and at training camp, know there's an excitement about these. And Matt Michkov has captured a lot of attention, deservedly so, because he is one of those skilled players. Now Zegras adding to that mix is another one. Tyson Forster's an emerging star. They have a lot of good young players. They haven't made the playoffs in 5 years, so it hasn't shown yet necessarily in the scoreboard, but it is building. It's going to be there. And what these guys are doing, they're building not just to be in the playoffs 1 year out the next. They're building to be in the playoffs every year and be Stanley Cup contenders, not just playoff contenders, Stanley Cup contenders every year. It was like that once upon a time, and it can be and will be again with this group.
That's how I grew up. I mean, my dad was a season ticket holder growing up, and it was year in, year out. They were contenders. JJ, tell me about the trade yesterday, because Ryan Ellis was brought in years ago. It never worked out. He had injuries, and it was one of those guys who he stayed on the inactive roster because of salary and his the length of his contract. So what was the deal yesterday getting him to San Jose?
Yeah, they always had the option of putting him on long-term injury list. This gets complicated, but there's salary cap implications to that. So with the trade yesterday, basically they freed themselves of that contract. So they have that space there now, no penalty.
But he'll never play again, right? I mean,
no, it's sad. He only played 4 games. He was their major free agent signing. I believe it was 2021. And he was a tremendous two-way defenseman. And even in the preseason games he played, in the 4 games, I could see how good he was and what a need teams have now for those kind of defensemen. So that's one of a couple things that set the Flyers back over the last 5 or 6 years. And I feel bad for him. It was some kind of pelvic injury, and he just could not play through it. So bottom line is that contract's gone now, so they have even more cap space. And going into next summer, when there might be some pretty big names out there. We're not sure if they're going to make it there, but there's some big names that are headed toward free agency. The Flyers are going to be well positioned with a lot of cap space.
Let me ask you something. So we obviously had Mr. Tuckett in here for an extended interview, and he was terrific. And he brings this sort of steadiness, but he knows what he's inheriting and what he has to get to work. You talk about brick by brick. I assume the general consensus is he is an essential brick in that collective, correct?
He clearly is. And, I mean, a lot of people here know him as the former player at Tuckett, but he's an accomplished coach now, too. He's Coach of the Year 2 years ago in the league. He took a team in Arizona before that had little or no talent and made them at least a respectable team. And Talk is, he's a veteran coach now. So we think of him as Talk the player, and he's a legend here, one of the most popular Flyers ever. But he's now an established coach. So he wants to take this team to the next step. John Tortorella kind of set the foundation, made this team hard to play against, all that. Now Talk wants to take it to the next level. And it's kind of interesting because Talk was such a Torts was such a disciplinarian. I've heard so often Talk is it's going to be more of a player's coach. You remember? I know you do, Nick. Remember Rick Tocchet is a player? I don't think he's a soft touch.
No.
So I think people might be misled a little bit by that, but he is a communicator. He talks to the players and likes to keep the door open, and I think the players will enjoy that.
Well, it's also about the environment too that you're going into. What's the lay of the land in general around the other teams that will be facing, that the Flyers will be facing? What is the general complexion? Are there any supreme standouts, or are we coming? Obviously, you're going into the Lions' den with the first out.
Yeah, the defending champs.
Yeah. So, what's your take on that?
I mean, the East is generally considered to be not quite as strong as the West, so you can get in there. If the Flyers get goaltending and improve the power play some, they can make the playoffs this year. Again, the leadership has said that's not the biggest goal. They want to see progress from the young players and then add some more in the offseason and then maybe next year. But the bottom line is that every player in that room wants to make the playoffs.
Yeah.
And I know specifically Travis Konecny, Travis Sanheim, and Sean Couturier, 3 veterans who've been here, they really want to make the playoffs. So they're going to gun for it. The East has some questionable teams. So the West has like 6 or 7 heavyweights. The East might have 2. Florida, Carolina might be becoming a heavyweight. Toronto's got questions. They lost Marner. Tampa Bay's getting older. In the East, Pittsburgh's really in tough straits now. Washington had a great year last year, but can they do it again? So there are question marks out there. And if everything comes together for the Flyers, again, these young players have to continue to take a bigger bite out of the team, and some of the additions have to pay off. Tox influence, all that comes together. Could be a great year.
So, no question as to the best mascot. We know that.
No doubt about that.
Yeah.
He's standing right next to me, and he's behaving pretty well.
He's behaving well.
Outside of nailing you with the microphone.
We're gonna play a little game with him in a second. So we'll he's gonna help us predict something here in a little bit. But Jim, do you go? Do you spend much time at training camp?
Absolutely,
you do.
Yeah.
Okay,
I'd be there right now if I wasn't here.
No kidding.
Yes.
So what are you doing? I mean, because obviously you're not calling a game at the time. You're just
I'm
keeping
just
an eye on
watching.
things.
You want to see the line combinations, what they're working on, the power play combinations. You obviously talk to players.
Laundry, yeah, of course, laundry.
See what they're going to serve, for food, and all that kind of stuff. No,
Jim, I think get coffee over here if you.
That's right. So that kind of thing.
Okay, all right. And speaking of getting coffee and food, what's the tray of goodies?
Hey, the food at the Xfinity Mobile Arena.
Yes.
We got it right once.
We know.
I know I'm going to get it wrong at some point, but is tremendous. And we've brought some delectables here. We've got Bavarian-style pretzels from Brewery Town. I understand that these are the best you're ever going to taste as far as pretzels.
Really?
Yep. We got cookie fries, there's funfetti, strawberry buttercream, snickerdoodle, maple cream cheese, all locale.
Everybody's
Nick,
over there.
Nick is already partaking in the
Yeah,
pretzel.
Brady's encouraging me to try the Bavarian-style pretzel. So
There you go.
Shot.
And we also have fudge brownies from Desserts by Dana.
All right.
The brownies are my
Cookie fries.
Yes.
Cookie fries.
Here, you want me to?
Oh, wow.
Those are delightful.
I actually want to try some of the
Yes.
pretzel. Oh,
There
there's
you go.
brownies
Pass it
here?
around, yes.
Oh,
Thank you, Greg.
Oh,
Yeah, this is good stuff.
They bring stuff up to the booth. I tend to lose weight during the off season and then put it right back on. During
I
the
noticed
season.
you look a little svelte
Yeah,
today.
22 pounds.
Wow.
But probably after I start eating off of that tray.
Dude, that is a good pretzel.
little less than that.
It
is.
Yeah.
It is good.
I'm not BS.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is excellent.
I was told they're the best you're gonna get. So
We expect hyperbole, but we're here to verify it's probably
Yes.
one of the absolute best I've had.
there you
Man,
go.
there's something I was going to ask you, Jim.
Nick likes it so much he
How
can't
much can you
talk.
bench, Jim?
I'm sorry. What was that? How much can I bench?
Really? I think.
I haven't tried in a while.
No, I remember what it was.
Oh.
I had a bite of pretzel and it totally threw me off my game. I forgot
good,
what I was
right?
going to ask.
See, that's
With-
how good they are.
with the name change in the
Yes.
building, and this is the 6th official,
Fifth or
no,
sixth,
fifth,
yeah.
the 5th
Yeah.
official name of the building. Does that throw you? Do you have to have it written down in front of you? Yes.
For the first,
Yeah.
For the 2
So you get into
preseason
a
games
group.
we did, I had it written in bold letters on my score sheet. It's right in front of me. It's on the ice.
But it's
but
burned into your. It's something.
it was 15 years.
Yes.
It was Wells Fargo Center
Yes.
for 15 years. So
It's
that's considered an old habit, and they're hard to break.
Preston
So,
still calls out the old number occasionally, the telephone number. It happens.
I still call Bush Keith Jones. These things happen. I'm not calling him Gary Dornhofer, those. But the thing is, I know it's first preseason game. I said to Boosh right at the start of the broadcast, "What's the over under and how many times I screwed that up?" But he said 3, and I said, "That's okay. I'm going with the over." But I didn't do it once. But I know either today or maybe at the opener when they count the games count. That's when I'll probably screw it up.
Yeah,
but it's going to happen
at some point. Yeah, it's just you get into a mode and it's hard to break out.
Yes.
Of that. I saw that there a couple of players had kids over the holiday as well, or is the break? Noah
Cates did.
Yeah. So that's interesting. I always think of those guys as really young. Even the veterans, I think of hockey players as really young.
I remember Travis Konecny when he arrived as a kid. Now he's a dad, and you watch Claude Giroux when he was here go from being a kid to. It's just it happens over and over when you've been here 30 years.
And let's face it, being on ice is very conducive to having kids.
Evidently so.
That's what they say.
Do we know who Gritty's current best friend on the team is? For a long time, it was G, and I don't know if he's adopted a new best friend within the roster.
He has not articulated that to me.
All right. But maybe this season, maybe TK? All right.
I think he's going to like Trevor Zegras.
Okay.
Do you understand Gritty the way Han Solo understands?
No. No one understands Gritty. No one. Absolutely no one.
Well, listen, Gritty does have the ability to communicate via his squeaky hand. So I wanted to try this out. I have one time we had Gritty on the air. There was a game that night.
Yeah. This is a camp out.
And it was a camp out, and we asked Gritty how many goals the Flyers were going to score. Yeah. And he squeaked off 7 with his squeaker. And we're like,
come on.
I mean, come on. And they scored 7 goals that night.
He was spot on.
It was incredible.
So my question is, why did you not have him on for the next game?
I know, right? Every single game.
Exactly.
But I'd like to try this out. Since Gritty can answer yes or no, we'll do 1 squeak yes, 2 squeaks no. I have a series of random trivia questions. Can we get some
I got you, bro.
trivia music here, please? Thank you very much. And so some random trivia questions. However many he gets correct will be how many goals the Flyers will score
pressure is on here.
in the season opener.
No. I love this idea because we know he is, at this point, papally infallible.
All right. You ready to try this, Gritty? All right. That's a yes. All right. And we're going to move this.
Yes.
By the way, he's still upset that you didn't pay him for squeezing his eyeball.
I know. All right, here we go. First question. These are random trivia, so it could be any subject at all. In school, Albert Einstein failed most subjects except for physics in math. Yes or no? I'm sorry, that's wrong.
Oh, no.
Sorry, that's incorrect. So no goal there. All right. The first song ever sung in space was Happy Birthday. Yes or no? He's correct.
All right.
So that's 1. I have 10 total questions I'm going to ask here. The first country in the world to use postcards was the United States of America. Yes or no? He's correct.
Yeah.
We got 2.
On a roll.
A male canary tends to have a better singing voice than a female canary. Yes or no? He's right.
We're killing.
All right.
He was so confident with that answer, too.
The next one. Dogs have an appendix. Yes or no?
Look at it. Like,
I don't know. I thought it was a veterinarian, but I can't help you.
He answered no?
Yeah.
He's correct.
What would a dog use an appendix for? We use ours all the time.
4 goals.
Wow.
All right. Bill Gates is the founder of Amazon. He's right.
Yeah, he knows that.
Of course, you know that one. Yep. Okay.
Get that one over.
All right. Next one. Mice have more bones than humans. Ooh. Yes or no? He says yes. He's right. Wow. We're up to a 6-goal game so far.
And you were about to hit it again.
It's awesome, man.
All right. The first product with a barcode was chewing gum. Yes or no? That's incorrect. Was the first product with. All right, we have 2 more, and then we'll have a total here. Quidditch is the most popular sport among witches and wizards in Harry Potter. Yes.
Yeah. All right. Oh, sorry, wrong button.
Nope. So
the buzzer.
That's 7 goals so far. And then the last one, and I wanted to do something Flyers related.
Yeah, why not?
Okay. The Flyers' first mascot was named Wrist Shot. He's right.
Yeah!
Slap shot. Slap shot.
So what kind of game are we looking at, Preston?
We're looking at an 8-goal game.
Yeah!
When's the last time they scored 8 goals in a game?
It's been a while.
Yeah, has it been a while?
It's happening, though. So is this for the season opener or the home opener?
This will be for the I think the season opener.
Season
I think
opener.
that's what I said at the top.
It's
So why
Thursday
not
night. All right.
against Florida?
We'll
the
get you
Panthers?
back for the home opener.
That's Monday.
We can do that. Yeah, so that's Monday.
Monday.
Who are they playing?
Florida again.
Is
So
okay.
you get a look at the defending Cup champs.
You know,
and
JJ, the Flyers scored 8 goals this year. April 9, 2025. An 8-goal win over the Rangers, 8-5 at Madison
Oh, we
Square
didn't do
Garden.
that game. That's right. Yeah,
it was
that
a
was
national-
Tyson Forster's first hat trick. Yep.
Yeah, so there's recent history of the Flyers scoring 8 goals.
Yeah. There you
the
go.
Rangers, gritty, relatively good team. I think we can score 8 goals in the season opener. I think gritty's spot on.
Yeah, unbelievable.
Season opener against the defending Cup champs, 8 goals.
Yeah, easy.
Although, they're missing Barkov and Kachuk. They're missing 2 of their best players.
Okay.
Due to injuries.
No, so you might need 8 goals to beat this team. You know what I'm saying? So-
8-7 game. I'd take that. That would be fun.
Dude, if Gritty wasn't responsible for making people have a great time during the non-playing times during the whole experience, he should be sitting right next to you as a statistician.
Oh, but for sure. But what we need is you guys to do this all the time, though, because he's so smart. I found out today that Gritty is a Harry Potter fan. You learn things
You know that?
Yeah. This is good.
Jim, I want to see if we can do this again this season. We haven't done it in a long time, but there was a regular when we were giving you an odd word or phrase to say during your
Somebody other than Steve was giving me the phrase. Yes.
and I would love to revisit that this season.
Absolutely. I'd love to do it, too.
We'll have to find a way to do something. I'm looking for we have a montage. I'm seeing if Casey
trying to find it. I don't know if we have it anymore.
Did you type in JJ montage?
Wait.
Go back
there
up.
it is. Yeah,
Yep.
there it is.
These are some of the things that you said in game that we had you.
This is crazy.
All right, here we go. Listen to this.
Well, Bill, whether it's Kismet or Destiny or what have you, the Flyers are here in Game 7. Avery's been very quiet in this game. You're used to him being a jabroni out there. Coatsy, I bet you just want to holler right now. I'm not sure that was sarsaparilla, by the way, that guy had in his glove.
Sarsaparilla.
I was worried about you, Jonesy. Clams Casino down in the pregame meal. And I thought of you. You were enjoying them thoroughly.
Beautiful. It was great.
Stop thinking of clams.
I will.
Artem Anisimov here with his spinorama pass. Looking at spin on the baby wheel right there. But maybe he should have shot it, Jones, to try a new pregame meal with maybe some baba ganoush. I want it to become like the NFL, guys, where when a guy gets a first down or makes a tackle, we see the old funky chicken dance every time.
Lots of good snacks up there, Jimmy.
Yeah.
I like those cheese balls. They're one of my favorites.
Ah, yes. I didn't see any there. There might have been some cheese balls. So let's see. Jonesy loves his cheese balls.
A very strong.
Wait a minute. Did Jonesy lead you into that one?
Yes, he did.
Did you guys talk about it ahead of time?
Oh, I did. Yeah, I had to have help on some of these. Yeah.
Some of like baby wheel is very difficult.
That one was tough. I had to wait for a spinorama, and I got to the third period. There'd been nothing even close. I'm like, if a guy even slightly turns now, I'm going to call it a spinorama because I got to get this in. You know?
All right, there's a couple more here.
Performance from 68.
Jumping, Jimmy. Look at those numbers.
Unbelievable.
Unbelievable.
Wow.
Check comes the gloves and starts hammering away. So does Hagelin, but Hagelin's not hammering. They get a second kerfuffle. All next week at 5, Phillies radio DJs are stopping by WMMR's. Casey and Nick try to hold their own with Phillies top sports writers. I know they will. Those two will not be jabronis.
Well said.
Take that show. I can guarantee you that.
Yes, we did jabroni more than once.
I did. But you guys went into the hall. I did a.
Oh, yeah.
And I tried to
that's
put as
right.
many of them in as I could. I can't remember. I think I
Excellent.
got about 7 of them in there.
By the way, Gritty wrote a note down and passed it to me.
Wow. Really?
And he says that the first word or phrase that you should say
Oh, no, this is not good.
in the game is Penelope Cruz.
Yes. All right. Thanks.
Yes.
Thanks. Penelope Cruz. How would I possibly get that in?
That's terrific. I know.
I'll have to figure
Don't want to
something out.
stay on Penelope cruise control.
There you go. Yeah, that's not bad.
Which, by the way, I didn't know Gritty jotted down notes and handed them to me.
Oh, yes.
It's a whole option.
Yes,
I
that's
love
how he
that.
communicates, outside of his squeaks.
Well, next time, we'll have a dry erase board.
Absolutely.
Gritty can write down answers, which would be fun. So
that would be dangerous.
All right. Well, listen, we're excited for the season. Obviously, there's a lot going on in the city, and
tickets available. And I mean, I can tell you that if they get off to a good start, the hockey fans are ready to explode in this area. So and hopefully we're not like trying to pick up after a disappointing Phils playoff run or anything. I think the Phils are still alive.
Yep.
And the Eagles are fine.
Just the beginning.
I know today around the city there's kind of angst everywhere, but Eagles are still really good. And Phillies win tonight, and everything's back even.
Right back in.
So, but the Phillies, the Flyers, and Sixers are coming, and the Flyers really want to fill that winter void. And I really think the young talent is ready to explode. So.
Awesome.
It's exciting. Very exciting. Yeah.
All right, JJ, thanks for coming by and bringing
Always
the
a
goodies.
pleasure,
We appreciate
guys.
it. Gritty.
Yes.
Gritty. Thank you for being here. The Flyers season gets underway Thursday against Florida. They are away against the Panthers. And then Monday night, the home opener. So looking forward to get your tickets now. We will take a quick break. We will come back in just a moment, and we're going to get our friend Matt McCusker joining us next. So stay right there.
I met somebody who I was renting his basement from him. He was a little older. He seemed like he had everything together. We signed like an unofficial agreement, I guess, for me to live in his basement. And just like you were describing, like things were just a little off. Like things were weird. The basement apartment also was not a real apartment. It was just a finished basement. So we shared laundry, we shared bathroom, we shared kitchen.
Yeah, no.
So,
Laura, that sucks.
So things were getting weird, really weird. I couldn't put my finger on it, but I felt very uncomfortable. So he said he had a work trip coming up. So I was like, this is my time to like move out. I don't know if he didn't go on a work trip or whatever, but he showed up and saw that I was boxing things up and literally locked all of my stuff in the basement, and I could not get into the house anymore. He like locked me out of the house. And this is on 18th and Federal in North Philadelphia.
Oh, God.
Okay,
Yeah.
so you show up and it's locked. What do you do?
I called my dad.
Okay. Yeah.
And I said, you need to come help me.
Bring
Like,
your gun.
Yeah.
So he came down. It was in the middle of the night, which adds another creepy layer to it. I was working at a coffee shop and, closing down the store, so I was coming home late. And, so I called my dad, and my dad basically was pounding on the door and threatening to call the cops and said, you need to let my daughter get all of her stuff out. And he kept demanding money. It was
Well, let me ask you.
so bizarre.
Let me ask you something. So, had you informed him you were leaving, or were you beating a hasty retreat without his knowledge?
So I had my boyfriend at the time was staying with me too. And I was like, we got to pack up and get out while he's like on this business trip. Because it was just too creepy.
Right.
So,
And when
he
you say
came home and
when you say creepy, was he being like sexually creepy? Was he being just psycho creepy? What level of creepiness?
I literally can't even put my finger on it, and I honestly don't even remember his name. It was like I blacked this whole experience
Okay,
out.
all right. Yeah, I get it.
No, absolutely.
But maybe little things said, little glances, stuff like that.
Yeah, I would find things in the shared bathroom.
I could not do that.
Like I probably can't say, but like it was just gross and weird and uncomfortable.
No.
dear God.
Sharing a bathroom with a stranger, sharing a kitchen with a stranger, no effing way. I mean, I understand it might have been something you had to because of the situation, but you'd have to hold a gun on me to do that.
Oh, well, now I'm a mom and I'm an adult, and I'm like, my kids can never, ever, ever do what I did.
Yeah.
And it was so, I felt like it was out of desperation almost because I couldn't afford rent by myself. So I really wanted to be on my own, living in Philadelphia. Like I just wanted that life. And, never.
No, I think a lot of people are in that same boat.
Thanks,
think,
Laura.
It's a common thing, yeah.
I think most of these stories are going to start with, so I went on Craigslist.
Yes.
And by the way, which I shudder to think about. Never once did I ever use Craigslist, but I have heard nothing but horror stories.
Yeah, right? It's
about,
never good.
Especially when it comes to meeting up with people or
unless you say you're putting an armoire on the curb, come pick it up.
I had friends that there was 3 roommates together, and one had gotten another job somewhere else. They had just signed the lease for the next year. This person found a job and they had to move out, and they put their room up on the city paper. The personals there, but without the other 2 roommates' knowledge, and there was a huge fight about that.
Sure.
Gigantic fight. And it's like, listen, man, I'm sorry but we just signed a lease, right? You don't get to try and figure this out on your own. Like, we should have a say on who is going to move into our house. And luckily it didn't end up turning into anything.
Right.
But it ended in the friendships are over, but
yeah.
I had a friend whose roommate in college would leave kiss marks on her bra.
Oh, my God.
She would take her bra out of the laundry basket and put a red or pink kiss mark, lip mark on it. And we could not figure out why.
Was it a little love letter of sorts?
No, the girl was nuts, and she was nuts all through college. We didn't really stay friends with her, but she I knew people that lived with her later. Senior year, junior and senior year, and she didn't do that, but she would always do bizarre things.
That would be chilling.
So
just
weird.
find kiss marks on your underwear.
I just have to kiss it. I just have to
made out
kiss
with
it.
your bra last night.
Yeah. Okay, this I got to hear. We're going to go to Joe. Hey, Joe, good morning.
Good morning.
What's up,
Did
Joe?
not start on Craigslist.
Okay, it did not start on Craigslist. All right, go ahead.
So this was really early days of the internet, like 1995 or 6, something like that. I was about 8 years old. My sister, who was much older than me, met a random guy through a chat room, and he lived several states away. And one summer, while we were out of school, he showed up at our house.
Oh, my God. You're
totally
8
unannounced.
years old?
I was 8.
How old is your sister at that time?
She was just graduated high school.
All right, so 18.
Okay, so dude shows up at your house?
Yeah, so he shows up at our house with another girl.
Okay.
And it was really random, and we didn't, I was 8, so I'm sure I didn't get the whole story, but I didn't really figure out why at first. But the intention was my sister wanted to date this guy, which was probably obvious. And then he ended up living with us for the entire summer, him and the other girl.
No.
Wait, what?
And
Where were your parents in all this?
Yeah, seriously.
He moved in? He and his girlfriend moved in?
He lived in our basement on the couch.
Okay,
we had
hold
a
on.
pull-out couch that they just lived on.
Joe, hang on. Several questions. Okay.
Yeah.
He was a full-grown adult?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I think he was probably early 20s.
Your parents? What happened there?
I have no idea.
Why would they let this guy, this complete stranger, come in and live at your house?
This is my boyfriend and my boyfriend's girlfriend.
Right.
My parents are way too nice most of the time.
That's almost
naive.
negligent.
Naive. So
Yeah.
All right, so we're going to glance over that.
yeah, we'll glance over the parent thing.
They're living there. What happens?
So at the end of the summer, they just randomly disappeared, and they left a whole bunch of stuff at our house.
Okay.
And when they left, the girl that had left her ID at our house.
Yeah.
And when we found the ID, we noticed that she was using a false name the entire time she was living with us.
Okay. The old false name. Yeah.
Yeah. So when we looked her up online, we found out where she was from and all that kind of stuff. And it turned out that this guy had kidnapped that girl.
Oh my God.
So you had a kidnapper living in your house with the kidnappee. Did they get along? Was it a case where he had squirreled her away from her parents, or did you get the impression that she was there under duress?
It seemed like a little bit of duress and a little bit of him pulling her away from her parents, because she also was probably about 18 or 19.
That is effed up. By the way, I gave you permission today, and they may be perfectly wonderful people, but go slap your parents for us if you wouldn't mind.
That makes no sense at all.
Yeah.
Oh my God. I'd love to hear from your parents.
Yeah, it's great. They're having they're playing their records in the basement.
Joe, did you and your sister ever
talk about it?
Reminisce about this little interesting time in your lives?
Funnily enough, I rarely talk to her because of other boy decisions that she had in her life.
Okay, so it started early.
You got out just in time, Joe, or you'd be dating one of these guys.
All right. Thank you, Joe.
Yeah, that's a weird one.
Yeah.
So weird.
I had
a lot of layers there.
Well, if you think you're this girl and you're going to get this guy, hey, I like this guy, I want to date him. Yeah, is it okay if I bring a girl? What? And you still follow through with it?
We're talking about
It's okay. She was kidnapped.
Netflix's worst roommate ever, and there was a story of this crazy serial squatter that ended up and driving people nuts that he moved in with. So that's where we got started here. Taking some calls. I'm going to go to Lou next. Hey, Lou, good morning. Hey! It is Lou. Hey, Lou, what's up, bud?
Hey, what's up, Brett? What's up, Casey boy?
How are you, Lou?
Marissa.
Hey, now, of course, you're going to have a story about all this.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
All right. Now, listen to this. I was living out in California, and a guy that I knew growing up that I lost contact with got my phone number from another friend and said he wanted to move to California. So I said, yeah, sure, come on. I didn't know him that well, but I'm like, there's no problem. Somebody from back home. It'd be nice to have a familiar face. So he moves into my house. He's been there a couple days. I get up one morning, and my living room is full of computers.
This guy must be very studious.
Yes.
So what happened?
And the company that he robbed from they were friends of mine. And that's how he knew how he could get into the place, because it was an old car dealership that I used to work for.
So Lou, he came out with the intent of using your connection to rob the business that you worked for?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay.
Wow.
I got up. I was pissed. I called them up. I went over there, and I said, listen, I told them the whole story. They came back with a truck. We got all the stuff. I told him he better get out of the house while my buddy and his buddy come in and bring all the stuff back. And then I made him leave.
Yeah.
He met up with a girl and moved in with her. And then eventually he came back. And him and I got in a fight. And we had this big fish tank. And he kicked the fish tank, smashed it, and everything went all over the floor. And we wound up rolling around in the
in the fish?
In the fish.
In the glass and fish.
Glass and fish. Yes, sir. And it was a salt water tank.
Oh man. Lou, that's a hell of a story. So you were the guy finally left, I assume. I'm going to guess you won that fight and he had to leave, right?
Right. Oh, yeah. He left. He since passed away, too.
All right. He's dead.
I love how you go to bed and wake up and your living room is full of computer equipment.
Full of computers. And he's sitting there saying, hey, where can we sell these?
Oh, my God.
The balls on this guy, Lou. Did he know your past connections,
Yeah, oh, yeah. Yeah, he knew my past.
But, he thought, hey, maybe Lou would be down this. But he was stealing from your friend, which is...
Yes.
I think
stupid.
A gentleman says, do you mind if I steal from your friends?
At least open it that way, right?
And then we can fence it together.
Oh, my God.
Right. Oh, yeah, we can go spend the money while my buddy has all his information from all the cars he sold and everything and all out there for someone else. I felt bad. It just broke my heart.
Sure.
Wow.
That's hilarious.
Right. Lou, you never let us down. Great to talk to you, man.
All right, yeah, you too. You guys have a great day.
All right. Who's Lou? Dude.
I love that.
That's great.
But that goes to the point. Now, obviously, there was a type of character he was dealing with. But you don't know. Marriages fall apart after people have been living together for a while. Finally, you go to that neck. We had a whole topic about what you found out about something you've been living with for somebody you've been living with for years. Yeah. You think it's going to be better if you just met them on Craigslist or, hey, come live with me?
Let me go to, we have Gary has an interesting story to tell. Gary, good morning.
Oh,
Hey, good morning. How are you guys today?
Good. What's up, bud?
So, this is a really crazy story. So, I went ahead and I started renting a room on the Jersey Shore for $400 a month, which is like unheard of.
Right.
And I was super happy about it. The person who I found out was renting it was a friend of a friend, so I didn't think anything of it. And while I stayed there, it really wasn't a big deal. It was like a shared kitchen, shared living room, and I had my own bedroom upstairs, and she lived in the basement. Okay. So the first month, it wasn't like a big deal at all. And she's like this 55, 60-year-old woman who, after talking to her for a while, come to find out she is an alcoholic. She drinks regularly every day. Okay. And she's anorexic. So she she's got a whole slew of problems.
Right.
So
And now Gritty's here. It is just a party.
Yeah, so Marissa's in the other room where she is not in our soundproof studio.
No.
And there's a fire drill that's taking place right now. So, all right, Marissa, I'm going to turn your mic off now. Normally, we don't hear that at all. We see blinking lights. We'll see the flashing strobes.
Yeah.
And I'm like, how the hell is that bleeding in here now? We had Marissa's mic on.
We're essential personnel, so we don't have to leave.
Yeah, we'll hang out here for a little bit. Well, I mean, we have an essential person on the line joining us as we speak via Zoom this morning. And he's got to be excited because his Netflix special is debuting tomorrow. It is called... Can you put him up in the oven? Oh, yeah, Marissa had to head off because it's a fire drill.
So is Gritty going to have to exit the building?
Yeah, he's going to have to exit. He's not on the exempt list. Oh, he is? Okay. All right, well, anyhow. Tomorrow on Netflix, you will find A Humble Offering. And we would like to welcome our very own, Philly's very own, Mr. Matt McCusker.
Hey.
How you doing,
What's
Matt?
up, guys? Thank you for that.
Yeah.
How you doing? Pretty good, man. Pretty
Excellent. Nice to see you again, sir. And
Absolutely.
Like I said, it's got to be exciting, right on the edge of having this debut, right?
good. Yeah, it's coming out tomorrow. So I'm excited for it to, kind of be out and be over with. I don't really, honestly, I really don't like attention like that. So
No? You are, know, it's funny knowing what I know of you and obviously learning more about you. You're not like a stage hog, ego-driven lunatic when it comes to look at me. It doesn't seem to be your style.
Yeah, I mean, it's not even out of any kind of virtuosity on my end. It's just like a thing. It's like a psychological defect. I wish I had that. It would help me a lot.
It would help a lot more. Well, the Netflix, I saw you, I think you were on with Mike Jerick, our friend Mike Jerick. You did his show, and a late night show. And the Netflix special has a pedigree to it. But it wasn't like you were like, geez, I'm climbing Everest, and at the top is my Netflix special. And you don't want to diminish it, but it's just part of the journey, correct?
Exactly, man. It's another day. Sorry, my dogs are driving me crazy. Get out of here. Stepping on papers everywhere. Yeah, it's not like I don't know. I just kind of I don't get too excited until it's over with, and then things go well because I don't get my hopes up ever. So I just kind of stay even, and then I'm pleasantly surprised.
Matt, I watched the teaser for it for the special, and in it towards the end, you're doing this bit with your wife. She's in bed. You lean over. You're kind of trying to get a little something going on. She pushes you back, and then you kind of react, and all of a sudden you're like, "Oh my God!" Like that wasn't supposed to happen, and apparently you cut your forehead open. What happened? Because I couldn't tell.
Wearing this POV. I was wearing this POV camera rig, and I wasn't supposed to even wear it at all. I was supposed to have a body double because you have to know it's like a cameraman's job to wear this thing and kind of act in a way.
Right.
And there was one scene where, you saw it. I'm in bed with my wife, obviously, trying to get intimate or simulate that at least. And I was like, let me do that. That'd be weird. I don't want. I'll do it myself. And I had it on for 5 minutes, and I kicked my leg, and the rig, it's like a piece of metal, just whacked me right in the head. So and I had through the second night of taping, I had a giant gash on my forehead that then I had to like CGI out of the thing.
She's like, "Are you okay?" You're like, "Yeah, I'm fine." He's like, "No, you are bleeding."
So ILM had to step in.
Yeah. Matt, I've been a fan of stand-up comedy for as long as I can remember, and I love these specials. And so I pay close attention to, some of the details, the finer details of these specials. So, I ask you who directed it, and I ask you, like, what city you shot it in, and why did you choose that city to shoot it in?
So Tyler Falbo from Friday Beers, he directed it. I've been singing his praises ever since. I think he did a phenomenal job. He just cared about it a lot. Like, he would dig into details that I wasn't even thinking of. And he was just till the very, very end. He did the trailer and everything. So he was fantastic. And I filmed it in Ontario, California, which is kind of like, it's a little off the beaten path. It's like an hour and 20 minutes outside of LA. Kind of gets snobbed on hard in LA. If you're in LA and you're like, I'm going to Ontario, they're like, why would you ever go out there? But I liked it because it was so I've done so many clubs with that hour, and that was one of the only clubs that I can remember that I didn't do that I actually liked, if that makes sense. So it was like, I'd exhausted the material at all the clubs I would have filmed at. And then I'm like, where else have I done? I'm like, oh yeah, I love Ontario. And I just filmed there. And even my management was like, are you sure? I was like, yeah, I'm sure. Let's do it here. So even the club itself was like, yeah, he can if he really wants to. I don't know why he do that.
Well, then let me follow up. Like, what if it didn't land as well as you wanted to there? Then do you have a backup plan?
No. I applied to one college and I got in. If I didn't get into that college, I wasn't going to go to school.
Oh. That's how you play it. Yeah.
That's how you rock. But no, I knew it was going to be good because I did the club. When you do a club, you're like, oh, this club's, it leaves an impression. You're like, this is a good club. So I just, I had a feeling it'd be good.
Like the look of it too, and I'm looking forward to seeing the full thing. But there was a period where what you're doing is stand-up. It is, by its very nature, it's an intimate thing. And as the technology got better and better, and you had the large arenas and blah blah blah, and everything was like, oh, okay, you can mold to all these different places. But at its core, it seems to work best when it feels like that intimacy that you get initially if you go to a comedy club, and that's the look and feel of this, from what I can tell. I assume that is important to you.
Yeah, I love clubs, man. It's like, I'll do wherever, but I do like clubs because it's so tight and it's everyone, like, people are right there. And if you talk about one person, the whole room pretty much knows exactly what you're talking about. So yeah, I love doing comedy clubs. Like, theaters are nice, the arenas are cool, opening for Shane, but like, yeah, I just love clubs.
Yeah, it's a different vibe. I want to just change angles here for a second. You were talking about, obviously, the promo you shot with your wife. Your wife was in law enforcement for a while. You met on Tinder. How long have you been on Tinder? Because your modus operandi was you wanted a relationship. You wanted the real deal, from what you were saying. How many swipes on Tinder?
I didn't. I really didn't. I was just saying that.
You were just saying that?
Yeah.
I bought it.
Marriage, man.
Yeah.
I was divorced. I was a hot divorcee. I was hot.
You were ready to go. So how long were you on Tinder before it took? Before you hit the pay dirt?
Not long, honestly, man. I was. I feel like I had. The time kind of like always. I can never like remember it exactly, but I feel like I might have been on there for like half a year, if that. It wasn't long, and then and I was like dedicated, like not getting in a relationship, and then we met, and it just it happened. I was like, and I kind of like moved in like right away, pretty much.
Wow. How many dates did you go through before you came across the one? Ballpark.
A bunch, probably 15, maybe. I don't know. I don't remember.
Yeah, because
not bragging, but yeah, probably 15.
Not bragging.
Because for a while it was all the rage, and people still use it to great effect. I think some people are returning to old school, bars or whatever. But would you say overall, consistency wise, the people you were encountering were pretty good matches for you?
Honestly. Yeah, no, I don't think so. People were cool and all, but it's a weird, like, because I had never done it before. And then, like, I got out of this thing and I'm like, all right, this is what I got to work with. And for guys, it's almost like a slot machine where you're sitting there just kind of like going through, kind of addicted to it. And yeah, man, it's just kind of like, it's really sad, honestly. I remember being struck by how sad a lot of online dating was and impersonal. And then you finally meet somebody, and then you have to like go through this weird thing of like, you better delete that app because everyone's been dating people. So you have messages coming in. And it's like, it's a rough start. You really got to monitor. My advice is you strictly monitor and control your, girlfriend or boyfriend's phone in those first couple months because they can still be getting messages. You can take it. Don't let them work. Don't even let them work. Just let them stay home. Take their phone for the first few months.
So basically, like a prison. Yeah, you have to collect all their belongings in a manila envelope.
All their money goes to you.
I like that,
Matt. I want to jump in here real quick because listen, I grew up in this area. I live in this area currently. So anything that is somehow associated with this area, even Shane, who isn't technically from like the Delco, but he's close enough, right? But yourself, right? So now the show Task is on HBO, and it's set in Delco, and they're shooting on location in Delaware County. Are you watching the show at all on HBO Max?
No. What is it called? It's called Task?
It's called Task.
It's awesome.
It's a task force. It's FBI task force. There's drugs involved. There's motorcycle gangs involved, and
Mark Ruffalo's the main star.
Mark Ruffalo.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
Pelfrey,
Okay, it was so because there are locations that are kind of close to the area where you grew up, and I wasn't sure if you caught any of that.
No, I didn't even say. Where are they filming it?
Everywhere.
Everywhere.
It's filmed, but so let's put it this way: after every episode, the Inquirer has a feature about all the locations you recognized from the area because
Chichester, Broomall, Elverson, like just all over the area. In
That's
fact,
cool.
Preston had noticed that one of the places that they shot at was like right around when you lived in Upper Chi.
Yep, in Upper Chi. And then I remember there was a scene that was an interior, and I'm like, that looks like the Lanark Diner. Sure enough, they walk outside, and they're right there in the parking lot. Like, nailed it. But it's pretty cool. Yeah, you got to check it out. It's a great show.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask you because you were mentioning something about Preston and I we're sports aware and obviously when we're in a good time that we had not a very good weekend this weekend with the losses, but dialed in and get excited when things start to heat up a bit. But a lot of times you encounter the thing that I think we encounter as well, which is you get together with guys or at a gathering. And the assumption is that you're going to be able to go levels deep into a sports talk, and that's not us, and apparently that's not you either.
No, I mean, I wish so badly I could. I had whatever it was that I could like follow it all. I really do feel like it's just like I didn't do my homework when they're like, "Yo, did you see the?" And I don't even know who they're talking about. Like, "Yo, did you see the big man?" And I'm like, I don't know who that is. First of all, and second of all, I get it almost breaks a guy's heart when you're like. When we're at like, some sort of function and it's just us talking and they go into the sports thing and I'm like, no, I'm an empty well, man. There's nothing there. Yeah. They kind of get like, all right.
There's like
talk about.
There's like a moment, Matt, where I can kind of BS my way through if I need to, but I'm at a crossroads and it's like, okay, this guy just said something to me. Am I going to go this way and say, look, dude, sorry, I don't really pay attention, or am I going to go, let's play the game and see where this goes. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And then you pick, Pierre's at midday.
Oh, yeah.
It's about the pitching?
Yeah, if the pitching
or it's
holds
about
up.
Defense.
Yeah. Defense, man.
Overall, Matt, I would posit that you're probably mentally more healthy than Casey and I are because we get way too invested in it. And my mental health took a beating this weekend because the Eagles lost yesterday and the Phillies lost on Saturday night. I spent several $100s at the Bills game. And you get up and you have a normal Monday and you can go about your week, So, you win in the end.
Yeah, I mean, I guess so, but I never get that like victorious rise. And if a team wins, I'm like, oh, nice, that's good. And if they lose, I'm like, they'll get it next week. They'll be all right.
Let me ask you.
Go ahead.
You were writing for Bro Bible for a while, right?
I did,
that is a whole collective of sports alphas. How did you get along with those dudes?
I didn't interact with a single one. I was just in my house shooting off emails, and I never talked to any of them. Honestly.
All right.
But I do stuff at Barstool a lot, and they're big sports bros. But I don't know. I feel like they respect it. Once you come out, it's funny you talk about. It's like once you come out of the non-sports closet,
it's like Greg Louganis revealing.
They respect you, but if you try to I get caught faking the funk a lot too. Where I'm like, yeah, I think they're a pretty young team, and they're like, no, they're not. That's all I had.
That's all I had.
It's a gamble. I've done that. I've done that with bands where I've said like, oh yeah, I know all about them. And it's like it's not them. It's just one person. And it's like, oh god damn it.
I do it with movies too. I do it with movies. If someone like, have you seen this movie? I reflexively say yes, and then they start to be like, remember this one part? And then I can't be like, no, I actually just lied. I don't know why. So I have to be like, oh yeah, that was great. And then I just try to switch the subject real quick.
I think I think that the world as it is with social media and everything, that you feel almost like a pop culture obligation. Now we immerse in it because, again, we're just paper thin on our ability where we can talk about a lot for a very short amount of time. And that's the method that works for us. But yeah, I think everyone sort of, even if you're not remotely involved in anything entertainment based, there's sort of an obligation to be up on it all because it's so prevalent. Everywhere you turn, you're getting information concerning entertainment. Like the Taylor Swift thing was huge at the end of the last week. I mean, it was. Again, it drives everything. Were you I assume you went to go see the Taylor Swift movie over the weekend, correct?
No, I missed that. Unfortunately, I missed that. I was chomping at the bit to get down there. Yeah. But no, you are expected to kind of have an opinion on this and that. Like, did you see that there's a new movie right now that apparently everyone's saying is the movie of the generation? I haven't seen that one. Long series of something.
Oh, the DiCaprio movie, the Paul.
Yes,
yeah. It's getting great reviews. It's doing well, but I mean, it's also 3 hours and 14 minutes long. So I think you have you probably other things to do.
Yeah, one day. I'll see it. I am often. I'm on the cultural sports front. I'm usually about a month behind on stuff.
Yeah.
Well, so then I got to ask, because my life is so consumed by sports and music. What consumes your life? Aside from writing and all that sort of stuff. Do you have hobbies?
Kids.
What gets you off, Matt?
Yeah, kids first of all. But no, I do a lot of writing and I play music a lot too. So I'll practice. I play guitar. This morning I was playing guitar and piano and. Honestly, I walk a lot. I just go for walks. I'm like an old Chinese man. I just go for long walks and
it's a little Tai Chi.
You're in Austin.
I do calisthenics in the park.
Was that Lady Bird Park? Is that the park that you go to?
I go to that sometimes, but no, I live in an area kind of east, so I just kind of walk around, wherever I can get a little. They call them greenways or something here. It's a little path.
Are you a concert goer? Are you? I mean, because if you're a musician, if that's sort of your escape, do you make it out to shows or no?
No. I wish. I love going to live. I love going to concerts, but I haven't gone to one in a while. I'll be at ACL. I probably will go to ACL. I went last year.
Nice, because I went there a few years ago, and then we got a big old Texas rainstorm on Saturday night. It completely washed out the park, and everything got canceled on Sunday. It was pretty wild. And so, speaking of concerts, I actually chose. I was supposed to go see Goose on Saturday night, and I chose not to see Goose and watch the Phillies instead. And I should have just went to the freaking concert. You go to a concert, nobody loses.
See, but that's what Matt's saying. Matt would have made the right call on that. Whereas you're carrying the weight of this decision, It's being one level removed allows you that free. In fact, but Casey, here, Matt. Yeah. Casey's talked about, you're not going to find anyone who bleeds a deeper green than Casey. And he's uttered the words, I don't
think I like watching the Eagles play. I don't think, I love the Eagles and I love it when they win, but I don't like watching the process of watching the game unfold. I was at the game yesterday and I flipped off the stadium and left with 2.5 minutes left. I don't want to be that way. I don't want to be that way.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go
ahead. No, and there you are in the park doing Tai Chi and having a wonderful time.
Yeah. You know what, though? I now that you say this, I remember when I was younger, I remember the pullover starter jackets, way back when in the early 90s.
Yeah.
I had picked one out based on, it was the Miami Hurricanes. I remember I liked the logo. It was that, crane looking guy. And I just bought the jacket because I liked it. And I remember watching them in the jacket. I was maybe 8 years old or 7. And I watched them lose at my uncle's house, and I just cried my eyes out because I felt like such a loser when they lost. So maybe then I was like, never again. I'm never being hurt like this ever again.
Why am I doing this?
Yeah.
No, that makes sense.
Yeah.
That makes sense. You're tacitly responsible for their loss.
Hey, Matt, I wanted to ask with the special coming out, and you said you're kind of, you're iffy on it, or it's not that crazy exciting, but you're glad you did it, obviously. But what about your family, your parents, siblings, anything like that? They get excited when something like this comes out?
Yeah, especially my wife. My wife is like very, very excited about it. And I'm excited too. I just kind of like, it just kind of reads weird to me. She's actually buzzing around me right now. Yeah, she does that again. I'm gonna say.
Well, she was there.
She gets excited for me. She gets to feel all the excitement and stuff. So that's good.
Well, listen, I mean, Netflix again, and there are different things become popular, and then there was having your YouTube take control and owning it all. But you pop up on Netflix and you pop up in the top 10 and you get that sort of momentum. That is a thing. It is undeniable.
Yeah.
And it usually, I appreciate what you're saying though. Don't get too jacked up on things because, you got to keep even keel. Like the Pearl S. Buck would write about the, about never getting too high, never getting too low, and you keep things metered, and that's it. But, I mean, it's something that, quietly you can go into the closet and jump up and down and do the happy dance if you want, because it is a big accomplishment, yeah.
It's cool. No, it's definitely cool. I just, like I said, I just feel like when you do stand-up for so long, you just get, like, kind of crushed mentally so many times that eventually there's just not much there when things happen. You're like, all right, good. That's nice.
Yeah. It's probably
nice for a change.
Yeah.
It's probably the better way to be. Yeah, probably.
Yeah, I think so.
All right, well, listen,
see.
Matt, we're just going to point people in the direction. Netflix, it's tomorrow night is when it will be available, tomorrow, and it's called The Humble Offering. So support him, local flavor, love it. You're doing great, and people are. I'm looking forward to seeing it. So, and by the way, real quick, are you working on another book down the road at this point in time?
Yeah, well, yes, I'm redoing the one that I self-published currently with my friend Pedro Salinas. We're kind of just like taking the characters and doing a total rewrite. So that should be done hopefully in like 5 months, I would say.
Nice.
Right. Excellent.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, listen, continued success, man. Thanks for checking in this morning, and we'll watch the special, all right?
Hey, thank you guys. You're the best, man.
You got it. Matt McCusker, guys. Right here on the Preston and Steve Show. Make sure you check him out. But that's funny. His wife, if you missed his wife, popped her head in real quick. Just like, hey.
They should watch Task together.
They should watch Task together.
She's in law enforcement.
They would both
from the area. Yeah,
totally dig that.
I still have to do last night's episode.
Me too. Me too.
Speaking of law enforcement, we briefly discussed this during the news segment earlier this morning, early on. But there was a roundup of these 3 suspects that happened on Friday. They had been the FBI had been after them for armored car thefts, and it happened like right here, right where we are. I was leaving on Friday.
Did you see the helicopters when you walked
I go to
out?
get in my car,
Okay.
and I see 2 helicopters that were circling.
Yeah.
And I'm like, immediately I'm thinking bad accident on the expressway. And I was like, oh, man, it's going to take Friday. It's going to take forever to get home. And I checked Waze, and it was my normal time. So I'm like, okay, it's not that. And I didn't find out until later on what was going on.
I was watching the news, and they were saying Preston Elliott's leaving the building, and we're covering it live. No, so I left a little bit earlier because we had stuff going on at the house that I had to receive. And then I started to see reports popping in, and people were talking about it. And then all pandemonium took place.
Yeah, I was alerted by my wife because she had gotten an alert, I guess, from the school that they were on lockdown. And so I was aware of, like what was happening. And, it was pretty wild. And then I was with my friend on Friday night, who is a teacher in the area, and they were on lockdown.
But that's a pretty wide area.
It's a wide
if
area.
You're considering that it apparently was right in Bryn Mawr, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, right in Bala Cynwyd.
Yeah.
So that is a wide circle to lock down. But I understand why they do it.
Yeah. So, and when I had heard that some of the schools, maybe they need to have another training for the teachers and administration because it was a little bit chaotic, and the kids didn't know what was going on. And it was sort of being treated as if there was an active shooter in the schools or whatever.
So he must have been freaking out.
Yeah, they were freaking out.
I thought most.
Yeah.
I would think most schools have some, training or protocol for that, but maybe they haven't run through it in a little while.
Yeah.
Don't really know.
Yeah.
I have a question for our police friends that are out there, because when I left here, I mentioned this earlier, so I make a right on Belmont out of our parking lot and drive down the Schuylkill Expressway. You could see the helicopters, you could hear the cops and a lot of sirens and whatever else. And so, the whole area is on a bit of a lockdown. And there were some side streets that were closed off by what I thought was like a local police department, Lower Merion. And then I get on the Schuylkill Expressway and I'm heading west, and their traffic coming east on the Schuylkill was jammed. And I saw one cop car after another coming down towards Manayunk, towards Roxborough, where all the activity was happening. And what I'm curious about is those cop cars, were they stadies? Did they just call in every local police department and say, hey, we have this thing going on, this active situation? Like, did they call in all local cops and send them to where the action's happening?
I can say yes, because my friend who is in law enforcement was somewhere where he wasn't, where there was nothing going on. He was at an establishment along City Line Avenue doing like this kind of like a training thing,
right?
And so he's not in law enforcement anymore, but he was there with law enforcement.
Okay.
And dude there was like, I got to go.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so he just hightailed it right out of there.
But question, was it in his jurisdiction?
So
I think what you're asking is, can you call in neighboring jurisdictions if they need help?
If you're a Radnor cop, you get on. Do you hear people that there's something's going on in Roxborough and Manayunk and Bala Cynwyd,
and they need help?
Yeah. So what I don't know is which jurisdiction this police officer was from.
Right.
But the jurisdiction that he was in was basically like City Line and Lancaster Avenue. So.
Yeah, to piggyback on that, my brother is in this world too, and we actually were coming from a funeral in South Philly that had a police escort from the city as we're passing all of these vehicles. It was kind of breaking up at that point, but he's like, oh, there's the SWAT team, there's the Stadies, so he was kind of like naming all the different jurisdictions. And I do know, like in the firefighter world, like if you're out on a call, a neighboring fire company may come and cover your house, like your firehouse in your area, so that it kind of like spreads out that way. It's kind of like if there are other calls, maybe somebody from a neighboring township can come over and help out in other areas.
I'd be curious to find out from people who rob armored cars.
Yeah,
sure.
Their methodology here and how they. It is. I mean, the thing is, and it's like you think about all the potential side streets. You think about all the places if you're being pursued,
right?
And I assume that their method of operation is to try to lock up all avenues to those areas so that they can't get down those streets, because then you're looking at a world of hurt then as you try to find these people, because you assume if you're going to rob an armored car, there's really not much else you won't do.
Yeah. Hey, Press. I got to tell you, though, when I was leaving here, I was headed, into like the Narberth area. I went into straight up hidden fist mode, because I had a description of the perps. I had a description of the vehicle, and man, did I have my head was on a swivel. I was
Casey
like,
was waiting for
these guys.
a cop to come by and throw him a gun and go, cover me.
Yeah. But then a guy came by in a van and asked you to help him look for his puppy.
Yeah, I was like, oh, what kind of puppy is it?
For those who don't know, Casey years ago told us of his technique of, and this was, he was out on the streets in Philadelphia at night, and it was colder weather, and you were wearing a jacket, and your preparation was to pull your hands up into the sleeves of your jacket and ball them up into fists, and therefore no one would see that
I was ready to go.
You were locked and loaded.
Yeah.
And they had no idea that I was ready to go. And Steve, yes. So somebody pulled up in a van, and he had a dilp in there. That's a dog I like to pet. And
there you go.
And I went right
before
for
you knew it,
Yep.
you were in a basement.
All right, hang on. We do have an officer on the line who can help us out with the question. We are going to Tom. Hi, Tom. Good morning.
You turned on my microphone instead of the phones.
Oh, sorry. Let me try that again. Hey, Tom. Good morning.
Good morning, Ed.
Hey, good morning to see you. You're on the air, Tom. How you doing, bud?
Good. So I'll explain a little bit about that mutual aid stuff that you guys were just talking about. Okay. So originally this was a Philadelphia, maybe FBI task force thing. These guys were tipped off, and then it turned into that pursuit and manhunt in Bala Cynwyd and West Philly. So what usually happens for something that large scale, Philadelphia was there, Lower Merion was there. Then Lower Merion calls their Montgomery County assets, such as Upper Merion, Plymouth, so on and so forth. They then call Haverford and a couple Delaware County assets to assist in their wide range search.
And so, Tom, with that, just on a legal ground, with lack of a better term of being deputized, you are now, if you have been called in by a different jurisdiction to assist, you now have legal authority to be, working
in that area.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
So they're called mutual aid agreements.
Okay.
All municipalities. It's just legal paperwork that's signed between, say, Lower Merion Township and Conshohocken, or Philadelphia County and Delaware County, or Montgomery County. So if say the Eagles Parade, Phillies events in the past couple of years, Philadelphia requests certain assets from surrounding counties, that's a mutual aid agreement. It's just a signed piece of paperwork saying, hey, when we need help, we can call you and you'll send what you need.
And they're legally allowed.
That makes sense.
Okay.
It occurs to me that I would have
Correct.
difficulty.
So-
Go ahead.
Yeah, so all police officers all have the same training in Pennsylvania. You're all MOPEC certified, which is the Municipal Police Officers Commission. We all have certification numbers, so we all have the same state training and arrest powers within that mutual aid agreement to make an arrest or something like that.
That makes sense, and it seems to be sort of like a daisy chain, for lack of a better term. Each person then turns to each jurisdiction turns to the nearest, and that's how it sort of fans out. Would that be correct?
That's correct.
All right.
Excellent. Thanks, Tom. Appreciate it, my man.
Do you know why I would have difficulties in law enforcement, Preston? It's hard for me to say jurisdiction.
It's a difficult
So
word.
hard. They got to switch that word up.
Yeah.
It would be fun, though, to get in the car when you get that, that call and flip on the lights and the sirens.
You guys ever done a ride along before?
I don't think so.
I did with EMTs one time.
Yeah.
Was it scary?
Well, we went into so it was in Norristown, and we went into a couple of spots that were, higher crime area, and I was like, oh, yeah.
This exists.
You go in first, radio boy.
I saw some pretty sad things, unfortunately.
It is. It's heart-wrenching.
Which was difficult, but I've never done the police ride-alongs. I don't even know if they do those anymore. There was a time where it was fairly common.
An average civilian could request and get that. I don't know if that's the case anymore. You'll occasionally see news people do it. My brother did. I think he was a regular police officer. My other brother was older brother Gene was Secret Service. But I don't think you can ride along on a. You can request a ride along on a Secret Service
Probably
detail.
not,
Yeah.
But that would be kind of interesting. Go along and check things out.
You know the president.
Here he is. So anyhow, but no, they got these guys. They got these three guys in different locations. One was picked up in the Bala area,
Conshohocken State Road.
Conshohocken State Road.
Yeah, right down the road from us. Yeah.
And they've been putting together this observation. They've been tailing them for a while. They knew it was going to go.
Yeah, they said one of the heists they got $1 million roughly out of an armored car.
Yeah, so my friend who was telling me about this, I mean, you as a general, citizen, don't know how much they already know. He told me a story about a guy who killed his girlfriend a couple of years ago. They knew exactly where this guy was for days. You know what I mean? And they just kind of waited and waited and waited. And so same thing with these guys. They knew exactly what was gup. What was gup?
What was gup? All right, let's put all our cards on a table. What's gup?
And they
I don't know that word. You know that word.
Descended upon them. They knew on Thursday night exactly where they were. And then they ended up finding the last guy. He was hidden in like a window well with a tarp over him.
Wow.
I was like, that's a good.
Like a classic Bork.
Yeah.
And he gupped all over.
He gupped all over.
You guys want to talk to the chief of the Lower Merion Police?
Yes,
of course I do.
of course.
We have Chief Andrew Block who is joining us at this very moment. So let's get him on board. Hi, Chief. How you doing?
Good morning. How's everyone doing for this Monday morning?
We're doing well. You guys had an exciting Friday on your hands there.
Yeah, it was a very critical afternoon here in Lower Merion. Working with the Philadelphia Police Department, our partners, as well as the FBI. But it was a very successful day at the end of Friday, and nobody was injured. Thank God.
Yeah, that's
no civilians, no officers, none of the people that were wanted.
I know that's paramount. Let me ask you the pecking order. We assume by what we see on TV and so on and so forth that if the FBI is conducting some sort of federal investigation, that they would hold priority, or at least they would be up the chain and be able to delegate to you guys. Is that the case, or how does it work?
It depends on certain situations. If it's an ongoing investigation, they may not, depending on their resources at the time of the investigation itself. The thing that really works well is we know everybody. And when they need something, the phone call's made, and we're there to assist them. And likewise, if we need something, we make that call with the FBI and even Philadelphia police. So we've got two tremendous partners that we work with all the time.
Hey, Chief, when they were hitting these armored cars, was it in Philadelphia, or did it stretch out to some of the counties?
Philadelphia had the majority of the incidents. There was only one that I'm aware of that occurred outside of it. It was in Montgomery County, and that was in Cheltenham Township. They had the same one. So it put law enforcement through the whole region, on alert for that. So I know here in Lower Merion, we were telling our officers, we know the locations where the armored cars come, the approximate dates and times, and to be in the vicinity of that, just to act as a deterrent. We don't want that type of criminal activity here, nor does Philadelphia, or anyone else in the region.
To the point of robbing those kind of vehicles, and we know that they come. Obviously, you have security on board. You have armed security on board. Yeah. So the potential for things to go dramatically south exists. So that you would naturally assume that people who are engaged in that kind of theft are prepared to kill people if they need to. That would be a logical leap, correct?
That's correct, and that was our biggest concern on Friday. That it looks like that they were attempting to hijack another armored car. They're heavily armed, and they fled from the area. And there was a significant, vehicle pursuit through Philadelphia, and it came into Lower Merion. And the vehicle that they were chasing ended up on Snowden Road in Bala Cynwyd, which is it's a cul-de-sac. Yeah. So there's no way in. There's one way in and one way out. And they fled from the car. We didn't know if they were armed, but there was a handgun, two handguns, and a rifle located in the car itself. So yes, ultimately we're concerned that if we confront we challenge these individuals, it's going to be a gun battle. And thank God that didn't happen on Friday, and I think it's because of the way everybody was working together, collaboratively, that these individuals knew that, we were going to take them into custody.
No, kudos to you, and it's a massively difficult thing, everybody involved. I wanted to ask, as far as the people who are working for these companies that are these armed guards, is there I don't want to tip the hand if that's what this would constitute, but are they fully capable and legally capable of becoming, being lethal if they have to in response?
Yes, they go through training. Some of it's part of it's the Act 235. It's the armed guard training, so that they're able to carry firearms, and they do their firearms training. So, on a semi-annual basis, is my understanding of it. Yeah. So they're there. It's a very dangerous job if you think about it, and it's no different than law enforcement on any day of the week, because it's the unknowns that are out there. They're doing their job. We're doing our job. They're going in and out of establishments with, a lot of money that they're either bringing in or taking out. And it's no different for law enforcement. And, we tell everybody we stop motor vehicles for different investigations, just like the armored car business. The motor vehicle stop is one of the most dangerous things that officers do on a daily basis. So it comes down to your training and your experience. It's so important.
Andy, I'm sure there's not a ton that you can give away because it's an ongoing investigation, but how long ago typically would you get a phone call from, the FBI saying, hey, we're surveilling this, the Philly cops are involved, we want Lower Merion's involvement as well? Like, how long does that case take to build?
Well, sometimes it may be immediate, and sometimes they may be running it, and with their intelligence, they will contact the local police agencies that are involved, wherever it might be, where it may be moving. This did not happen in Lower Merion. It happened in Philadelphia. But as soon as they fled from the target on Monument Road, and they knew that they were coming into Lower Merion, they called us right away. So we were able to get our officers and our assets together to focus on the Bala Cynwyd area, and it worked. It worked with coordinating through Philadelphia and the FBI.
So we have someone with your level of expertise. I might as well ask you, are you watching the show Task? And if so, what do you think about it? Is it pretty on the money?
I've seen a couple of episodes. It's good. They've got some good technical direction with it, so I'm following it. But I haven't seen all of it.
Okay.
I enjoy it because it's local. It's local to our communities.
Yeah.
All right, well, Chief, thanks for checking in. We really appreciate it. Thanks for the information and keep up the great work. We're glad this had the outcome that it did.
Yeah, so are we. We're very, very, very thankful for this, and thank you for bringing me on.
A pleasure. Yeah,
you guys do.
Stay safe.
Yes, you do great work. Thank you, sir. All right, Chief, let's hear for Chief Block. Checking in. I was not expecting that. That was awesome. Nice. Dude, Casey was just pulling up a map of Snowden Road.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Dude, it's right
there.
down the freaking street from here.
Yeah.
And Monument. Right down the street from here. So that whole thing happened.
We need to protect Preston Elliott as a broadcaster. we need guards right now.
He has plans for the weekend.
Yeah.
Get him out of
He's
here.
going down to the shore.
Wow.
He's going to smoke a little. No.
That's crazy exciting.
There is a YouTube channel, Case, going back to an earlier point that you made, and it is all... You talk about the police knowing, in advance and what they know and how much they know, and the investigators and the detectives. And it is them during the point of interrogation. And Preston, it's amazing. I mean, it's hours and hours of interrogation, and they'll give you the sort of preamble to it. They'll let you know what the police know, and the way they are massaging the interrogation, the interview, so to speak, and the little things that they're doing, and how they get. Play that game of chess to get the information that they want.
You know what I was thinking of the other day? Because I was watching a show where these guys they burned their clothes that they were wearing when they when they committed whatever crime they were committing.
Right.
And I was thinking to myself,
we're naked now.
No. But let's say you bought those clothes online.
Yeah.
There is a digital footprint of you owning said clothes. Do
Yeah.
you know what I mean? So, hey, any criminals out there, buy in cash. No. But
give as many tips as you can.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
What are you saying now?
So, all right, suppose we're looking for a suspect who is wearing these sneakers, right?
Mm-hmm.
And but I've taken these sneakers and I've burned them, so I don't own them anymore. But they catch me, and they need to find me with these sneakers to, if they looked in my online purchase history, they could see that I bought those sneakers, that I own those sneakers.
Yeah. There's a footprint you leave for sure. Mm-hmm. Yeah, by purchasing.
Go in with hidden fists.
Hidden fists.
Yeah.
Cures everything.
Right. The guy had fists. I didn't even see him.
Most people don't have fists, and this guy did.
He hid his fists.
All right. Well, anyhow, it's pretty exciting stuff around here, and it's good. He is right with all those guns and the fact that these guys were, robbing armed people. The fact that there was no gunplay at all is pretty miraculous. So kudos to everyone involved in that. All right, we do have to take a break. Come back in a moment. We have some Bizarre File stories that will be up next. So hang out. We'll get to it in a moment.
Month, I was sitting in the living room and just watching TV, and she sits next to me. And she's in that drunken stupor, and she gets close to me and starts touching me inappropriately. And this is meanwhile, I have a long distance relationship. We're thinking about getting married, all this stuff, and I have the landlord hitting on me and trying to do stuff.
All right, Gary, just for my own satisfaction, age similar to yours, much older. Was she attractive?
She was 55 to 60 years old. I was 26, 25 at the time.
Okay.
So much older. She was, I guess, attractive, but not to the point where no. I would say on a scale, I'd say she was like a 5 or a 6.
Okay.
Do you like succulents? Most people understand what I'm talking about.
Well, I have to ask Gary, because in the little notification up here, it says that she would do naked yoga.
Oh, yeah. So after that encounter, and I got up and told her I had to go to bed, she then started to do my laundry impromptu. Like, she would go into my room, take my laundry, and wash it for me.
No.
Instead of me going to the laundromat and just doing it. And then she would do naked yoga. And the way she did that is that normally she would do yoga in the morning and she'd have it on. So I knew that she was out there and I didn't want to bother her. Well, she was, I guess, smart enough to mute it. So I would go out there and be surprised at her doing naked yoga. And then she would do the dishes with like see-through shorts on to go ahead and try to rile me up. And I stayed there for, like, me being so naive and not thinking anything of it. I stayed there to reap the benefits for like another 10 months.
Wow.
Until I moved out.
Wow. And this behavior kept happening?
Yeah, it just kept happening, and I didn't have the balls to be like, listen, I don't want anything to do with you. I was just like, hey, she's gonna do my laundry. Awesome.
Yeah.
So you played along to get your laundry cleaned, a $400 tab, which is excellent per month. At any point did you get any other perks?
I mean, I didn't have to pay for electric or water or anything like that. Occasionally she would buy me dinner.
All right.
So I was, I guess she was my sugar mama.
Dude, that's what it sounds like. To watch a piece of Age Me Do yoga is not so bad.
Wow. All right. Interesting. All right. Thanks, Gary. Appreciate it. All right. Well, with all these worst roommate stories, let's end with a good one.
All right.
Okay. Let's end with something a little bit opposite of what we're speaking about, because I'm going to go to Lauren here. Hey, Lauren. Good morning.
Good morning, Gadzooks, guys.
Gadzooks. All right, Lauren. What do you want to share with us? You said this is a little different.
Yes, thank you for ending on me. This is a positive note for the people of Philadelphia. So my best friend put an ad in Craigslist for a roommate. She was filling a room. Totally random. I agree with you guys. It's crazy. We didn't want her to do it because we didn't think it was a good idea. A complete stranger living in her house. She found our friend David, and he ended up living with her. And after a couple of years, they ended up dating, and I just went to their wedding in June.
And Lauren, it says here that he sells used computer equipment, correct?
He's a normal guy.
Oh, all right. So it's one of the few we get actually going the distance. I like that.
Still no way.
Thank you, Lauren.
Way
I
on
appreciate it.
earth.
No way. I know, yeah.
I don't care if there's the potential of love.
Yeah. All right. Well, anyway, this show, Netflix's Worst Roommate Ever, does it cover several stories,
Yes.
I assume?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I like stuff like that.
Yeah, so
it makes me feel uncomfortable, but I like stuff
It does.
like
And
that.
the first one out of the park, the first episode, is a real mind blower.
Okay, wow, interesting. All right, well, thank you for sharing. We appreciate it. We got to take a break. We'll come back in a moment. Some bizarre file stories on the way. Got some really good ones for you today. We're going to talk to James Murray a little bit later on. Murr from Impractical Jokers. Jackie Bam Bam has a special announcement to make, and we get a vocal performance coming up in a bit too. We'll tell you about it in a moment. Stay put. Other forms of overseas
all that
Chinese
stuff.
cuisine consisting of meat, often chicken, fish, beef, shrimp, or pork, and eggs cooked quickly with vegetables such as bean sprouts, cabbage, and celery, and bound in a starch-thickened sauce. It's typically served with rice, but can become the Chinese-American form of chow mein.
Chow mein.
With the addition of stir-fried noodles. So essentially, it's chow mein, but with rice.
I would love chow mein.
Chow. I've had chow mein many times, so it's and what's interesting is some Chinese or Chinese restaurant dishes will essentially be the same thing, but with rice or but with noodles.
Yes.
Or, you know what I mean?
I love Chinese food. Used to hate it, and I don't eat it a lot because, despite the belief that it's low in calories.
Oh no, it's not. It's way high in calories, and we've got a couple of takeout places we love to go to, and it's an easy. Here's how it goes. What do you want for dinner? I don't know. I don't feel like making anything. Chinese? Yeah. And that's pretty much it. That's how it goes.
I forgot I liked bean sprouts.
You forgot?
Because I don't.
They're good.
I don't ever get them to put them.
They
in
don't have a
anything.
lot of flavor in them, but they are they're satisfyingly crunchy.
Yeah.
And
and erotic.
And erotic as well.
I like water chestnuts too. Those are
same thing.
Good,
right?
Don't know what it is. It seems like hard air, but it tastes pretty good.
We have and it's not new, but it's new to our family, a new Chinese food restaurant near us. It's really, really yummy.
Same here.
Yeah.
Like we stumbled across one. We're like, we were going to go somewhere else. And we're like, well, we've never been in. Let's go over there. And we tried it. And we're like, wow, okay, this is our new place. Yeah. Our new joint.
Haruga.
Our new John, if you will. Speaking of food, I saw an interesting article that I thought might be worth talking about. And it was, I think I got this on BuzzFeed, and people are sharing the foods that taste better burnt. Okay, with a little burn on them.
There's a number of them for me.
Little char. Which ones would you guys throw out there? Now, Casey, you had said that you love burned food.
I do. I prefer, I think, a charred flavor over anything else. If I'm having a chicken cutlet, I prefer you leave mine in just a little bit longer.
Oh.
Yeah.
Chicken cutlet, like a breaded chicken cutlet?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, for me, burnt tends to go more into the like a mac and cheese where the edges are burnt.
There you go.
Lasagna where the edges are burnt.
Those are two good ones on this list. Yes, absolutely.
Pizza can be burnt.
If you get some mac and cheese that has like a layer of cheese over the top of it, not just mixed in with the pasta, but and you get some brown or blackened spots.
Absolutely.
Yummy. I do agree with you on that. What I don't think needs to be burnt is any kind of meat
or ice cream.
Ice cream.
Definitely don't
Me,
want
I
burn
don't.
it.
I hate burnt, and then some people love it just incinerated. Like you lose to me. Like in those other cases, like mac and cheese, to me that's an actual taste that I think is a unique, accentuating taste.
Yeah.
I think what happens when you burn meat, it robs it of its taste.
Although it does have a different flavor to it.
Yeah.
My dad, whenever we go to a carving station, if they'd have like a big roast beef or something like that, he'd always ask for that. Give me that burnt end right there.
Well, that's a thing.
My
Burnt
dad
ends.
would come in from the barbecue after he'd had a few pops, and he'd come in, the meat would be literally on fire as he was bringing it in. He loved it incinerated.
It doesn't necessarily rob it of its flavor. It just adds a new flavor to it and a new texture as well. But,
right.
A couple of weeks ago, I had just this amazing thing that happened to me where I cooked a bag of microwave popcorn, and as it turns out, only one kernel went unpopped in the entire thing. Now, that doesn't happen if you don't have a few burnt pieces of popcorn, and I like burnt popcorn.
Okay, I'll go with you. Now, I don't like
Not
burnt,
all.
I don't like burnt popcorn. I like the half popped kernels.
That too.
They're fun
are
to
the
play
best.
with.
But you like burned popcorn?
Yeah. So
Ew.
yeah, I know, but not like all of it burned. It's almost like if 1/3 of the bag was burned, I'd be okay with that.
Will you take a whole fistful of completely burned popcorn, or just some regular pieces need to be in with the burned popcorn?
I usually I eat popcorn one at a time. Yeah, I don't do fistfuls of popcorn.
One little thing at a time.
It's a great Clint Eastwood film, A Fistful of Popcorn.
Fistful of popcorn.
I got two burnt meats that are I'm all right with. I don't order them this way, but I know a lot of people do, including my girlfriend. Burnt like crispy bacon. Like
crispy bacon.
Overcooked, but like
that's a good one.
She takes it to another level.
She likes it burned like
she likes
black.
it burnt, yeah. So like if it comes in and there's any little rubbery parts or whatever, she sends it back. And then another one that I'm all right with. I won't order it this way, but like burnt hot dog over a campfire. If there's charred hot dog.
Yep.
I prefer not that way, but if it comes out that way, I'll be all right with it.
So that's got a burned exterior. So a hot dog is already cooked. It's
Right.
already it's not. You don't need to cook it through. So you can get a char on the outside, and the middle will be not rare,
Yes.
but it's not. You haven't baked all the flavor out of it. So I'm with you on that.
All right.
As you guys are talking, I can't really think of anything that I would prefer burnt or a little burnt. But isn't there something? Doesn't it release something that's not good for you? when you burn something.
There has been studies that say
Carcinogens.
that it creates things that are not necessarily good for your body. And that I think
That's why
I think meat more specifically.
Okay.
If I recall correctly,
My tumors are always
Stop it.
rare.
Yeah.
All right.
All right, so here are some of the respondents, and feel free to call in if you want to add something to this list, 215-263-WMMR. Roasted or grilled ears of corn.
I know a lot of people like corn well done. Would it be you?
On the grill.
Yeah.
And if it gets a little bit of black on there, I think that's yummy. And this person even add some lemon or lime juice, chili powder, and salt to top it off.
Or propane.
That sounds pretty damn good. Another one says most vegetables taste better with a nice char.
I'll agree with that. Like
Either like asparagus.
Asparagus.
Brussels sprout.
Brussels sprouts, yeah.
Nummy.
I like to throw stuff right on the grill and cook them that way.
Oh,
Yes,
potatoes?
Brussels sprouts you can bake. Yeah, potatoes.
Well, and also home fries. We're looking at what appears to be home fries or something of that nature on the screen. But yeah, a little bit burnt. Onions, a little bit burnt.
Yes.
When you do the vegetables on the grill, do you do it with foil underneath, or you go right on the grill?
You usually right on the grill. I'll get things that won't fall through.
Yeah, that's my problem.
Yeah.
I use a splayed squirrel.
Asparagus is tough. So if you get the little skinny ones, you're having a hard time with
Sons
it.
of bitches.
So if and asparagus is like, it's luck of the draw when you go to the store.
I know.
You don't know what you're going to get.
I love
You're going to get those
asparagus.
little pencil ones that suck.
Yeah.
Or you get the nice, big, thick, veiny ones.
Yeah.
The John Holmes
Put 'em in your
version.
Yeah, give it nice and veiny.
Those are the best.
11 inches.
All right. Now, this one I find a little bit odd on this list of food that tastes better burnt. They say any tacos.
Huh.
The best are served in tortillas that float off the burner in flames. So I assume they're meaning a flour tortilla.
Yeah.
Which you can, like you can make quesadillas on the grill and stuff like that.
So that I could see something like I've had.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by the bizarre true story of Roofman from Paramount Pictures. Roofman follows Jeffrey Manchester, played by Channing Tatum, a man who robbed 45 McDonald's, escaped from prison, lived in a toy store for 6 months, and that's not even the craziest part, and that is in theaters on Friday. All right, so a viral body camera video circulating on social media shows a Leon County Sheriff's deputy aim his gun at a man who he thought was wielding a gun, but actually was holding a gas nozzle.
Oh, man.
The video
They look so similar.
shows the deputy pull into the parking lot of a Circle K. He hops out of his SUV, draws his gun, and yells at the man to show his hands. The man complies and puts his hands behind his back. The deputy asks after approaching, "What are you doing?" The man says, "I'm filling up gas cans." The cop said, "You understand you're holding it like this, like it's a pistol, right?" And he was demonstrating with his hands. The man was confused and explained that he was just waving his hand to get the cashier's attention to turn the gas pump on.
That's hilarious.
The deputy said that's not what it looked like to those driving by on the road and requested the man's driver's license. As the deputy walked away to check his ID, the man started yelling to the other customers, "Did you see this man pull a gun on me because I held up the effing gas pump?" The deputy continued to defend himself, saying that it looked like he was holding a gun and that he didn't see the cord, the hose that connects the nozzle to the pump.
I mean, listen, I can see it both ways. It's dangerous. It could be dangerous, but the fact that it was a gas pump,
Where was that?
Well, I mean, if you're waving, you shouldn't get chastised for waving around a gas nozzle. But then again, it's great that a police officer
is there,
thought he saw something and was going to make sure that there wasn't anything bad going on.
Yeah. Where is that? Because gas prices are only $2.74 a gallon, which I think is pretty amazing.
Do not know. It's Leon County. I don't know what state it's in. So toward the end of the 10-minute video, the deputy is seen talking to a Circle K cashier inside the convenience store. She said the man and his wife come to the gas station every day and are very respectful. And the deputy said, "I just wanted to make sure that you weren't getting held up or something like that. That was all." As the deputy returned the SUV, he asked the man to come talk to him, and the man refused to do so. A woman was taken into custody and arrested after she allegedly sexually assaulted a Delta employee on a flight out of Salt Lake City International Airport. Cody Byrne faces numerous charges, including sexual battery, assault, and public intoxication. Byrne was boarding a flight from Salt Lake City to Portland on Wednesday when she refused to move from the aisle of the airplane after being directed to do so multiple times. When Byrne did move, she allegedly pushed a Delta employee into a seat with her shoulder. Now, following the incident, the pilot of the plane immediately ordered Byrne be removed. As Byrne was being escorted off the plane, she attempted to run into a secured area of the airport. While being stopped by employees, Byrne is accused of grabbing the neck of one employee and pushing their head towards the ground and pulling their hair. After Byrne released her grip on the employee, she allegedly walked back up and grabbed the woman's breast with her hand. And the employee stated that Byrne squeezed and twisted her breast while saying, "If I ever find you alone, bitch."
Wow.
Byrne let go.
That's a purple nurple.
Byrne let go of the Delta employee, ran towards the airport exit. She was attempting to book a flight with another airline When she was located by officers who attempted to place her under arrest, she resisted being taken into custody, tried to pull away from the officer, leading to the need for 2 officers to put her in handcuffs.
Man.
Byrne
and
denied,
she even used an incomplete sentence.
Byrne denied assaulting the airline employee or grabbing her breast, although she admitted to having been drunk earlier that morning. So, yeah. A Tulsa police officer showed off his best moves after responding to a noise complaint at a recent gathering. So, Tulsa police officials said at about 9 p.m., they received a noise complaint from a caller who complained that her neighbors had been playing loud music all day. It being the second time that officers were called out to the home. A Tulsa Police Department officer Green issued a nuisance sound citation, but while he was still at the gathering, he decided to get into the groove and bust a move. So the Tulsa Police Department officials said the people out there appreciated his style and also agreed to turn down the music. Nice move. So he started dancing.
That's great.
And it's on video, and the crowd, the people at the party were totally getting into it, which was wonderful. So after dancing for a few minutes, they agreed to turn down the music, and Officer Green was back on the beat. So far, the video has gained more than 500,000 views on Facebook. All right, more than 200 animals, domestic and wild, crammed into a Northport home where the air hung thick with filth, insects crawled the walls, and a 95-year-old woman sat trapped on the second floor, hemmed in by mountains of debris, authorities said on Thursday.
A hoarder.
Yeah, now the animals are safe and cared for, and the couple accused of keeping them there faces animal charges. District Attorney Raymond Tierney announced the arrest of Samantha Boyd and her partner Neil Weschler on multiple counts of animal cruelty. Boyd was also facing charges of endangering the welfare of a vulnerable elderly person. The rescue unfolded in a single massive operation after the Biological Environment and Animal Safety Team, or BEAST for short.
That's excellent. Good job.
Executed a search warrant. They found 206 animals living in an overcrowded, unsanitary condition. The house itself was allegedly infested with insects and spiders, cluttered wall to wall with garbage and household waste that made parts of the home impassable. Listen to this. The menagerie included cats, dogs, roosters, ducks, pigeons, quail, rabbits, crows, geese, chipmunks, doves, chickens, hamsters, ferrets, guinea pigs, hedgehogs, voles, flying squirrels, parakeets, parrots, cockatoos, chinchillas, tortoises, turkeys, and various other
6
species.
gerbils, 2 cats, a hamster, and a rabbit.
That is outstanding. that is outrageous.
So they
not outstanding, outrageous. That is outstanding.
Amazing. Great job.
Well
Good
done,
job, everybody.
Preston, they had to call in PUD, which is the police undercover department, to work
To
with
assist Beast, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Upstairs, also investigators found a 95-year-old woman confined by debris, unable to move freely throughout the home.
Outstanding.
The one-day emergency operation required a small army of responders, as you can imagine. Organizations provided medical evaluations, transport, shelter, and ongoing rehabilitation. Now, that was outstanding. That part was actually
They got her out. That's the outstanding part.
All right, and there you go. That's all we have time for in the Bizarre File for you this morning. All right, we're going to take a break. We are going to come back in a moment. We are going to get into lesson question, trash music news. Chuck just brought me some information for Rush fans. Very interesting news. You know I'm in that collective, so
Yes.
I will share that along with a few other things when we get back. Stay with us.
Pita.
Sure. Yeah.
And that's good as well.
So, but I don't know about corn tortillas.
It's like a chuppah.
Which you might call a chuppah. This also, another one says breakfast sausage.
Where are the sausages?
Yeah, in the bacon and sausage realm, you can burn those suckers up, and I'm fine.
Oh, pork roll too. Oh, and also Scrapple. Am I the only Scrapple lover on the show here?
I'll take it.
I prefer Spam.
Love it.
My new revelation with Scrapple, because I'd always preferred it burned, is smushed then burned.
Smushed.
Almost
then burned.
like a smash burger.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
I know what you're talking about.
Smush that
And
down.
yes, if I'm going to eat Scrapple, I would prefer it to have a harder consistency around it. It can be a little bit soft on the inside, but crunchy on the outside.
Yeah. Well, when I was a kid, I've mentioned this a number of times, my mother would have to burn the hell out of pork chops for me to eat them. I couldn't stand them, even remotely spongy, and I loved them.
How about now?
Don't eat them at all.
Okay. I'm going to go to Kim. Food that tastes better burned. Hi, Kim. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hi, Kim. All right, so what do you think?
I would say marshmallows over a fire when you're making a s'more.
Okay, literally light it on fire?
Yes, and then blow it out, peel off the outside skin, eat that, and do it again.
So you'll peel off the black stuff, and then put it on your s'more.
Yes.
Interesting.
And then do it again and kind of layer it up.
Kim, I'm right with you on that because it just comes right off. It's this it's a crispy skin, and it's wonderful. I do like that.
I'm not big on roasting marshmallows anymore. I used to be as a kid, but I do have a method now when I do it that will get them golden brown. And I prefer them that way.
Do you know what's I bring it up? They're a local company, but they're called Tuck-Ins, and they have they're so good because it's all in one. The s'more, everything is contained within it's like a lollipop thing with its own stick,
right?
And it's just delicious.
But Press, are you not going to share your method here, or?
Oh, it's just it's finding the right distance from the open flame.
Okay.
And rotisserie. Kind of just twirling it the whole time.
A golden brown is the best.
Is the best?
Yeah.
All right, good. I'll make one for you sometime. Let's see here. Somebody says on this list, corned beef hash. Oh, man. Crispy and crunchy corned beef hash with a runny egg on top is one of my favorite meals.
I haven't had corned beef hash, but I think I want to try it.
So good.
Is it?
So good. You know where you can get it? Secret Breakfast Place.
Okay.
I had it when we were there.
Is this now? Have you guys revealed the name of the Secret Breakfast Place?
No. The only way you can learn about Secret Breakfast Place is if we take you. I can't tell you where it is. So
this is Casey's rule. He wouldn't tell me where it was.
It's like Fight Club.
We finally had a free morning at the shore to spend time together.
Okay.
And I said, "You got to take me to the to the Secret Breakfast Place."
Put this burlap bag over your head.
Yeah.
And it was pretty awesome, I have to admit.
What if somebody takes you guys?
It's a greasy spoon. It's a hole in the wall. What do you mean if somebody takes us?
Takes you out to breakfast. Like, will you reveal it to them? Like, you're saying you have to take them, but if somebody offers to take you out to breakfast,
you could take them to the Secret Breakfast Place.
So do they have to do the thing that Steve said with the blindfold?
A burlap bag over the head, the back of the van.
Hit me over the head with a hammer.
You just need an escort.
That's it. And so don't email me. Don't. I can only take.
You don't want to ruin this. It's something that you guys have.
Yeah. But I told you though we were there, and Casey told the server that his method, and she's like, "Oh no, you can tell everyone about this place." Because we want them to come here.
No, seating is limited.
A secret. We're hanging on by a thread.
But he is right. It's only a bar. That's it.
Okay.
It's the only place you can sit is at the counter. There are no tables. There are no seats anywhere, and that's all. It's that small.
And don't go there if you've got a party of 6 because you'll never sit together.
You'll never sit together. We didn't. Yeah, we got lucky.
How many seats at this counter?
20 maybe.
No, I'd say 14 tops.
Maybe let's go 15.
Okay. Okay.
All right.
It's closer to 14 now.
Let me go to Joe. Hey, Joe. Good morning.
Morning, Ed.
Morning, Ed. All right. What's better? What tastes better, burnt?
Soft pretzels.
Soft pretzels?
Yeah, you get them extra burnt and salty. My brother used to work for Bernie's. Pretzels in the bazaar.
Wait a minute. Casey just shot.
Shooting.
Bernie's is.
Casey just shot.
And they would have a guy would come in and just order. They tell him to leave them in the oven.
God
make
damn.
another cycle.
Bitch.
And I got into it like that. So, and Casey, you want extra burnt scrapple? Put it in an air fryer.
Dude, okay. So my buddy Jeff, he told me about air frying scrapple. He's got the perfect combination. I haven't tried it yet.
Fries.
Kind of like French fries, Air fryers for fries are awesome.
Yeah, well, I'm talking about just
burnt up
scrapple in there and let it burn.
Oh, I like that, man. All right, cool.
All right, man.
Thanks, man. Appreciate
Have
it.
a wonderful day.
You too. And by the way, Bernie's, there are a few places that are like Delco. Like if you were to go the top 5 Delco food places, Bernie's is probably top 3 at least.
But there's a small chain called Bernie's. It's not that, right?
No. So Bernie's used to be sold.
You're thinking of H&R Block.
Yeah,
No.
Bernie's was at the bazaar, and I don't know if they also were in where they're at now, which is in Alden. But they're in Alden now, like on Providence Road. But that was the OG.
Bernie's is top 3 restaurants of all time, Delaware County.
Fooderies. I wouldn't even call it a restaurant.
Okay, so not.
It's a place that serves food for consumption where you can come in and sit down, but I wouldn't call it a restaurant.
Well, I don't know if you. I don't know if. No, I mean it's just a place where you go and you get your pretzels and you get a bag of pretzels and
it's a standalone.
It's a standalone.
Okay, because the one that I'm thinking of, there's one in Glenside.
But you don't go there for dinner?
No, it's a soft pretzel place.
Oh, okay. All right. But it's one of the top 3 fooderies.
Fooderies in Delco. Like, so it would
They
be
take
like
reservations?
Bernie's. I don't think so. Bernie's, like Charlie's. I would throw Zach's in there as well.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
As a foodery.
As a foodery.
Not as a restaurant.
Yeah.
What would restaurants? Any idea? Or do you go to some of the finer dining in Delaware County or not?
Fine dining in Delaware County?
Okay, never mind. That's a stupid question. Let me go to Kyle. Hey, Kyle. Kyle, you're on the air. Good morning. Yo,
Good
Kyle,
morning.
what's
Sorry
up,
about the
buddy?
guys at work.
Oh, it's okay, Kyle.
It's all good. What's up, man?
Hey, sorry, cutting out a bit.
No problem.
For me, home fries and hush puppies.
Home fries, we just in the potato realm, I agree 1,000%. A burn on that. Hush puppies, I'll have to think about that.
Yeah, I like well done, crunchy hush puppies. Not a bad idea, Kyle. Very good.
You're talking about the food, not the shoe.
I'd wait for your response, but it's going to take 20 seconds. But thank you for the call.
Well,
I think it's our phone lines, by the way. It was happening yesterday with callers that were calling in. I think there's a slight delay.
Okay,
Yeah.
there might be. Marissa pulled up some suggestions from the texts, which are people that prefer certain foods burned. Grilled pineapple. Kathy, you're all over that.
Oh, yeah.
She hates cooked fruit.
I love grilled pineapple.
I love pineapple, though. I love pineapple.
You ever had it grilled?
Yeah.
It's good. It's even sweeter.
I used to despise pineapple. You know why? Because I was getting canned pineapple. When you get fresh pineapple, it's a world of difference.
Peppers and onions cooked over charcoal, someone says.
I love to eat charcoal.
ABBA. And I guess, charcoal does give you a flavor. It gives you a certain flavor in the food. All right, so this was on the list, and somebody had texted in about this. Burnt Cheez-Its are great.
Oh, really? Well, they have the extra dark Cheez-Its.
And I think that's what they're referring to. So there are ones that are like well done or extra toasty. That's what they're called. I have not had those.
I do those, and I also do the extra dark pretzels. And I believe Butts is the only one that does those.
But that would fall under the same umbrella that the caller said.
With the soft pretzels.
Yeah.
Okay. So then you have burned onions and home fries. There you go,
Yeah,
Steve.
man.
Toast.
Yeah. No. I can take a little bit of a burn on a toast.
Poison on 93.3 WMMR. Everything that rocks. 12 minutes after 10. And Preston and Steve on a Monday morning. Our Word of the Week prize is brand new this week's $500 cash card, by the way, in conjunction with the movie Roof Man. We were just talking about that a little while ago. So you will need that first letter that we'll get here in a little bit. Pierre will get it to us, and then we'll get you moving to maybe $500 richer by the end of the week, which would be a nice thing. We have something else to give away for now, though. Lesson question time. And we're going to give away a 4-pack of tickets and haunted attraction passes for Six Flags Great Adventure Fright Fest. Casey was just there on Friday night.
Yes.
Had an amazing time.
I had an amazing time. I did the flash ride, guys. I'm telling you, so it shoots you up forward, and then you don't quite make it over the loop, and then you go backwards, and then you zoom forward, you go through the loop, and then you do it all in reverse.
Yeah,
it was
I love that.
really, really cool, man.
Wait. All right, well, you might win some tickets if you know the answer to this. What actress's name does Gritty want Jim Jackson to say during a Flyers game this season? 610-660-9333 is the number. He popped in a little while ago and made this declaration on air. He actually wrote it down. I read it for him. But what actress's name does Gritty want Jim Jackson to say during a Flyers game this season? 610-660-9333. Call if you know the answer. We will do the trash.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
And this morning it's brought to you by Paramount Pictures' Roof Man, based on the unbelievable true story. Channing Tatum plays Jeffrey Manchester, a man who robbed 45 McDonald's, escaped from prison, lived in a toy store for 6 months, and that's not even the craziest part. It's in theaters on Friday. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, Preston, quadruple murderer Brian Koberger is not enjoying prison, having already filed 4 complaints with the Idaho Department of Corrections. In one complaint, Koberger says he's being mistreated, noting that it's not as if he killed 5 people.
Oh, hey!
Kylie Jenner wore a near see-through paper dress, while sister Kim Kardashian sported a daring pixie cut to the opening of Paris Fashion Week. Attendees say when the two hit the red carpet, the Great Hall erupted into yawns.
Oh, my God.
And finally, despite reports to the contrary, Keith Urban is not omitting songs he wrote for Nicole Kidman from his concert sets. Urban's rep says he still sings them, but now pinches his nose and scowls.
Let us see if you do indeed know the answer to this. What actress's name does Gritty want Jim Jackson to say during a Flyers game this season? We'll go to Bob. Try to get that answer. Hey, Bob, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning to see you, Bob. All right, so what actress does Gritty want Jim Jackson to say during a game?
Penelope Cruz.
Yes! Hang on, Bob. We're going to give you a 4-pack of tickets and haunted attraction pass to Six Flags Great Adventure Fright Fest, opened select nights through November 2nd. And it's cursed with 9 haunted mazes, each with its own frightening theme, including the Conjuring universe based on New Line Cinema's iconic horror franchise. And you can check out the YouTube stream throughout the week, this week, our YouTube stream, to catch a glimpse of Annabelle in our studio.
Annabelle.
And for more information about the Conjuring Maze and Six Flags Great Adventures Fright Fest, you can visit sixflags.com/Great Adventure. All right, let's do music news.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Oh. One more time.
Annabelle.
Thank you. All right. Music News brought to you by Temple Football. Get ready, Owls fans. Temple homecoming weekend is here. The Owls host Navy at the Link on Saturday, October 11th. You can make sure to get tickets today by calling 215-204-8499 or visiting owlstix.com. So I have news I never, ever thought I would be sharing, but here it is. Gang, Rush is going to tour again. This is unbelievable. Wow. Now, it is for a special commemoration of the band celebrating 50 years. And so they are going to do a limited tour. It's going to be 7 cities, but multiple shows across those 7 cities. I never, ever, ever thought this would happen. I thought maybe something of exclusively a Neil tribute might happen, and maybe a variety of drummers playing. But no, this is Alex and Getty getting together. They have a drummer who is going to play the part, and this is kind of a tribute to themselves of sorts.
Well,
and to Neil, it is going to be there's going to be special recognition, obviously, of Neil throughout the shows, and I'm sure that they will do things visually because they're a very visual band when you go to their concerts.
That all makes perfect sense. I have a feeling, Preston, and I know you're going to complete the story here, but they get back out, they see the response, they feel the warmth, and the fan base responding. I think this could go longer.
Reignite, I don't know, because when I actually heard about this last week. I got word from a little birdie who let me know and said to keep my mouth shut.
Yeah.
So I did.
Shut your mouth.
But I when I heard this, I'm like, I don't know how I feel about this. I considered the band to be over and done because it's a 3-piece band, and absolutely one of the most important parts is gone for good. But a limited tour, 7 cities and multiple shows, and a recognition of the history of the band, I'm absolutely okay with this. I'm totally 100% okay with this. So I'm going to read a statement from Getty. He had written, "It's been over 10 years since Alex and I have performed the music of Rush alongside our fallen bandmate and friend Neil. A lifetime's worth of songs that we had put our cumulative hearts and souls into writing, recording, and playing together on stage. And so, after all that has gone down since that last show, Alex and I have done some serious soul searching and come to the decision that we effing miss it, and that it's time for a celebration of 50-something years of Rush music. So in 2026, he says, my BFF, Lurkst, that's his nickname for Alex, and I are going to hit the road once again to pay tribute to our past and to Neil by performing a vast selection of Rush songs in a handful of cities. No small task, because as we all know, Neil was irreplaceable." And he writes, "Yet life is full of surprises. And we've been introduced to another remarkable person, an incredible drummer and musician who is adding another chapter to our story while continuing her own fascinating musical journey. Her name is Anika Niles, and we could not be more excited to introduce her to our loyal and dedicated Rush fan base, whom we all know will give her every chance to live up to that near impossible role. Before we hit the stage, we also hope to add another musician or two to expand our sound a wee bit and free up Alex and I in order to show off some of our fancy new dance steps. So Lurks, Anika, and myself, along with many of our longstanding crew members, have been hard at work rehearsing and designing the kind of Rush show that you've grown accustomed to and to expect from us. We dearly hope that you'll come along and help us celebrate our history together. So I didn't know who the drummer was until just a few minutes ago. So I pulled up a video of her playing. She's freaking incredible, as you would imagine. They would only grab somebody that obviously was worthy to the task.
And somebody that they vetted as comprehensively as you would imagine.
Yeah, and somebody who synergizes with them as well on a personal level. She played for years. She toured with Jeff Beck.
Well, there you go.
So, I mean, come on.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, so fans are going to be able to, and by the way, here's the rundown of the shows. They will be playing Los Angeles, Mexico City, Fort Worth, Texas, Chicago, New York, Toronto, and Cleveland. Nothing in our exact area.
Do you know what's the telling part of that statement, though?
Yeah.
And we effing missed it.
Oh, yes.
So, and we effing missed it doesn't end up with just those cities.
Probably.
I don't think so.
Yeah, maybe so. They might get together and write and take something new out, because they very rarely would Rush get out behind without having current music to promote. But fans will be able to participate in the pre-sale by signing up at livemusic.sc/Rush. You can do a quick search on this and find it, and we'll have it up on WMMR.com. But you have to sign up by Thursday to be a part of it. And it's multiple ticketing sites. You can sign up to join the sale. For artist pre-sales on Ticketmaster, no code is needed. Access is tied to your account. Pre-sale begins on Monday the 13th, and general sales will be October 17th, Friday.
So is this going to cut into their obligations hosting the Great Canadian Christmas Light Challenge?
Oh, maybe.
Probably.
Okay. I don't know.
Press, I remember you telling me a couple of months ago that you had gotten a spam call from Canada and you didn't answer it.
I know.
Maybe
I may have missed my opportunity.
Damn it.
I don't really know. But that is that's pretty wild news. Something I never, like I've told you guys flat out. I'm like, it's done.
Never going to happen.
You will never see it.
And here we have Anika.
Let me ask you, so how much, of a scale, 50-50, like excited and, and
a little bit of poop in your pants?
It's just not the same.
Boy, I don't know. I'm a little more excited than it's just not the same, to be honest. I don't know if I'll get to any of these shows. My hearing is so shot, I really can't go to concerts anymore and get the full enjoyment that I used to be able to. But I am excited that hopefully they'll film this and I'll be able to see it, in that form. But no, I am now excited, and especially watching a quick video of Anika play. I'm like, okay, this could be pretty awesome.
It's funny because earlier this morning I was mentioning to you I'd seen the Spinal Tap 2.
Yeah.
And in Spinal, not to give too much away, they go with a female rock drummer who's awesome, by the way, and fun and funny in the movie. And I was saying to Preston, she had some really pretty killer moves.
That's awesome.
Is there a drummer out there that would have gotten you way more excited if they had chosen
Meg White?
Yeah, maybe Meg White. No, there's a couple I would have been really happy to see, like Todd Zuckerman from Styx. He's an amazing drummer. Or maybe Simon Phillips, or there's a couple of names.
Yeah.
Portnoy is definitely one that people had thought would be an obvious choice, and he was friends with those guys too. So
I see though. Here's why I think also. And I play detective on this. You know me. They call me Steve Morrison, rock detective.
That's right.
Rock and roll detective, like Ford Fairlane, Preston.
Yeah.
And I see that they would go with her.
Yeah.
Because
doesn't take the spotlight off of Neil.
And she's more likely to lock into a longer-term prospect with the band.
Maybe. And also they can honor. What is that about?
Detective.
They can focus in on a lot of visuals about Neil and celebrate him as opposed to being distracted by an already big name.
Yeah,
so
okay.
I think it's a good call. So So anyhow, that's great news. I'm happy to hear that.
That is pretty amazing.
All right, a couple other things to get to. Oasis founding member and guitarist Paul Arthurs is taking a break from the band's reunion tour due to prostate cancer treatment.
Ooh.
Arthurs, known as Bonehead, announced Friday that he was diagnosed with prostate cancer earlier this year and is responding well to treatment. He'll miss upcoming shows in Seoul, Tokyo, Melbourne, and Sydney, but plans to return to the South American leg of the tour starting on November 15th.
Sounds like it was caught early. If that's the case, again, get your PSA checked.
Yes.
Don't worry about it. Go get the blood test. You catch it early, you're going to be fine.
Foo Fighters have surprise released a live EP. It's called Our Playing Where, Volume 1, featuring 6 tracks recorded to the recent pop-up club shows across the U.S. The shows took place in San Luis Obispo, Santa Ana, Washington, D.C., and New Haven, where the band's first live performances in over a year. And also marked the live debut of new drummer Ilan Rubin. The EP targets deep cuts from their catalog like Alone and Easy Target, Exhausted, and White Limo. It's available exclusively on Bandcamp on a pay-what-you-wish basis. And all proceeds will be donated to local charities fighting food insecurities in cities where the shows were recorded. So that's pretty cool. They're adding that to that. Green Day is celebrating, this is the last story we have, the 25th anniversary of their album Warning, with a deluxe edition coming out on November 14th. The expanded release includes 49 songs across 5 LPs of 4 CDs featuring a remastered version of the original album, 8 previously unreleased demos, 2 new mixes, and a 21-track recording of a 2001 concert in Tokyo.
I like the song Warning because every lyric in there is something you will see like on a sign, like a warning sign of something like that. So I think that's a pretty
very clever. Yeah.
So the Warning came out on October 3rd, 2000. Debuted at number 4 on the Billboard 200. It went gold and has generated nearly 1 billion streams at this point.
So another plan is to release a 1,000 disc set containing 22 million songs.
Okay.
Yeah. And 58 hours of film.
Order now.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, and there you go.
When do these packages become outside the realm of human enjoyment? And they're just too much content.
And that is what I have in music news for you. All right, we will break. We'll come back when we get back. That letter of the day for the word of the week. Yep, we'll have it. Stay there. Not I think it for me personally, it crosses over a line of bitter, and I don't want to.
Toast is one of those words that could be singular or plural. Right? I'm going to make some toasts.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, don't say
Just
toast.
Yeah.
How many pieces?
Pieces of toast.
Yeah.
Did you enjoy your toasts?
Be the same thing with bread, I guess. Can I have some breads? Various breads.
I do like
you
how
could.
some toasts are dessert-like and some are meal-like.
Like ones with raisins and cinnamon?
Cinnamon raisins.
Which, by the way, is great,
for
too.
real.
And toast that bread?
Yes. Uh-huh.
All right, here's one. I like to do this from time to time. Charred lettuce, believe it or not.
Oh.
So you take a head of romaine lettuce. Let's just think about that for a minute. You get some olive oil on it. You throw it on the grill.
All right.
And then you add your dressing to it afterwards, which a lot of times you can make your own, maybe just a little lemon and oil and salt and pepper for a really light dressing, or you can do like a Caesar or something like that. It's fantastic.
Really?
It's excellent. Yeah. What noise are you making?
I'm not. No, there was a squeak of a microphone stand or something like that. Yeah.
I thought you were. I saw your hand going like this.
I'm sorry.
I thought you were jerking it.
Casey, don't jerk it on air.
All right. Burnt tips of kielbasa. Kielbasa is another one of those that you can char the outside of because it's already cooked through. Usually,
I think I would need anything in that kielbasa, any of that stuff. I would need it incinerated because I don't like it.
No?
I just don't like those meats.
My wife...
Kielbasi and bologna.
And I know people love it.
Yeah, I love them.
We made...
Polish sausage.
As a matter of fact, we had Irvine in, and we did the...
Crockpot challenge,
and he dug my kielbasa.
He did.
Even
I did. It was quite good.
Yeah, it's maybe like brown sugar and apples and what's that other stuff called? Sauerkraut.
Yes.
Okay, here's one I fully do not agree with at all. Burnt scrambled eggs. No.
To me, you'd have to go way off the charts to burn scrambled eggs.
Eggs should be tender. No. They should never be firm. That's my personal opinion.
Little runny.
A little bit runny if possible.
Scrambled eggs? No, you know what?
I'm out on that.
I change it. I want them overcooked. I want my scrambled eggs.
No.
I don't like runny egg yolks.
Yeah.
I want a little run.
I want them
little
burnt.
run.
I want them disgustingly incinerated.
I want to sop it up with my toast afterwards.
Rochelle burns her eggs.
She's wrong.
She says
She's right. That's why we slept together.
Problem with that. Baked mac and cheese on top. We already talked about that. Grilled barbecue chicken needs a char. Yep, I'll go along with that too. French onion soup cheese needs to be burned.
Yeah.
Yep.
You know, it's funny. A soup that I love so much was responsible for one of my closest brushes with death.
Yeah. You can choke on that
You
stuff.
get that glob of cheese in your throat and you're, forget it.
Chocolate chip cookies, when burnt, are pretty good.
No,
Do you
they're
like
not.
burn?
Listen, this is my thing.
Yeah,
it's my
your
jam.
jam.
It's my John. The chocolate chip cookies in all versions, I don't want them incinerated, but a little burn around the edges with some milk adds a different taste complexion. I'm down with it.
Okay. Let me
Brownies even.
Well, brownies is on this particular list, and I agree. A little, I do like it needs to be moist inside.
Yes.
But a little crunch texture on the outside is pretty good. We will go with Brent. Hi, Brent. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you guys doing?
Wonderful, sir. We're talking about foods that might taste a little bit better when they are burned. What do you think?
I think the burn ends in the veggies, especially like you said, the asparagus.
Okay. Yeah, when you get the tips that are burnt a little bit.
It's so good.
Yeah,
and they get crunchy.
I do my own barbecuing, and a lot of times they're crunchy, but they're not overly cooked.
And the benefit of the asparagus is what your piss will smell like.
Later on.
It's so amazing.
It keeps on giving. It's like beets. You pee red later on,
Yeah, it's
man.
like a reminder of a great meal.
Only for a split second you think you have a testicular cancer or something like that. I'm going to go to Dave.
I'm rotting from the inside. Oh, it's the beets.
Hi, Dave. Good morning.
Good morning.
What's up, Dave?
Hey, bother you guys at work. Hey,
thanks.
First time caller here.
Awesome, man. All right, and we're talking about foods that might taste better burnt. What do you think?
Well, along the same lines of lettuce, cabbage.
Ooh.
If you guys ever use cabbage, you cut it in steaks, like portions of steak.
Okay.
Soak it in olive oil, salt, pepper, oregano, whatever you want to use. Hot, like say maybe some hot pepper or something.
Huh.
Burn it on the grill. You're gonna love it,
Dude, I will try that. That sounds really interesting.
You say you're cooking the cabbage like a steak?
Yeah, you can cut it thick enough and it'll hold together. Cabbage is really wound together tight.
Hey, Dave, do you do the same thing with the artichokes ever?
I have not, but we get the cabbage and it doesn't taste like anything when it's regular, right? When it comes out of the store, it doesn't really taste like much, but when you burn it, holy crap.
Okay.
Yeah, I've heard that same approach grilling artichokes on
Thanks,
it.
Dave.
Yeah.
Wait, so artichoke, do you split it down the middle?
Yeah.
Lengthwise?
Yeah, or you can peel them in advance and then put you need a meaty one. You need a thick one, a veiny one.
Right.
But you can grill them individually, but it's a delicate thing.
Artichokes are a tricky thing, man.
They are.
Because they've got that fibrous material when you get towards the heart.
Yeah, you're not getting them much anyway. Even on the best ones.
It has a heart.
You got to work really hard to get very little on an artichoke.
Do you guys like it when people say okie dokie artichoke?
I do.
Okay.
I say it sometimes. Yeah.
Usually the next step is you're put into a home.
Right. I like a hunky dory chicken tandoori.
I've never heard that.
I've never heard that one either. Let's see. All right, we already got to that one. All right. Let's go to Ed. We got a couple of Eds. Hey, Ed, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Good morning, Ed, sir. All right, food that tastes better burnt.
Well, seriously, I got to tell you, I'm literally taking notes. This is fantastic.
Good. We're good for something.
Especially about the vegetables. We recently got an air fryer.
Okay.
And the first time we used them, my wife burned green beans, and I was eating them like French fries.
Okay.
It's hilarious.
All right.
But
Yep.
The food I wanted to call about was baked ziti.
Yeah.
Or lasagna. Like that top, it's almost kind of like a crust with the cheese.
Yeah, we mentioned that earlier. That was number one, at least way up on the list. When you have that, like burnt mac and cheese, burnt baked ziti, burnt lasagna, it definitely, I think that enhances the taste dramatically.
I mean, I don't know if it's just the cheese or just like the macaroni sometimes gets like a little harder. Just that change of consistency. I don't know. I go straight for it.
Yeah, burnt cheese.
Good to know. Thanks for the word, Ed. We appreciate it, buddy.
All right, guys.
All right, let me go. Here's another one. Ed, talking about pretzels. But hey, Ed, good morning.
Hey, everybody. It's good to have you on the ba-ba-two, the ba-two, ba-ba. Oh,
You were doing so well.
Melding it along with you, Ed. Try it again.
Try it again.
Try it again.
All right. Hey, everybody. it's good to have you on the Baba to the Baba to Baba do Baba Doc.
That's pretty close, right?
Closer. All
right.
Better. I like it.
Now do it backwards.
All right, Ed, what's up, man?
A Philly soft pretzel, without question, is absolutely the best when it is burnt.
All right, so we had a caller who said he orders them that way. How do you get your? Are you taking a soft pretzel you might buy somewhere and then going home and burning it yourself, or how do you
keep a lighter in the car?
If I go there and I see that there's a burnt, rack of pretzels, I'll ask for those.
You'll buy them all up.
Yes.
Okay.
Now,
I have to try this.
At work, when they had pretzel day, and what I would do, I would, buy the pretzels, take them into the toaster oven,
okay,
put them in there and jack that thing up to like 450 for like 5 minutes, and come out. It's almost like eating a Snyder's hard sourdough.
Oh, yeah, I love those. I do love those. So, I got to try the burnt soft pretzel. That sounds intriguing.
All right, Ed,
okay.
we'll give it a shot, man. Thanks, bud. Appreciate it.
Peace out.
I assume you do the
Peace
mustard
out.
or cheese with that, right?
Yeah.
So what I would used to do is the Dutch, the Snyder's, the big Dutch pretzels, the hard ones.
Yeah.
And then you'd get the cheese, the what is it? The
Cheese whiz?
Cheese whiz in like a body heated up. It's meant to be heated for dipping.
Right.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah, I go with mustard.
There's not one thing healthy about that experience.
By the way, somebody texted in, you know what I mean, Jelly Bean? Sure do, Peanut Chew. Thank you. All right, we'll go next to Bob. Good morning, Bob.
Good morning. You guys rock.
Oh, thanks, man.
Thank you, Bob. All right, so a food that tastes better burnt.
Well, first of all, like that one Ed said, I'm taking notes. Cheese curls. I never heard that. I'm going to try that.
All right.
All right. I fry oatmeal with olive oil, and I burn that a little bit.
You fry oatmeal with olive oil. I have never heard of that.
Yeah, before you put the gravy on it.
Where did you pick this up?
I made it up myself.
Okay.
And my oldest son, I'll tell you, he goes nuts. If I'm home and I'm making it, I got to make him some.
So oatmeal usually needs to be softened up a bit by water. So what's the consistency like? Are you using a lot of oil?
Well, what you do is first you make the oatmeal like normal, the instant oats. You put it in the water in the pot.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you get it normal. And then what you do is you get the olive oil in a frying pan, and you get that nice and hot.
Yep.
And you put this in there. You just make sure you leave it in there long enough just to burn, just a little bit brown.
Are you making like little patties, like little crab cakes out of oatmeal, or what?
Oh, no, I make like a big pancake.
Okay.
All right. My mind is reeling at this. Did you discover this recipe during a house fire?
No, it's just the way my mind works, I guess.
All right.
No,
and then do you throw anything on that? You throw some fruit on it or sugar?
Oh, you could throw whatever you want in there. You could throw cayenne pepper. You can put onion salt, whatever you want.
Onion salt? What the hell? So you're having savory oatmeal?
Oh, yes.
See, I always think of it as a sweet treat.
I love oatmeal.
Wow.
It's crunchy and soft at the same time. You got the best of both worlds.
All right, you're changing things up here. You're making my mind freak out.
I like the them on with a song that I need to ask assistance on how to pronounce it every single time I play it. Lacrima is how you say that. I wanted to say lacrima.
That's good too.
It's spelled Lachryma, so that always throws me off. It is 10:38 on this Monday morning with the Preston and Steve show. Coming to a close. Didn't sting that bad for a Monday. And the weather's still lovely today and tomorrow. Wednesday, things change. Actually, Tuesday night into Wednesday, we're expecting a front to come through. It's going to bring some rain in the overnight hours, actually the late night hours into the overnight. And then rain on Wednesday and cooler temperatures. And then I think Thursday, like the high's only going to be like 63 degrees, which is going to feel starkly colder than what we've had. But it's actually right about where we're supposed to be.
That autumn feeling. Does that help accelerate the colors coming into the leaves?
Probably.
Yeah. I would assume.
Gets us ready for Camp Out for Hunger and all that stuff. Gets us in that frame of mind, which, by the way, we are 35. Where'd the number go? It fell off.
The number?
35 days remaining till Camp Out for Hunger. So I would like to thank our guests. We had Gritty in the studio today. Gritty and Jim Jackson of the Flyers came by. Flyers opened their season on Thursday in Florida against the Panthers. And remember, Gritty predicted by a game that we played with, and wasn't his actual prediction, but 8 goals scored by the Flyers.
I intermittent fast. I don't eat in the mornings. I wait till the afternoon. However, they brought by these things that I've never had before called chocolate chip cookie French fries.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, cookie fries.
Cookie fries.
That ended this morning.
Yeah.
I went ape-ass.
They're great.
Delicious.
They're great.
Them over here.
Yeah. You want to have some?
Yes, please.
Okay, go right ahead.
Thank you.
And also thank you to Matt McCusker, who stopped by or checked in with us this morning. His Netflix special is opening. It's released tomorrow on Netflix, and check it out. Local fella, nice guy.
Yes.
He hated me for a long time.
Now he loves you.
Now he loves me.
Why did he hate you?
He didn't really hate him.
When I was a kid, apparently I was rude to him.
Oh.
When he was a kid.
When he was a kid, I'm sorry, you're right. Yeah, he actually came over to my apartment at the time. My wife was coaching a girls volleyball team, and I guess he was the sister of one of the girls or something like that. And I had to clear everybody out of there, and so I made him angry.
Well,
but he's gotten over it.
The boys were coming to Mac on the girls, and then Preston gave, you guys have to leave. And then Matt admitted last time, he goes, now that I'm a father of two girls, I probably would have done the same thing.
So that was that.
Well, I'm glad you made peace.
Yep. How are you doing, ma'am?
Excellent. What a lovely weekend. Just perfect weather Saturday and Sunday and today. So that's incredible. That Rush news.
Isn't that wild?
I didn't see that one coming either. And that is just the wildest. And then I'm thinking, all right, drummer, or I thought, well, maybe they would do two drummers.
Right.
Just because maybe one wouldn't be enough. When Clarence Clemens died, Bruce brought out 5 horn players on the first tour. And so I thought, well, maybe it'll be 2 drummers. I've never heard of this woman. What's her name?
Neither had I. Anika Miles, I think it was. Fantastic. I watched a short video of her playing a really cool instrumental song, an odd time signature, and she was playing these crazy, complex, awesome fills and has a really good, solid, tempo. So she'll play perfect with it. It'll be great.
It's really good news.
Yeah, for those who missed it just a few moments ago, Alex and Getty are going to do a short tour with this girl, Anika, as the drummer, and they're going to use it to celebrate 50 years of Rush and also Neil's history with the band, which they never got to do because they retired, and then 2 years later, Neil passed away, and they didn't get a chance to really do a big tribute to Neil, and so this is going to be a part of that, so I think it's great.
I saw them when they did the Taylor Hawkins tribute, and that was only for a few songs, but it was still cool to see, Getty and Alex up there, or Getty and Alex, up there. And so the idea that they would do this is particularly sweet, although, did you say San Antonio, Texas?
I believe
there were
so,
seven. There were some interesting cities, and then I'm going, excuse me, why?
Yeah.
Well, that's why I said, to me, this seems like this is it's going to be extended, and I will plant my flag in the notion right now that they will love it so much, and they will realize how much it is loved by the fan base that we might see them go out on tour some more. That not simply in connection to the 50th, but just because. Having Rush around is going to be a lot better.
Well, if you can do it, and if you do it well, and if you like to do it, why not do it?
Yeah.
Let's not set ourselves up for a disappointment and just enjoy this for what it is.
No, I agree.
Now. Yeah,
I totally agree. But I mean, in general, I put that out there about anything, really. But if you can do it, if you like to do it, if you do it well, why not continue doing it, whatever it may be?
I just did it, and I'm ready to do it again.
Whoa. No porn talk on the radio.
Everybody wants to do it.
I just did it. I'm ready to do it again.
What's that from?
History of the World. Mel Brooks.
Okay.
Yeah. So, letter of the day?
Yes.
All right.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, the Preston and Steve Show brought to you today by the letter.
M is in Montana.
Ooh, very good. We have an M, and we got 4 more to go, and then we give away $500 cash card brought to you by Paramount Pictures' Roof Man. Based on the unbelievable true story, Roof Man follows Jeffrey Manchester, played by Channing Tatum, a man who robbed 45 McDonald's, escaped from prison, lived in a toy store for 6 months, and that's not even the craziest part. Roof Man is in theaters everywhere on October 10th, so give that away on Friday. Sounds fun, doesn't it?
It sounds very interesting. It reminds me of that Tom Hanks film where he...
the airport?
Was, was the person who did all these illegal things. Anyway, On the program, we'll have Van Halen for Eddie Van Halen today. We will have Weezer and U2 and much, much more.
That's a good set right there. All right, I want to thank our sponsors. Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by Acme Markets. Fresh foods, local flavors. Also, the Preston and Steve Show runs on Dunkin', so it's brought to you by Dunkin' and by the New Jersey Department of Health. Addiction may be part of the story, but it doesn't have to be the end. Go to reachnj.gov to learn more. Tomorrow, Tattoos Day, so we'll set you up with that. We will talk to author Nicholas Sparks tomorrow.
The Nicholas Sparks.
Via Zoom, yep. And our buddy Victor Fiorello has got some food news, I believe.
Yes.
Right? Delco food news. And we have a big announcement to pass along to you tomorrow as well. So that is it. We are done. Rage on. Have a great day. We'll see you tomorrow, friend. Bye-bye.
Crazy. It was storming so bad yesterday. Wait, did we park on the street?
Ooh, yeah. I'm afraid we did. AAA Insurance